already here, rocking out the open, the Smokino! Strategic! Go! The one in trouble right now, worry about
honor and trophy. Everyone wants them, but who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PMSL will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity, challenge again, for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk bicara kan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AFP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA โมแมนครับ เพราะว่านิสัยกวนดีครับ ผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับ เพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang. Tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้าเอง
Untuk Raya nah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah. Tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP KN ครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau tonti Miseri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่โมแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีโมแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab diorang kalau dah last-last ni, diorang je metal yang endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last-last ni tak jadi, biar diorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับ ผมคิดว่า XSP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมตช์อีเลนเกลครับ เพราะว่า
Hello everyone, welcome back to the last day before we head into Super Weekend tomorrow. And I'm really happy to have someone with me right now who is from the team who played really well on day one and even got the top spot. Please welcome Tom from CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Hello Tom. Hi. Hi. Alright. So Tom, during day one of the tournament, as I said before, you guys surprised everyone by taking the top spot in the rankings. Do you think you can maintain that momentum against the teams from Group B?
Okey, untuk hari pertama pasukan TODAK berjaya mendominasi di hari pertama. Apakah bila korang main hari ni, korang rasa korang yakin untuk ambil balik top spot tu?
Untuk Day 1, itulah hasil usaha dan kerja keras kita orang sepanjang pre-season. Dan untuk Day 2, kita orang just teruskan momentum yang kita buat dekat Day 1.
For the Day 1 result is basically the outcome of our effort. So that's what that's how we trained before, and then that's the result that we get. And then for this Day 2, basically we just gonna carry the momentum from Day 1, and then we hopefully that we can perform and get the top spot back.
Yes, and my apologies everyone. Tom from TODAK. And so I want to know, is there any specific teams from Group B that you need to watch out?
Ada tak salah satu tim ataupun tim spesifik yang main pada hari ni yang korang nak kena jaga-jaga?
Tak ada kot, sebab ni PMSL, semua tim sama tujuan untuk menang. So saya rasa semua tim sama rata je.
No, basically I don't really have a specific team that I need to watch out, because this is PMSL and everyone's come here to win, and yeah, everyone is equal here.
Yes, I love to have never underestimate any team in this PMSL. So next, and now that Frenzy has joined the teams, what differences have you noticed? Has Frenzy brought any new strategies to the tables?
Okay, dengan kemasukannya Frenzy, kita nampak ada perubahan lahan. Jadi, apa perubahan yang Tam sendiri rasa bila kemasukan Frenzy dengan ketiadaan Frenzy? Dan adakah Frenzy membawa strategi-strategi baru?
Untuk kemasukan Frenzy, dah pasti tu bagi impact yang besar untuk TODAK. And kemasukan dia sebagai IGL, dia dapat melaksanakan apa yang strategi analyst dan coach nak dan mengikut meta.
Yeah, of course, Frenzy, he was he have a high impact in our team, and then the way that he IGL, basically he know how to execute the coaching stuff plans. So yeah, that's why we are perform.
But one thing, honestly, I really want to know, what type of an IGL Frenzy is? Is it like the tough one, the firm one, or soft and gentle one?
Okay, boleh ceritakan sikit Frenzy ni dia sebagai IGL dia macam mana? Cara dia macam mana? Dia garang ke? Dia relax ke? Ataupun macam mana?
Dia soft and gentleman lah.
Okay, he is a soft and gentleman IGL.
Wow, as we expected from Frenzy, soft and a gentleman. And I think it wouldn't be complete if we mention about Frenzy, but without mentioning Boom. So, Tom, now we know Boom is currently at the top of the leaderboard after the 12 games. Do you think you'll be able to surpass them after today?
Okay, memandangkan Frenzy daripada Boom dan sekarang Boom berada di nombor 1 dalam carta. Adakah Tam sendiri rasa yang pasukan TODAK ni mampu naik ke tempat 1 dan menyingkirkan Boom Esports sendiri?
Untuk liga ni, objektif kita orang tak ada nak kejar mana-mana tim. Just kita orang fokus kat tim sendiri, konsisten map by map untuk bawa ke Super Sunday nanti, insyaAllah.
To be honest, for the league stage, which is for today, we don't really aim for the top spot. We just don't care about that. We just gonna care about our performance. We just gonna be consistent each map. We take one by one, and then hopefully our strategy is ready for super weekend.
Yes, but Tom, 35 wins in 6 games is a very strong possibility. So good luck. And for the last questions, and get ready because this is going a little bit spicy for you, and I need you to answer it really quick. Okay, ready, Tom? Ready. And is one former Boom player stronger than 4 Boom players?
Okay, adakah satu player Boom lebih kuat daripada 4 player Boom?
Untuk soalan tu, for sure saya takkan cakap mana-mana tim lagi power daripada tim saya. So jawapan dia pasti Frenzy lebih baik daripada semua kat sini.
To be honest, Frenzy is better than anyone in PMSL.
Wow, bold statement from Tom. Thank you so much, Tom, for this fun interview, and thank you so much also for Jang for the translation. And I think it's time to head it back to our casters to start the kickoff of game number 1. So casters, take it away.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 of action in the league stage of PMSL SEA Summer 2025. Once again, it's Contra as well as Tash Buddy to be your storytellers for the entire evening. And we do have some stakes involved this time around because they're looking to qualify to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, a lot on the line right now, especially as we go into this final day. Group B will be taking a break, and this is really, really important to talk about because they are, sorry, not Group B, Group A, no, A, B, C, B. B is going to break. Oh my god, I cannot even mathematically. So anyways, Group B is going to break today, which means teams like New Era will be done already. Boom Esports, done and out. Boom Esports hit a high yesterday. Number 1 on the entirety of that ladder, most importantly. And I think one thing's for sure, Jaina, during the interview, they already talked about that idea about what to expect since Boom had already put the bar on what to hit. I think it's really great, especially when you look at Tam from TODAK just now and how he answered all the questions. He has a lot of expectations on what to see, what to do, and he is hyped. But before we go into that, the overview.
That's right. We have $200,000 on the line for the top teams to be winning it out throughout the grand finals. But even in the league stage, there are stakes involved as well. So that being said, each respective map played out. The maximum points to gain out position is 10 points for the chicken dinner as the number slowly dwindles down all the way till 7 and 8. And most of the points are accumulated from eliminations. So we are already at the end of week 1's group stage. Tomorrow onwards, that's where we'll be holding the Super Weekend with the Smash rules intact. So what does that really mean? Well, teams will have to set the tone and basically secure a certain amount of points. And once they have achieved those points, one chicken dinner will secure the entire day to be the top team.
Regardless, when you look at the Smash rule as well and the Super Weekend, while everyone is gunning for that first place on this regular week, the Super Weekend is where everything matters here. The points collected and also your placements on that Super Weekend determine how many points you're going to be getting all the way from Weekend 1 and Weekend 2 to determine which placement you're going to be getting when you start over in the Grand Finals happening on week number 3. It's really exciting. It's a very interesting format. It's definitely a lot more competitive. And I think for a lot of teams, especially for the ones already, qualifying and know they're going to be making it to the weekend, all of these matches now are just scrims for them, a way for them to really prepare for the upcoming battle this weekend.
True enough, it's going to be a little bit of a testing ground, but this is also the very first time that Group A faces off against Group B. So it will be Group C that is taking a break after completing their run. The only team that may not see the Super Weekend right now is New Era. So there is a lot to fight for those who are right now straggling around the bottom of the chart. So Group A, now we bring back the Squad, BTR, TODAK, HOMEBOIS, eArena, Exosphere, Roy, and RQ. Well, we've seen a whole lot coming in from Group B yesterday.
When we talk about Group B, I mean, we can see excellence coming out from teams like CD Alliance, MEC, as well as MVKE. Now, there are teams that are really lagging behind. The big names, VPE and Alter Ego, for me personally, hasn't really shown what they have to offer yet. Perhaps today is the day they finally, get their gear in check. Because if anything, yesterday was just not a true testament of what they have to offer. Regardless, what we talked about earlier, with Boom Esports topping the charts here, I would say it's a pretty decent lead over VOIN Donkey as well. Claw as well is already done for the week, and now things are getting more interesting because CD Alliance, one day played and immediately shooting up to 7th place. It feels like they have a lot more to offer, especially with how hyped Tam was during the interview, with how he has praised so much about his new IGL.
Yeah, and with Frenteezy joining the team, coming in from Boom Esports, there's definitely interesting notions coming in from the interview where there is a lot of hope coming in for TODAK to be having this calm and collected leader to be able to stash the top spot by the end of it all. But then again, they're more focused on themselves, so we'll have to see how far will they go. I think that for TODAK, at the very least, they have already met the minimum requirements, so it's all about sharpening their guns for the weekend. Meanwhile, Roy Esports, currently at 17th place, will have to push through alongside with the teams that you mentioned, Alter Ego, HOMEBOIS, and many more, such as BTR.
VTR is an interesting one to me, if you ask me. I think they still haven't really shown their fangs, if I'm being honest right now. They're very, very on and off. They're still trying to find that sweet spot, and I think for me personally, we just knew that Federalis just joined last season. He joined it, he made a bang. But right now, it doesn't seem like they have found that, that same strength they had in the beginning of last season. I want to see them come online. I want to see them get super aggressive today.
Yeah, and that is the signature moves coming in from BTR. So hope that they will be able to find their identity. And a team that has been able to do so was Clawslayers, where with FaZe coming out of the retirement stage and onto the main stage right now, really showing what he's got with the solo showdown to acquire a chicken dinner for Clawslayers yesterday. As much as they are going on a break, they should be having a major impact over the weekend, while VOIN Donkey has definitely had a consistent run as they won't be playing today. So yesterday's action absolutely packed with a whole lot, and Group A versus Group B, they will deliver in the similar fashion.
Okay, interesting enough, when you think about today, right, is A and B. With Group C already out of that picture, we're seeing the big high-hitting teams like D Xavier, you know, who was really incredible on day one. Yesterday was a very quiet day for them. Claw, a little bit, I think, started to get really active toward the end of the first day as well as yesterday. Teams like Boom Esports as well as SEM9. Now, for New Era, I believe that after today, they might not, a high possibility, they might not be making it into that super weekend. So for now, it's all about just trying to see which teams can play catch up. The team that just came in yesterday was Group B, Alter Ego, Talon, CD Alliance, MEC, VPE, ETN, MVKE, and SK. For SK, in my opinion, and ETN, they were on a downward. They were not able to obtain as many points as they want. They were very, very unlucky throughout the entirety of yesterday. ETN, however, having a better time surviving. But now with, you know, a lot of bigger teams coming in, teams that love to overcome, overcome other teams, go into those fights, like say TODAK, BTR by Vitality, Glue, eArena especially. How are these teams at the bottom of the ladder going to survive?
Yeah, this is the big question, right? Because when we take a look back in the very first day when Group A was playing, eArena really were harder. And when you actually merge it with Group B, you got CELCOMDIGI Alliance, you got so many of all these big other names out there. MEC was a big surprise. I mean, sure, we talked about Voki, but the star of the show was Kim, because he has been really showing off what his strength really was. Whether if it's going to be a 1 versus 4 showdown, he can actually nail it down. So that being said, of course, we do want to bring you guys into the game one, but before all of that, the Esports World Cup is coming real soon, and of course the teams are fighting for that golden ticket. There's only going to be that 3 spots available for them to qualify for the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
Yeah, EWC coming very soon. One of the biggest, most prestigious tournaments this year for PUBG Mobile, and having your history etched there over Riyadh is definitely something that I think everyone wants to go for. So this is why I feel like a lot of teams are starting to get a lot more hyped compared to before. There's just more bigger prize pools and tournaments to go for. And also, we have to thank Techno, our sponsor for this tournament as well, which is the device being used by all the players here during this tournament, the Techno POVA 7 series with the innovative design and ultimate performance. The POVA 7 Ultra 5G will empower you to win battles with ease as well. So if you want an all-rounder phone based more for toward gaming and your everyday life, do check out this phone. You can find out more on the website.
That's right. This is definitely a device that you must get if you guys love to game on your mobile devices. So that being said, of course, well, the players, they use it on stage, they feel so comfortable because it's been seasons after seasons that they've been playing on this. And when the pros actually can perform at such an incredible level, you know this is the real deal. And speaking of the real deal, I mean, looking at Group A versus Group B, it's going to be pretty sad to see some of all these names go, because these stacked rosters, when we take a look at the entirety of the list, it is kind of difficult to say goodbye to certain teams. And there's a potential that we might even say goodbye to maybe even Vampire Esports. They start to find a little bit rhythm rather late yesterday on those Miramar runs, but they're not exactly in the clear. But BTR currently is in the danger zone. I guess like perhaps they can find a good round or two to be able to resuscitate their hopes into the Super Weekend.
It's hard to say because most of these teams have only played for 1 day. I think for most of the teams that just came in yesterday, it was day 1 there on the stage. It was, and some of these teams are also, slow cooker teams. Historically, we've seen teams like say VPE, VTR just really come back toward the end of the day, surprising us with big hitting numbers, going aggressive, and just knocking on teams' compounds and doors and getting elimination by elimination. So this is something that we cannot, I would say, disqualify when it comes to reading what they have to offer today, because it is 6 whole maps online. regardless, predictions coming in here right now. I think most of yesterday, both of us went into a more, I would say, comfortable pick. But for me personally, today, Alter Ego and Vampire Esports need to wake up.
Yeah, I do agree on this same notion, right? When we take a look at Alter Ego, I guess it's a lot more on banking on hopes whether if Rosemary as well as Alva could really pull something of a heist moving into some of these rounds. But of course, I'm also looking at the return of Glue Squad, where we've seen them on their prime form. They look absolutely devastating to the rest of the lobby, and we got less than 1 minute before we get in the game. So let's check out how the players are coping with the pressure.
Now, Glue, when you mention Glue, I think, of course, what really stands out is going to be the jersey. But personally, for me, they have a nice thing going on with their chemistry as well. Noel, especially, is one of the biggest impact makers for a team. High frags, high amount of damage, and very, very, I would say, aware in terms of how exactly he wanted to play with his team and put in that impact and damage as well. So, Glue, I'm very excited to see them. But the rest of it, and the same could be said about the rest of the teams as well. We have heavy hitting teams like eArena coming in, aggression coming in from team like VPE. So, ladies and gentlemen, ready or not, Sanhok on their way.
And it begins right here, right now, for them to qualify to the Super Weekend. This is the first match of Day 3 here in the PMSL SEA Summer. As we begin our flight, this is short from the Alpha Islands into Kao, so it is going to be a slight stretch for teams that love to play by the edges of Kampong or even Cave, but it shouldn't be too worrisome. There's going to be, of course, alternatives for them to be able to float by. Moving into Group A versus Group B, I want to see if there's going to be teams contesting for certain locations, but I think that with so much stakes involved, most likely than not, these coaches, they want to play it safe. They will call for the teams to be able to rotate in such a manner that they will only be involved maybe a little later on. But Joker and the rest of eArena, they're moving into Paradise as they're looking to take down HOMEBOIS.
And this is the early aggression that I'm talking about here, especially from eArena. And we know their name of the game and their objective has always been to go into a compound, take these early fights, and try as quickly as they can to overcome. And I think this right now that HOMEBOIS is very aware. They already are prepping those nades and throwing it in just to give a bit more space, flush them out of the area, while still providing a bit more time for the team to either move away from this fight or even loot up so they can better prepare for it.
Yeah, while this is happening, Exosphere has
Circle will be toward the western side of the map. Oh, interesting enough, it's in between all three circles with the all three islands, excuse me, with the majority of that circle going toward both the northern and southern circle as well toward ruins. So if anything, most of the teams majorly are on the big island. It could change the way all the rotations are going to be happening, and those swimming in the water could become sitting ducks as other teams decide to camp.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a harsher terrain, and for eArena as well as HOMEBOIS, they got to wrap up this fight because they're not in stage 1 of the zone just yet, but it is absolutely tankable for Sanhok, so they can still go around to fend off their opponents for the moment. I think boys could be holding the off angles from the rooftops instead. Not catching a glimpse as of now as the rest of eArena also bunch across the lobby, but look at that discipline. eArena hasn't been really moving all too
any HP, and Joker runs away with his life. Any HP, and Joker runs away with his life. The timing has to be good! Aggression as well, so really well played by them.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the charts real quick, it is definitely very doable for names such as Exosphere or even the HOMEBOIS. They could just secure themselves maybe a chicken dinner throughout the day, and they will be able to match some of all these numbers because right now the bar is set at 33 points, held by Vampire Esports. That isn't all too difficult if you ask me, because right now Exosphere adding those 4 points means that they only need like what? Maybe just about another 7 or 8. So that is absolutely doable. And wow, I think that today it's only going to be a battle of millimeters or even inches from whoever gets through into the Super Weekend.
VPE here. Okay, 16th place. I don't think it's out of the woods. Very dangerous predicament, especially from this team as well. And, you know, when you think about this team, you know, in terms of firepower, in terms of aggression, yesterday was a bit of a shocker for me, honestly. Mostly because, I mean, yeah, we see them activating by the end of the day, but it's still not the usual high amount of frags that we always see them bringing to the table as well. I think that we had the conversation, I think, last season about how Nuzi plays and how exactly it chains over to the team. It takes a while for me to see that cohesion coming through, especially when you have a player that is just so, I would say, individualistic like Nuzi, to be able to put in pressure from other parts of the map separated from his teammates.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, right? Because back in the early days when he was in the Infinity, that worked super well because every member out there was super individualistic that they can hold certain areas. And now the meta has shifted so much that you are required to play as a team. So that being said, it is definitely tough for Vampire Esports to really navigate. Although, arguably, they have superstars like Tony K, but even he hasn't really found that rhythm throughout the course of the run. So all about consistency right now. It doesn't matter if they don't land the chicken dinner today, but they got to put in an average of 4 to 5 points per round in order to have a little bit of that safety net. And oh my, take a look at that zone. Plentiful of body of water. They're all playing across the river, so it is going to be hard for these teams to wrap their heads around where this could go for the finals circle.
I mean, the circle is so rough. You can't tell whether it's going to be toward Camp Alpha or toward Ruins, or could it just hard shift maybe toward boot camp with the, you know, with the body of water there as well. I mean, yesterday was, I think toward the end of the day was one of those days where we saw one of the most interesting circle shifts. It was so hard for many of the teams to figure out where they want to go to, and these hard shifts has resulted in so many bloody fights happening on one side of the map, and majorly rewarding teams that decide to, you know, to pick the unwalked path. So that is definitely something to watch out for, I think so as well. But the thing of the matter is, I'm already expecting these breach fights to happen, and now Roy is the one in the red with 3 members knocked down already, with MEC over on the other side, gatekeeping and slowly sniping them from long range.
Wow, just great hole coming out of MEC, but the CELCOMDIGI Alliance is not too far away as well. They could actually take this great moment to actually be the third party, while GK, all eyes on him right now, the only surviving member of Roy Esports. Loki's going to be taking charge as he tries to push forward, and there's barely enough room for the side of GK. He still has 3 first 8s, but Voki is already closing in here. I've noticed his presence, and he quickly shifts around to the other side of the bridge to get more of the cover. He will be revived, so that's great work coming from MEC to have the right protocols. Playing right underneath the bridge, though. Amazal now cutting right through as there is going to be Juke trying to put a little bit more of that pressure. He knows he can only fight his way out of this. So 1 versus 3. We'll have to see what Juke brings to the table. He does get the knock onto Voki.
Great timing. He's doing a great job of slowly trying to equalize the numbers. If he's able to isolate these fights, since Amazel is quite low, he could try and capitalize and just take away all of these points away from MEC. That Molly should be there, but Keem can see the layers coming in when it comes to the defense and holds as well. Hasn't suspected that Juke is going to rush forward here, but the footsteps might already been heard. Looks at the wrong angle. Now he's already trying to go for that reset just to prolong his lifespan a bit more, as the nade will be cooked one more time. Kim, are you looking at the right spot here?
Yeah, he did actually spot out
Yeah, he does.
flying right across, and it almost took out the entirety of their health bar. And those isolated targets were quickly read by GK, but now here comes Amazal closing right through. He tries to find the angles, and one pump out of the shotgun will be able to secure it. MEC, that was a super close call.
Still, it's great for MEC to be able to stay in and just prolong, you know, just keep them in the game longer, bringing a bit more points. 4 in the bag already here. In terms of rotation, MEC all the way down here at Camp Charlie is going to be a long way rotation up toward the area of Ruins. And even then, if they were to cross, it's going to be CD Alliance. And honestly, at this point, am I surprised? There's always a Malaysia versus Malaysia team in the middle of these rotations. But at the same time, when you have these rotations and fights as well, there's a lot of wariness coming on from these teams, especially when you see teams like Talon, who has been so eager to third-party these teams from long range.
True enough, and now the trouble is for the rest of the Alpha Islands to also make their way across. So they have to be careful about moving into the warehouses while ETN is getting caught out by TALON by the corners of ruins. But no help whatsoever from his teammates because this is an isolated target and TALON wastes no time to at least secure the point before the rest of the pack tries to stash it away. Axel also receiving a little bit of pressure. I believe those long-range shots were coming from the teammates of ETN. Yoru now back in play. He was subbed out in some of the matches that was towards the latter stages of the day. So TALON right now will be able to at least get some small little leads and will have to face up against the rest of Vampire Esports, who's holding around the corners of the river. So they got to also watch their back. So that position, not exactly the safest for VPE.
Okay, BTR here, forced to fight their way. And they're at the crossroads, actually, when it comes to location. They're all the way north side, barely a lot of space to work with. They have to cross with HOMEBOIS to be able to get onto Ruin side area. And even then, there's 3 teams on that very tiny southern side spot of Camp Alpha Island. So, if anything, these 3 teams should go for a full-on fight. And I think the victor might just be VPE or even MVKE when it comes to being able to keep them in the water and just fish them out.
Yeah, it definitely is very interesting on how certain teams are actually maneuvering around, especially BTR. They've tried to make a big wide wrap over onto the nerve point, understanding that it is going to be difficult if there's going to be anyone by the corner boot camp. So despite them not seeing HOMEBOIS, they are steering clear away from danger, but they are walking towards a trap being set by Alter Ego because they've been waiting around the Temple Hills.
Satarles is so low that nade. Woohoo! Great read from Satarles. He goes out in the open. That is a very high risk play here. Flushed out of the area, move to the side. That nade should clip him. Ooh, doesn't even need to clip him because players like Rosemary and his teammate, nice pizza formation with crossfires abound means that Satar cannot get out of this alive. And BTR losing 1 member already. But I think for them, it's all about just trying to buy a lot of time, give that space for the rest of the team to be able to find a sanctuary to hold on.
Yeah, it is tough when you have so many of these positions pretty much locked out of control. And SK, they've already seen the rest of BTR moving into that shack. They are trying to take them on because they're the ones holding the corners of the zone right now. And once again, it is going to be a split between the Charlie Island as well as the mainland of boot camp. So MVKE, they're not being contested just yet because the rest of the field by the outskirts are having a struggle even to cut by the center. So there's plentiful fight happening over onto the course of the northern zone with Blue Squad. Noticing the fact that there is going to be a couple of members of Alter Ego to deal with. They got to find a couple of picks before they could safely journey in. Speaking of safety, not too much for the side of Alter Ego either.
Oh man, this is the worst predicament Alter Ego could play in. Look at how many teams are there. That tiny little angle northern side here. They're stuck. What are you gonna do here? You go a bit more aggressive, you run into SK, who has compound and space and area. The only respite that AE has right now is that high ground and off angle that they can play in, but still, it's hard to push. BTR on the other end as well. They could potentially go a bit more, go and try to rotate over toward the glue side area because there's a bit more space to work with. But at the same time, that open area there with no cover, elevation that won't necessarily benefit them either is something, that they are worried about here.
Yeah, at the very least, they do get a couple of clips over onto the members of SK who tries to wrap their way around. There's barely any room left over onto this north side of Alpha. So those nades trying to zone them away. Krypton as well as Rosemary still not on full health just yet, and they are creating this smoke trail to cut right across. They're not settling with Shin just yet because they're dealing with the blue zone, and the moment that they cut across, they got to go in full metal to take on the rest of SK. Now dropping those grenades. Rosemary tries to find the pickoff, and it's not too much of a concern because they managed to find the clip. Great work coming from Krypton, the Molotov to also zone them away, but Krypton's getting caught out at the very same time.
But Rosemary tries to rush out to provide a bit of cover to his teammate, gets clipped in that same process as well. Now both teams taking heavy losses. Doki goes aggressive. Doki steals a point away. Doki takes more space than he wants to. He's barely alive. by the skin of his teeth as well. He's gonna try and heal up for the time being here. Moving over to one side of Ruin's, Talon is on the same predicament of getting smashed by the end of the blue zone and also by CD Alliance.
Who would have thought that BTR could have actually lasted longer just because they were taking that warehouse, and that kind of secures the area of play where all the other teams were choked out over onto the course. Talon's in the same predicament over a south sandwich in between multiple teams right now. CD Alliance goes for the trade, but Axel finds him. Oleo goes down.
Now Talon's taking out space. One member already knocked down for CD Alliance here. It's all about trying to cut off the positions of CD Alliance to be able to play off each other as well. Inix puts in a bit more pressure in those smokes, but a reposition from Jimmy and the sound of his footsteps should steal away a bit of that attention away from the other teammates. CD Alliance does have one of the members all the way up there on the top side of that terrain. They could go for some long-range picks. In fact, Ariluk could throw the most insane nade, cripple them down just a little bit to allow a bit more space and also firepower to come up from his teammates over on the eastern side of that hold.
Yeah, all these long tosses really eating up all that spacing from the side of Talon, and that allows Leon to come in with the flank, and he is already taking charge of this, but he gets caught out instead. Yoru, stronghold on that corner of the compound, and now they turn the tides around. Only down to 3 members for the side of the CD Alliance, while they are also rushing right through. Leo tries to secure it up against Yoru, as they've been able to recover from that tough ordeal, and now another grenade clips. Linux, he's got to dodge this big one, and oh, that was so close for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And right at this moment, they're not moving a muscle because CD Alliance knows that they have the better advantage in this fight.
I'm so surprised that CD Alliance has managed to stay intact with 4 while Talon is struggling for their lives. 2 members knocked, the other 2 barely alive right now. I don't think that Nyx 1 is going to be able to have a bit more space to rotate either. As the blue zone shifts, his teammates already knocked down, thinking that he's already out there in the circle. And now, what are you going to do here, Inix? There's no space, there's no movement, no time either. You either go down to the blue zone or you're going to go down to the other 2 members here. Goes for that prone, but that rock can only cover so much space. And CD Alliance have already eliminated Talon, and the fight's not stopping because over on the other hand here, TODAK is in trouble because the rest of 1 member has already been eliminated. Exosphere tries to hold on, but Real, you can tell how much pressure he can put in. He just really boxed his member inside of the house. They're going to go for a double swing, doesn't need to. Timing's already really well done.
That was perfect coming from TODAK. And as much as they lost Brian in the process, they have secured a little bit more of that space over onto the far east. Now the trouble is that circle further shifts back and towards the Charlie side, so they need to cut over the bridge where there was MVKE. Speaking of which, MVKE was cleared out. It was Homeboys that take them all out while all the fight was going on at the very same time. A weakened side of BTR, as there was a knock over onto Razy. They are currently going for those revives. Homeboys so far a super impressive run to kick things off with, and they now are in a slight control, but then again, the zone right now does not favor them. They will need to move out in the open, but they still have to set those scores with BTR, having Razy now push towards their end. So this is going to be a tough one as they are trying to fend off each other with those nades. Big toss right in. It's not Snape trying to cut right through alongside with Razy, but they got to coordinate this much better in order to survive this tough run.
Lot of desperation plays happening here in the north side of that circle as well. BTR, Homeboys, as well as TODAK, they're just struggling for their lives, and it's not going to be easy rotating either. You have to cross so much terrain, so much compounds as well. You have no clue which area is clear, which area has someone inside. Nine nearly gets a clip just now, somehow managing to barely move away from that as well. But the shots coming from Nine, that is very ballsy if you ask me, not knowing where the terrain's going to be, but all he knew right now, that's one singular thought in his mind, which is just to secure that point.
Yeah, that was just absolutely great execution on their part right now. TODAK survives all of that chaos, and by doing so, I mean, it was crazy they had to fight through so many of all these teams just to get by from the opposite end, and now the biggest titan over onto the top point of the hill. CELCOMDIGI Alliance already getting the angles, locking out Friend TZ on that bottom side. So it's just going to be a quick trade, and TODAK is already out. The battle will continue with Malaysia versus Thailand, Vampire Esports, and CD Alliance on the top 2.
We were just speaking about how VPE needed to step up, wake up, and now today, suddenly, bam! Game 1, they decided to come in with all guns blazing. Perhaps they were holding back yesterday, perhaps they were trying to find that groove, but today is definitely the day. Whatever it is that they had prepared last night looks really good right now. And maybe just on Sanhok for the time being here, but with both teams having so much space to work with, both teams having a lot more area and terrain as well, the Alliance look to start off strong, knocking one member of VPE already. One member of VP, another one already very, very low. But CD Alliance could be said the same because one member had already got obliterated so quickly as Tony K will fall to his knees.
Oh my, that nade was the breaking point for the rest of VPE, and now things are slowly crumbling because all that's left is Newsy to try to clutch this situation. Adik move now closes in, and it just needs one good shot. They're dancing all around, tangoing, and they have found it. Well, the only member on the other corner will be able to trade out as CELCOMDIGI Alliance continues their dominating streak.
CD Alliance here hits the ground running today and looking just prolong their streak of just domination over in these games. I have to say that from them today, they didn't have the easiest of rotations. They didn't have the easiest of holes. Like everyone else who came in from the southern side circle, they had to figure out how to rotate into the northern area. Took some fights, but the only benefit they had is more of that objectivity, that decisiveness, to be able to go and find that compound, hold on to it for the time being, and being able to find those prime locations. For me personally, this whole week has been a nice trend of teams that are earliest to that good compounds will be able to find that benefit as well.
Yeah, it was clean execution from the fight that we saw them take up against Talon on how they really chickened out on the low ground. They do exactly the same against Newsy and the rest of Vampire Esports, and they just understood what the advantages of these terrains mean, and they make full use of it. And that was just the beauty of how CELCOMDIGI Alliance executes this in order to find another chicken dinner right here. Leo, though, look at the absurd numbers that he's been able to cash out on this round. 5 eliminations, 746 points of damage. That is absolutely lethal.
Honestly, we want to say who does the most, hard to say, right? Dion is the backline. The throwables have always been good, positioning well as well, providing a lot of support. You have players like Jimmy, who's on the other side, taking a lot of space, becoming that that front-facing damage, that first contact. And I didn't look, when push comes to shove, he's that second contact. Everyone has a role, and I think this is what makes this team really tick. Understanding your role and playing off it with precision and understanding. There's a lot of trust when you kind of play these very clear-cut role-style plays. And I have to say, 13 eliminations is no small feat. So let's have a look at how CD Alliance performed just now.
A mega result to kickstart our third day's run here with CELCOMDIGI Alliance, securing another chicken dinner and further solidifying their spot for the Super Weekend. But this is even bigger for the teams that needs it most. BIGETRON by Vitality as well as Vampire Esports make a deep run, while TODAK, as we have expected to be a major threat to the rest of the party, have still shown a lot of plentiful of action in this map itself. So we are starting to see true colors coming in from all the squads that are desperate to move into the weekend.
Yeah, today is a day of catch up, and I think for many of these teams coming from the group that didn't play, so it's Group B. So when you see them yesterday, one thing's for sure is that they had time to VOD reviews, number one. Number two, I was a bit worried that some of these teams would be slowing down because of the shift in momentum. They didn't play yesterday, but they came into here today very, very hot. So guns blazing, I guess, coming into the last day, while Olio taking that MVP spot here with 5 eliminations. And I think the high amount of damage coming in from him is just phenomenal. In terms of how exactly the positioning has been, they have a triangle formation, and it's great for choking so many different players from so many different angles. They did that with Talon, and they did that with, I believe, was also VPE as well. When you are very confident with your own style of play, when you are individually skilled as well, there is so many things you can do flexibly. And I feel that for CD Alliance, when it comes to IGLing, I feel like there's a lot of independence coming from the team as well. There's no need for the IGL to micromanage.
Yeah, true enough, because it just works like a clockwork overall. And CD Alliance, we saw those absurd numbers. Even Jimmy OP, that was taken down much earlier, had 3 eliminations, but even his numbers of damage was almost equal to that of Olio. So every member of CD Alliance is the threat, and by that they've secured themselves 23 points by the end of Sanhok. BTR with a hefty 12, as well as Vampire Esports, so they are currently leapfrogging, making sure that the benchmark is set even higher. But that also means that BTR gotta put in more work to catch up against Vampire Esports.
Okay, coming into this ranking as well, EA and Roy, RRQ, Glue, even Alter Ego, SK, these teams going in, with barely enough points. I mean, for MVKE, they had a phenomenal run yesterday. I'm not too worried about their placement, but for the rest here right now is, my God, I'm shocked, because RRQ did pretty well considering on day number 1. I think they did got quite an amount of numbers, on to Sanhok as well. EA, a team that's supposedly supposed to be aggressive, you're getting getting completely obliterated by HOMEBOIS as well, which means that if anything, eArena has to really figure out how exactly they want to approach the game from not only one style of play. Being aggressive from the get-go is a very high-risk style play. You lose one game, you only bring 1 point forward. Is there a guarantee that you're able to come back the next one? Because it's very 50-50, especially when you take fights this early in a CQC.
Yeah, there's 5 more chances left only. And what's really impressive of CELCOMDIGI Alliance is that if we take a close look, they're 89 points with only 6 games of play. That's surely a day where we will see CELCOMDIGI Alliance surpass Boom Esports that have set the benchmark with that 91 points. Now, over on the midfield, BTR finally made a touchline onto the 16th spot. So currently tied with RQ, so they are not in the safety net as well. I mean, even eArena, that round where they just got eliminated inside of their home base of Paradise Resort, now must have shaken them a little bit. That is a big wake-up call, because the rest, like HOMEBOIS, they are currently thriving, moving onwards and upwards.
Yeah, I'm trying to see as well. I mean, the amount of points to catch up as well is not too many. I mean, granted that we have another 5 maps, and on top of that, bigger maps as well, which means there's a lot more space for you to work with, a lot more margin for error as well to play catch up as well. So this could potentially, be a big shift in that lower rung ladders. I mean, it is exciting to see who's on the top spot, whether or not Boom goes up and down. But I'm more interested to see which teams make it into the Super Weekend. Sometimes you start the Super Weekend being at just nice at 16th place, barely enough points. You think, oh my God, it's gonna be a big mental shift going into the weekend, but somehow that reset in points when you start from ground zero can be pretty damn changing. But now top gunslingers is going to be CD Alliance, BTR by Vitality, Vampire Esports, and Talon. In this situation for CD Alliance, this amount of damage, for me personally, whenever they're in top 4, this is the usual amount of damage they put in, because this team doesn't really worry too much about about when you're putting in about a chip damage, about securing these kills. They're gonna chip and just shoot at anyone anyone at all. They get knocks, but that doesn't necessarily get those kills, but it is enough to cripple, and that is always their MO.
Yeah, I really do love it. We saw so many other teams being in similar positions, but didn't capitalize on some of these kind of advantages that they had because they were worried whether if they will get taken down in the mix of all these fights, such as BTR, who have found a little bit of a rough run in with Alter Ego. They did manage to at least squeeze in with those 3 members, so good work on Razy for that. Now we are finally moving into the matchups onto bigger maps, and we're going back-to-back 3 rounds in a row in Erangel, closing off with the final 2 of Miramar. So of course the going gets rough and you got to fight on. And speaking of a fight, you can join in the fray with this brand new collaboration with PUBG Mobile, collaborating with Attack on Titans. You guys can equip yourself with the ODM gear and also play as Erangel. How cool is that?
Very cool, honestly, one of the best animes of all time. So if this is something that you want to add to your collection, especially whenever you're minded in the game, you can do so right now. Also, a really cool thing, I believe you can also change into a Titan itself. There's like a different types of Titans you can turn into. Apparently, there's like different serums as well. You can become like the old grandpa looking Titan, or you can become the one with the big nose and the big eyes. Yeah, it's up to you what you want to do with this particular collaboration as well. Very, very cool. Very, very fun. You can check out the PUBG Mobile TikTok channel to know more about this. Now, on top of that as well, we have another collaboration which is with KV Shelby. So this is a very cool one for you guys who are car enthusiasts, and especially this is the one you want to look out for because it has the Shelby GT500 and 427 Cobra that is legendary. There's so many colors as well and many, many more. It's going to be happening from now until the 6th of July. So if you guys are planning on getting this, now's the time.
Yeah, this is definitely up my alley, and I'm just a big fan of the Shelby. So yeah, this is absolutely enticing. This is only going to last for only about a month, so make sure you get it quick while it lasts. And on top of that, if you guys are craving for even more action, you just want to go in, not worry about your rank points dropping, so you could just lock right in and hit over onto the all-new WoW Elimination Skill Fest gameplay that's currently live, and you can get ready for an upgraded battleground with non-stop action, so you could just train your aim right here rather than dropping into the usual boot camps. So dive into the brand new map and discover exciting new adventures as you can check this map out. It is on 1286.7, if that's going to be the correct number. So that being said, invite your friends along for a thrilling experience of unstoppable eliminations.
Okay, very cool. Now I am more interested in looking at the rest of these maps coming up now, because these are the very, very bigger maps. We're going to be looking at Erangel. Predictions are up here on the screen. Okay, very cool thing is for me personally, surprisingly enough, I have some few. I think for me, TODAK has done pretty well. I mean, they started off day 1 looking really good. It's whether or not they can be, chase in and just create the momentum. I wouldn't be surprised if they are going to as well. Now, BTR Vitality, eArena, still looking to find their groove. eArena, we know their style of play on the aggression they bring. What other playbooks or pages do they have? BTR, I feel like they are still kind of confused as to how to approach these games and these matches. Do they want to play conservative? Do they want to play aggressive? How do we balance all of that? And I would love to see them really figure it out for the next few matches.
Yeah, and looking at the stage, we have a new set of attire for the rest of Blue Squad. Still looking spanking cool on that. And going back to what you were mentioning as well, BTR, I do think that we see a mixed bag of it, because on the early notions of those rotations, they were a little bit more conservative because they are just playing by the edge. Somehow, once they've been able to secure themselves a better space, they know that they have to fight through certain areas up against HOMEBOIS for that position in the field. So that was just nicely done. But of course, the biggest victors, the Alliance, is still going to be a team to look out for. All these teams who are hoping to squeeze whatever points. These Titans, the Alliance, is actually taking a big chunk of it. So somebody's got to find a way to stop them.
Yeah. Stop them. Don't stop them. I think at this point, the interview with Tom was the one that resonated with me the most, I think Stop worrying too much about other teams. Stop being too concerned about what they're doing. The only thing you should be concerned about is, whether or not your team will be running into particular teams in that rotation, whether or not you want to take these fights, and how exactly you're going to be playing off them as well. Because sometimes you don't really have to force these fights as well. You can find yourselves into running into teams that are a little bit more up your alley in terms of style and gameplay. Give yourself a bit more of a better playing field. Speaking of better playing fields, Erangel is now here, the El Clasico. Let's have a look.
A quick glimpse over onto the fields of Erangel. We're kicking things off from the top of Mount Stalber. So this is going to be a skirward flight, a little bit more Eastern-centric as we could take a good view of this. So teams like Vampire Esports, who loves Primos or Very Pure, they're going to be going for an alternate drop in that sense, or have to force their hands into securing some of these early vehicles. That might just be a little bit scuffy to see whether if they could actually survive that ordeal, because same could be said about certain other teams that are hoping to do exactly just that. But it's great access to the islands. This time without certain teams like Claw Slayers, I think a lot of land is open up over on the islands.
Yeah, honestly, it could happen. I mean, we did see... most of the teams that like you mentioned are not dropping there as well. But the thing is, you have no clue whether or not Circle is going to be as well. Dropping on the island, for me personally, is still going to be a risk because you have no clue how you're going to rotate over if, say, the Circle does shift hard toward the southern side of the islands, the mainland, excuse me, which means it's going to be a lot of gatekeepers. But it's not going to stop these teams, of course. SK, we all know, has been filling up the empty spaces left by Claw, especially toward Novaratnoye. Exosphere, southern side, I believe, and Homeboys will be filling up the space left empty by Sem9 over on Ferry Pier. Now, as usual, Circle likes to go opposite, so this will be a hard shift, if anything, from the eastern side, from the southern side. If anything, for me, since Homeboys is going toward the southern pier, and they're quite quick, they can rotate in from Quarry side, Gatka, even toward Ruins and Hospital, because it's quite an open area for them to traverse.
Yeah, there's just that easy access for them to have a great hit start. So it's been a very smooth ride for Homeboys, at least for now. Not too much for Exosphere. Once again, they are subscribing themselves into another battle because they thought that, hey, there's a lot of open area of play inside the island. They drop right into Glue Squad, who usually starts here as well. So we are looking at the battle for the vehicles, and MVKE just rampages right through with 3 of them in the midst of rotation. So it's just a tough happenstance that he happens to pick that timing.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate for BTR. You want to be able to survive as a 4. And personally, for me, their strength always relies on them being alive at least as a 4 toward the mid side of that game. I think stage 5, stage 6, maybe 3 toward later as well. And now when you're surviving as a 3, not only is it going to be harder to survive, you are down in terms of firepower. I think the next course of action that they can go for, if they want to play a bit more safe, is just try and get as many checkpoints as they can in compounds, play a little bit more CQCs. I feel like BTR by Vitality do pretty well in those scenarios as well.
They definitely do. And now losing 1, it is definitely going to dampen a little bit more of the kind of gunfire that they could have up against a full squad of 4. But at the very least, they love all these space. Now back in stage 1, they could basically find maybe a little bit more reprieve if they could just cop a really good spot and be slightly passive just to play for a little bit more of a survival. That's going to be a great knock onto the member of Exosphere. Noel once again added, and that was such a long range out of that red dot M4.
Noel, very, very, I'm not sure how exactly adept he is when it comes to his game sense, but it's been phenomenal seeing it. He's very quick. Granted, his whole teammates was on the other side of that situation, the area. I think he may have caught wind of Exosphere's rotation as well, so he made sure to keep an eye out just in case they just had to come in from the other side of the terrain or even compound and catch them off guard. And I think in this situation, Exosphere dropping into the area of SMB alongside Glue, I think they did pass by each other. Exosphere probably hasn't looted up enough, wasn't really prepared to lose players very early, wants to go for that rotation out. What they weren't expecting is that in that mid rotation, because it's such an open area, it's just so easy to get clipped. Now, I'm looking at the rest of the circle here. Northern side of the circle is completely water. That means in terms of island or land of play, it's still pretty huge. But with many of the teams getting into the circle quickly, most of them have decided to go straight into Georgia Falls. So you could potentially be seeing a lot of like urban warfare happening, maybe even bridge trolls as people are rotating in between northern and southern side Georgia Falls. It might be fun.
Yeah, most likely it will be in that sense. But the fun will probably begin from stage 3 onwards. So, of course, we saw a couple of all these tough situations to kick things off with, such as Exosphere. I think it was respectable coming from them to really fall back from really subscribing to that fight up against Glue Squad, because they weren't exactly fully kitted in that sense. But the other trouble is finding those vehicles to even exit out of the island. So once they do, there was HOMEBOIS, which we did mention, was looting around the south side. There might be a potential where they might just be stopped right through those checkpoints, and look at the rest of Talon moving side by side. It's going to be a quick bump in onto the singular Roy member. There's the rest of the pack out there, both intending to move into this crash site, but Roy says, we'll take the high ground and see if we can get something done. But Axel quick on his shots to be able to flush that position away, so that steers them clear away from any form of threats coming out of Roy Esports.
Vampire Esports, I like the positioning right now, all the way up there onto Stalber, which means that they can just use the very tippy top side of the terrain to just go straight into Cerverni if they want to. If they're quick enough, that is. I feel like Alter Ego might have set their sights onto the area itself. So if say that rotation does come true, Alter Ego versus VPE could be fun to watch, just to see whoever gets to keep the other either off the compound or even out of the circle itself. But right now, it's not going to be that two is going to be fighting. It's going to be HOMEBOIS up against, I believe it's Exosphere in the midst of rotation.
Yeah, they were just full sending it. They have a tanky hovercraft, and that just provides them just about enough safety net for them to cut right through, which I thought that it will be a bigger struggle, but by doing so, this is definitely a very, very reliable way to just get across. Well, Lobby, he had to kind of full send his way into the waters, though. So he's going to take a long swim. We'll have to see how exactly will he rejoin the rest of the pack, as KNS is also being left by the corner of the bridge. So the rest of HOMEBOIS, they are still going to be looking around, and perhaps will go for that deeper dive into stage 1. And Lobby is way too far. I'm not too sure if he could actually have enough time to even join the rest of his team.
As expected, that bridge fight is happening. And as soon as Glue gets one, an immediate reaction back from Exosphere. But Xbox has other things in mind. He says, okay, you know what, frick it. Let's just rush forward, walk up, shoot them in the face, get a pick, reposition. And Sticklyan is just close by as well. The amount of cover fire coming through is phenomenal, but unfortunately for Noel, he will get knocked down. The same could be said about KNSS here. Both teams suffering heavy losses, but this long range coming for Sticklyan. Nice job in being able to determine where exactly the last few members of Exosphere has rotated to. And Lobby here literally stuck behind a rock. In the blue as well, no space to move. I think he has some amount of heals as well to work with, but in terms of throwables and smokes, not much. And he only has a level 1 Kevlar, so at the same time, it's hard for him to stay alive as well, especially with the amount of pressure coming in from Sticklyan.
Yeah, he's just pretty much stuck by that corner of the stone in the middle of the water. So I think that HOMEBOIS really have ruined their run because of that scramble that they had to only have one member to be making their way past. So they kind of had to fall back for plan B, hoping to hold up against the rest of Glue Squad. And because that they were so scattered, they couldn't even draw about enough firepower to trade right back. So Glue Squad, they're willing to wait. They could just absorb whatever these damages is coming from stage 2 and then eventually make their slow run into the zone. But the more time that they take, they are slowly going to bleed out in terms of resources. Meanwhile, ETN, did have one member over on the top side of the compounds trying to take on the rest of MVKE upon the point of no charge. And MVKE, they waste no time. They want Darky, they want shooting range. They have a lot more bigger problems at hand.
Now that the circle's pulling toward that shooting range as well, there's a mad scramble coming in from Georgia Paul all the way up into the area as well. MVKE already taking this fight very, very early as well against, I believe it's ETN. And because of that, because of how many teams were inside of Georgia Paul, that's going to be a problem for many of these teams. I thought it was going to be an urban fight, but everyone has vacated the compounds, opting for a wide open air fight as well. And understandably so, when there's so many terrains to work with, there's so much angles you can play off as well. ETN has done very well to really put themselves in a situation where they can just play off each other based on layers and layers and many angles of crossfires as well. As MVKE, they're struggling. Only thing they have right now is their cover, is their smokes, is the compound itself. And in terms of of teammates as well, there's only just one T. He's in the corner, has a bit of heals, and ETN, you can sense the hesitation here. What kind of weapon is 1T holding on to? Is it gonna be a shotgun? Is it gonna be something that's gonna be a little bit more of a long range weapon? And they're doing their best to use utilities to just flush him out of this corner. They do just that, but 1T undeterred say, okay, just a little bit of a corner for me to work with, that's fine. Smokes are still going to protect me for the time being. And for him, it's all about just buying time and hoping for that team to cross them. Ooh, that nade barely takes him down.
So close. WONT he's just struggling by the edge right there. ETN got him absolutely surrounded. So it shouldn't have taken this long. And I would say ETN, they're playing it very, very safely. I mean, you could just full send it. 3 members should be able to settle scores up against 1. But they just want to make sure that they don't lose any members in the process. And finally, they close right in. WONT now taken down. Respectable 2-point finish for the side of MVKE after a very long-winded rotation, but they have went to the homes of ETN, and this is kind of the result that yields in favor of the side of ETN. Now, only by the corner of the zone, that's not too far away from the shooting range, ETN should be able to make their way in. Speaking of which, TODAK have joined right in, goes in for the wide wraparound. Oh my goodness, that's going to be a big swing back towards the south side, and look at that. Still in the midst of that river. It could still be 50-50 on the north or even south, but that's good going for R2 because there's even one member planted right in between.
This is rough. I mean, we've seen many of these circles yesterday, right? That body of waters right smack dab through those circles, and then teams taking a gamble whether or not they want to go northern or southern side. But in these situations, it's always been favoring the area which had more landmass, which has always been, right now is going to be the north. Don't know. I don't want to jinx it. Don't want to say anything. But TODAK this time around, I think for them, in terms of rotation, I think TODAK has done phenomenal in trying to figure out whether or not they want to take this place. They see people shooting at them. They do a good job of just, avoiding all the bullets coming through, avoiding the util, and just really focusing on what their objective is. It feels like they have a checklist of daily quests, and they're like, okay, daily quest 1, we're gonna try and get this location. Daily quest 2, we're gonna wrestle away this location for this team. Daily quest 3, do we need to fight this? Nah, it's optional. Okay, cross that out. Just cross over and find our way into the circle.
Yeah, going back to TODAK. Oh, a little bit of a barrage as they run right into Satar. BTR, they're not really prepared to actually pull up the barrels of the weapons just yet. Real does have a safe turn, although his coupe have almost been blown up. So great swerve as eArena have now been notified to be over onto the lower end. They do have a little bit of bunker for them to protect themselves. So this is where they will have those long haul trades up against that member of RRQ just right across the river. And this is just so tough. I mean, TODAK, they just really have to buy a little bit more time, use whatever space still left over on the north point. And speaking of which, there is a team very, very close by, so they got to prep themselves up for that.
Let's see here. So I think TODAK is just prepping themselves to become these gatekeepers as well, just to keep Talon out. Interestingly enough, I'm not a big fan of where they're holding. It's a small shack. The only thing they have for cover is their vehicles as well. Smokes abound. You have no clue where the positioning of where Talon members are is number 1. Number 2, they could be so far apart and spread apart as well that they can easily be crossfires. And on top of that as well, with ETN close as well as MEC, I predict that if say that TODAK does get sandwiched here, they're just going to get picked off one by one from so many different sides of the map.
Yeah, and Talon does have the high ground as well. So I guess with that split could still see them going for some form of exchanges, but definitely no advantages scenario for the side of TODAK because of how scarce of a defensive space that they are currently holding at. ETN, they're also being helped by the members of TODAK as they open fire. No, he's going to close right in, and he is going to subscribe to that up against Frantizi, the IGL. He's trying to call for backup as the rest of TODAK also arrives to see. No gets pinned out, but just quick enough to get right into the buggy. So that was a close call. ETN, they go in for the water swing, try to gatekeep the rest of these members of TODAK, but the pickoff have already happened. They're cutting some losses. TODAK still coming up ahead.
That is impressive. That call just to say, you know what, forget Talon, forget it. Let's go for one team right now. We see ETN close. They completely rush forward, collapse onto the team from so many different angles, and then they completely overwhelm as well. Now they have a lot of space to go for that reset because they were able to take that one side of that zone away from ETN. And now they can work on the next thing as well. You can rotate around. They can go a bit more aggressive toward the likes of Roy, or you could go northern side, or even potentially third party, the three-way fight happening from Talon, MEC, as well as VPE.
Yeah, this is just a tough location to play out, especially with the zone shift that is going into the Watertown as well as Rozak. So it is shifting towards the south where TODAK is just getting picked off by the rest of the members of Roy Esports, swinging over on the north, and it's just an immaculate angle available for the entirety of Roy to capitalize on their position, relying only on smokes. They're barely even recovering at this moment. They have to cut their losses right now. It's going to be Tom that will have to ditch it, and this is where it's just rough for the rest of TODAK because they did not move too quickly after settling the scores with the rest of ETN. And Mango, he's just gonna play it slow, looking for real, dropping that Molotov, and now down to 1 versus 1 between the two of these individuals where Mango, he's got the upper hand, barely enough space, and the blue zone will slowly ship his health bars. It's about time, and Roy Esports will crush TODAK on their dominating run back in their first day of action.
I have to say that for TODAK, that was a very bold move as well, trying to go aggressive and just quickly go forward. But at the same time, I don't blame them because Roy was the team to initiate that fight in the middle of TODAK trying to go for those resets. So good timing by Roy as well. I think they've been waiting at the side of the circle for quite a long time for that golden opportune moment to completely go for that overwhelm. Now, when we look at the other side of the team here, Ultra Ego opting to go for the southern side rotation instead of trying to fight CD Alliance in the middle of Rozak as well. But as they're rotating over here, you're seeing a lot of pressure come in, I think from the likes for either Glue, BTR, by Vitality, RQ even. So for them right now, it's a matter of playing by the side of the sides of that circle, not taking up a bit more space over in the open areas, and letting all the rest of the teams do what they gotta do before they slowly make their way into the circle. What the heck happened here?
Oh man, they took a deep dive in the waters, but they didn't see Mazzy was waiting on the other side of the bridge. And now at least one member survives from the side of ETN. So it is gonna be man to man, but it's gonna be HOMEBOIS to just kind of change the entire scenario because that third party, they don't even see the angle. Keem somehow does kept himself pretty much on a safe space, but he got to get that revive done. Just right across the bridge is where the shots are coming from, so they will be able to still pick up Manzi and has the coupe to pull out of this location. So right now, the coast is clear, but the rest of the other members of MEC, they might actually look to trade right back towards eArena because eArena have already lost majority of the zone. They are forced into the waters by Hookah by Crook because that's the only way in.
I think personally for me, eArena could play it safe, just try and wrestle away control of that bridge from the rest of MEC and then slowly make their way in. This is a very different tune played by eArena this game. It's a lot less aggressive, a lot later in terms of rotation as well. And I think for good reason. They didn't have a great run on that first game and they decided, okay, we have to play it safe right now. We only have a few more maps to go to make sure that we're going to be able to stay here safely inside of the top 16. Because right now, in terms of their positioning, 14th place isn't the most secure when it comes to being able to go to the Super Weekend.
Meanwhile, HOMEBOIS back at it again, this time showing pure aggression and even helped by Stakely and coming from Glue Squad, who's inside of Watertown as well. Federales to really hold out this shack as he's also being spotted out as those bombardments takes place as that suppresses the entirety of HOMEBOIS, left with only one.
That was a perfect nade, and Federalis has found the perfect answer, just cripple the entirety of Homeboys, and now they're stuck inside of the room, completely choked. You can't move, you can't go outside, you can't go inside. Shamil's just holding on for dear life right now. Adik boy bleeding to death, and the same to be said about Ayens, but this is a very aggressive push, very decisive as well, very ballsy. He gets away with it, but not for long.
Wow, explosive plays coming in from BTR. I thought the rest of Homeboys got them numbered up because they got a couple of knocks, even assisted by Glue Squad at the very same time. Glue, they're watching from afar. They know BTR has been weakened, but they are not willing to full commit because BTR overwhelmed the rest of Homeboys. Now, more and more of these teams are joining right in. So this is a rough call. The rest of Glue Squad will stay intact. See the Alliance once again, Sweeper Keeper from the east side opens up that space as they take over the entire course of Rosa. Vampire Esports having Mela to be able to sense the danger coming right through, and that might just be the rest of Vampire Esports to just hold out because it's only one member left for the side of Vampire Esports and CD Alliance. They now have a lot of that area of play once they will sweep into the zone. So a lot going on and plenty to process. eArena have been able to triumph against the rest of these battles over Nerf, so they will also slowly squeeze right through.
Just slowly taking their time right behind MEC. You can tell that they're not really fully forcing these fights either. Whatever empty space MEC leaves behind, they slowly just link their way inside of that circle as well here. Because MEC are just so preoccupied. They're looking across the map. They're looking at BTR, who's currently being pressured by Glue as well. So they're in prime position to steal away kills, get some extra points into their pocket. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure that Voke is so aware of where the rest of eArena is. You can see him rotating on toward the northern side of the circle, coming back as well to relay information to his team. And the best course of action for them is to play together. And Vampire Esports holding on to this compound for some time, but it's Mela. You have no clue how devastating it is to play against someone like him. He's managed to take out two members who are of the team who are trying to just take him out just in that one shack. His CQC play is phenomenal. It's scary and it's devastating.
Yeah, those preemptive nades as well as the preparation of what CD Alliance was trying to do to really flush his position. As much as he gets those knocks, those points were actually acquired by RRQ. So I guess Mela doesn't mind that because all he really needs to do is to squeeze into the top four right now. He still has the zone intact. Now, we will once again see the battle taking place between eArena versus MEC, both going on the reset, and C2 on the very far flank, not really participating. And finally, they find the final blow. Jimmy just 1-1 gets the job done.
Honestly, it was kind of disappointing to lose that 1v2 from CD Alliance. You lose two members because it felt like maybe they underestimated or just really underestimated what Mela can bring to the table when it comes to these CQC fights here. At the very least, they do manage to equalize for the time being. But despite everything, they only came up with 2 points. You have so much in terms of rotation and fights as well. But the amount of lead they have right now allows them to end the fight a little bit more early and also get away with not having as many frags as they used to get in these games.
Yeah, and that was still a really good notion coming in from both CD Alliance as well as Vampire Esports needing to do what they have to do in order to still stay afloat. So that's 4 points for the side of Vampire Esports. Still a very healthy run to really maintain that tempo into the top 16. Well, I would say this Watertown is looking like an Indonesian Watertown because you got Alter Ego, you got Glue, and also far end BTR. 3 of these Indonesian brothers will kind of need to share that space, and they're not exactly too happy with that. And it's kind of hard to move around. The moment you take one step, that water sound cue is going to give away your position, and this is where they don't really care anymore. They want to go in for that CQC.
And honestly, being that water also disrupts your movement, makes it a bit more slow, harder to swing, harder to rush forward as well. Reposition is going to be a pain in the butt. Stiklian, okay, takes a bit of chip damage. Alpha, he throws 2 nades in a row here just to put a bit more damage. And I can tell that Stiklian's getting a bit more annoyed. Gonna try and clear out the close angle here. But little does he know that throughout those cacophony, the rest of Alter Ego have met up together as well. Double shotguns chasing Stiklian for dear life. And somehow he's managed to slip away unchecked and unharmed. And for now, he's trying to go for these 1v1s, isolated fights as well, but one singular nade is enough to take him down and glue Esports. They're gonna get eliminated 4 eliminations, and I have to say, it's pretty decent.
Yeah, Alter Ego this time putting their game face on and just knew how to just swarm right together. And this is looking more likely on how this team have performed back in the past where they were winning championships. Now, the El Clasico, Alter Ego versus BTR. Old Kings, New Kings, and even more action happening right over onto the centerfold where Rosemary, he is going to be seeing whether if he can actually get any form of glimpse to identify the location of the Federalists, because he already knows where Satar is at from the angles of where he's lobbing those grenades from. Look at both sides of the position. They can still make a run into the zone, but this is so far away. So this battle has to happen. Only one Indonesian team will walk out alive from the south.
You know what? I love this. eArena has separated the team into having Joker hold on to that to one side of the terrain. He's all the way up north there. He's hiding away in the water. So if his team does run into another team, get caught out, Joker can just delay and be not caught out and just be buy some time. And now BTR, they're happy. It's time to go fishing, friends. As the players of MEC desperate to get into the circle. Some coming in from the bridge, some coming in from the water. But players like Voke tries to go a bit more aggressive and challenge. Satar less. You don't try and 1v1 this guy. Any kind of outcome, he's ready for it. And now here comes the Skirmish. Manzi has been phenomenal. Both players just really moving up, right, left, and center. But little does he know, 2 players rushing up forward in a 1v2 where double swings are happening. That is chemistry, and you do not want to be fighting that.
Yeah, MEC, they were forced into this pickle situation because they are trying to avoid the rest of eArena. But Alter Ego, they have sensed that BTR, they wanted blood, and this time they will go ahead to deliver it up against the rest of BTR. And now being held into the same position where MEC was at, with only Kim left standing in the way on the other side of the waters. This is going to be a tough hustle where it's going to be BTR losing members one after the other, and eArena still prevails. They're not partaking in this fight. BTR crumbled. They barely make it in the top 5, and the battle continues. Alva really taking charge for Alter Ego.
Hard to move, where to go as well, as eArena in a very, very dire and desperate situation here. At the very least, the consolation prize is that they know there is one more member from their team safe and sound for the northern side here. Now, one thing that could potentially happen here that could work out in either CD Alliance or eArena's favor. Alter Ego and RRQ immediately butting hits and fighting with each other, and the other two maybe taking away space. Nope, not happening, because Joker already knocked down here. Maybe CD Alliance here as well. Olio, I don't think people know, or anyone has known exactly where he is. The smokes are a good indicator, yeah, but at the same time, when you are pressuring those smokes, you are also giving away your hand on where your positions could potentially be against teams that are a little bit more better equipped to deal with you, like say Alter Ego.
Yeah, and talking about better equipped, RRQ, they got all the recipes for success in this round. They're having a perfect hold onto the compounds that is kind of hard for Alter Ego to have a direct bridge, even despite still having all 4 members. So what Alter Ego can do is take that north point by the waters, which does hold a majority of the zone. So maybe if the final zone actually pulls them to a certain surrounding, you can still make a little bit of a wide wrap to slowly wither down the members of RRQ. Now looking for an infiltration. Rosemary does actually seek them out. Tenfall's knocked out by that grenade, and Asa trying to hold on by the corner of the rooftop. So this is where Alter Ego finds an opening, and this can also open room for CV Alliance to be that third party, a torn in the flash for RRQ.
That was so slippery by Asa. Daring to poke up his head, gets chipped. His teammates rush forward, throws in the util, he's able to slip away. But RRQ, they've made a wormhole. They can rush forward there through the smokes, breaching the compound. The players of RRQ are falling like flies. This is how exactly you want to breach a compound and completely overtake RRQ. And they weren't able to shoot back at all. They're not done yet though. RRQ on the other hand, they try to fight back. One member left for RRQ here, but he's already taken down 2 members here all alone. Hans, he is the guy that you want to watch out for as well. But there is still hope, because 2 members of RQ, sorry, of Alter Ego still alive there. Han steals away another kill. Daybot and Alba decide to play together. A nice high-low formation already held by them as well. Off angles as well, but they have no clue how to play this. But isolated fights are good. But Daybot, his timing for the swing is really, really good. And somehow we are down here to a 1v1. Daybot could go for a reset if he wants to make it a little bit more hard. Give, skew the odds in his favor here. But Olio tries to deny. The Molotov comes out. It actually chips away at Daybot's life! And somehow, CD Alliance wins it away, steals it away. The game changer for this game. What the heck was that ending?
A dramatic end, and it's 2 in a row for CELCOMDIGI Alliance in the most unlikely scenario. We thought that this is a battle for Indonesia to claim, and RQ, how did they lose that compound? They should have just focused on Alter Ego by the corner shore, but they were kind of distracted initially because there's plenty of smokes being popped by Olio, so they thought there's going to be more coming from the south side, and that kind of allowed that breach happen when the rest of Alter Ego, they didn't care. They just want to full send it, and just like that, we see the biggest turn of tides and a big clutch once again for CELCOMDIGI Alliance from Malaysia.
Oh my god, because what the heck is that take here? Look at how Alter Ego just convincingly rushes up toward them. That smoke they set up there gives no information at all for RQ to really figure out where exactly they're coming from. Even if they wanted to put in that pressure through those smokes, they have no clue from which angle they're coming from as well, which gave them a lot of question marks. And as soon as they were overwhelmed, the 1v2 situation as well as one knockdown player also gives an idea to Olio to say, now's the time for me to go aggressive. Now's the time for me to deny them that situation where that this allows me to play in a 1v1 isolated kind of fight. And he didn't even have to go for some isolated fights. It was all down to those utilities.
Yeah, and this may be the lowest point scored for a chicken dinner by far, but it does not matter. That was still pretty clutch. The timing on the Molotov, of all angles, he threw it in the right one. So that big moment for Olio out there is definitely a cause for celebration. So that being said, I mean, when we go into the nitty-gritty of things, we saw Hans now stepping into RRQ. He was an ex-member of Alter Ego, and he was really fighting tooth and nail, drawing it to a close where I thought that Alter Ego, after that opening knock with the grenade, could have actually settled pretty nicely, but it was some tough angles for them to actually check out. So CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they get to celebrate another one. Let's look at it again with the highlights.
top 4 teams here right now. CD Lions, RRQ, BTR. Honestly, the top 3 Ultra Ego, CD Lions, and RRQ were the ones I was watching out for quite some time. Mostly because it could have been anyone's game. But skewed more to RRQ here. They were the ones with the compound, with the, I would say, the advantage here. But somehow fumbled it because they were not expecting Ultra Ego to full send it in terms of aggression. And the aggression shows 2.3k damage is no small feat. But meanwhile, for CD Alliance, showing a different tune. Only 637 damage, understanding the predicament they're in and only going for placements this time around shows that they are very versatile on how exactly they approach these maps.
They definitely seem to be super elusive on the final one and really putting a dent on any hopes of Alter Ego from securing that by the end, because they've done the most. Alter Ego were the Indonesian slayers. You saw all those fights taking place for the Water Town. They took on Glue, they took on BTR, MEC alongside, and then that win against RRQ was just something that was kind of out of the playbook for many of the teams, but they kind of make it happen in great succession, and Olio kind of snuck right in, tosses the perfect Molotov into the corner of that compound to secure it. Despite this not being the craziest of number coming in from the side of Olio, his game sense was absolutely phenomenal. So great on him, surviving the to its tail end of the run and seizing the perfect opportunity in this match.
So exciting to see how exactly he navigated this. I mean, to be fair, they had lost quite a number of their players early here. And, I was kind of hoping to see both, Olio as well as Joker kind of survive a bit longer. I think position-wise, it just didn't really, help that that Joker was kind of out there in the open and closer toward a more aggressive team such as Ultra Ego. Regardless, I think, what's done is done. And most importantly, the survivability is there to be able to make it onto that top 4 as well. But for CD Alliance, this is one of the most insane, phenomenal clutches I've seen this season.
Yeah, almost unbelievable until we see it with our very own eyes. Despite this not being the craziest of chicken dinners in terms of points, but the ending was just satisfying. Alter Ego still rakes up the most points because of their aggression, and this is by far their best performance throughout this first week of action. So hopefully more to come from Alter Ego. With 19 points, I think they should be in the top 16 already, while RQ adds another 13 to the tally. I think most of these teams have been able to secure some healthy numbers, but we're also seeing a little bit of slump coming from the side of Talon, where we saw them being choked up from that north point. Still no good news for the side of SK. Exosphere only walking away with one. Homeboys once again struggling in their Erangel matchup. So more work for those who on the bottom of the barrel, but things are looking even better for the big orgs that's been here in the PMSL for a long time.
Okay, now coming into the next match, I think Erangel one more time. I have to say that circle wasn't the easiest of circles to navigate either. A lot of teams had to really figure out whether they wanted to go to the northern side of the body of water or a southern side as well. That pull, especially that last minute pull, made it so hard for many of the for teams to rotate as well. So I would say that it was it comes down to intuition. It comes down a lot to decision making as well. And because there are just so many teams rushing forward here, it's hard to really figure out how exactly you want to win this. Even teams like RRQ, who had prime position early, weren't able to to survive till the end. Regardless, the first team to hit that 3 triple-digit mark is going to be CD Lions here, 102. I think for one thing's for sure for CD Lions is that from last season all the way till now, consistency is definitely there. They have a problem with just securing those loose ends, and I think this was a sentiment also echoed by Adiklook himself, in the interview for day 1 as well. So really hoping that this season might be where this was all changes. But not a top 16 here. RRQ and BTR are stagnating. VPE dropping down. Ultra Ego are rising up. You can see a lot of shifts happening here. While there are stagnates, there are also changes toward the lower rungs as well. Now, at the very least for 16th place, 43 points is the point to beat. I would love to see that third page if we can, maybe very, very soon, because personally for me, I want to see who's the closest and who exactly needs to scramble.
Yeah, I believe Alter Ego have knocked a lot of teams down into the 17th position as well. So BTR, at least in that respective round, they've been able to formulate some elimination points in order to still keep themselves afloat. And it's, in fact, eArena, out of all these meta teams, Blue Squad unsafe as well, but there are still certain chances that they could still find themselves battling up against the Indonesians who are currently above them right now. Roy Esports today haven't really shown up. Back in their first day of action, they have definitely done a significant number, but they need to start getting that momentum going. So the rest of the field, a little bit more concerning, but still, if they can get around just like how Alter Ego did, and whether or not they secure that chicken dinner, they should be able to still fight for some place. But 43 points, that's currently the benchmark right now. BTR and eArena are tied.
Honestly, if you think about it, 24 points is the bottom, the minimum right now for most of these teams currently underneath at the bottom rung. To be able to catch up is 43. I wouldn't say it's impossible, especially with 4 maps as well. If granted, if you get maybe over 10 points around as well, you should be able to stay pretty competitive, trying to go into that top, that top 16th place as well. But also to remember as well, because there are so many of these teams that are showing a lot of aggression, like teams like Alter Ego are finally waking up right now. That is the cause of concern for these teams as well. How exactly you're going to navigate this? I think surviving would be good. Maybe getting that chicken dinner. You don't need to get a lot of eliminations either. Granted, it's 4 maps entirely. You get 10 per chicken dinner, and also those stragglers, maybe 3 to 5 points toward the last few circles. You might be able to make it in the end as well. It could be anyone's game. Right now, personally, for me, the only team that's not, or maybe 2 rather, that's not really going to make it right now might be just SK alongside New Era.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough pill to swallow, where New Era, they have got no games to play out, so they just got to look forward to the next weekend, while the ones who are on board right now, HOMEBOIS in particular, they really have to step up. 2 maps of Erangel to go, and we saw what really went on. A lot of these teams that were playing over on the southern region didn't really get so much of that reprieve, because the trend at this moment in Erangel is that majority of all these games were ending up north, and they gotta be a little bit quicker to step right into the zone to at least have a fighting chance up against the rest of the pack before even thinking about what happens in Miramar. So, ooh, tough one, Tash. I mean, possibilities are endless, and it's just sad to even see any of these teams really go out without a fight.
Yeah. CD Lions starting off hot, and they are historically a team that rises with momentum. I think very similar to what we expect to see from teams like Alter Ego, BTR by Vitality, Boom Esports and even VPE. Right now, VPE, I thought they started really pretty strong, but honestly, coming into Erangel, I think the shift in the map and as well as the tempo, because it was a hard circle shift, made it really hard for them to really keep up with the rest. Now, as we go into the next 2 Erangels, it's still a very El Clasico map. You want to try and really catch up, because I think from track record, when we look at Vampire Esports, they thrive on Erangel. Personally, for me, even more than Miramar as well. So, if you are really this well versed on this map, you want to try and play catch up on this one. Play a little bit more aggressive. Play your usual style play, because personally, for me, that cohesion I said before between one player and the rest is just not quite there yet. You need to be able to rally together and play as a team.
Yeah, and looking back into that last round, how Vampire Esports played it, they were actually circling around that Rosal area. They kind of made an advancement into the zone and start to realize, actually, realistically, was there any compound that we could take? And then they were just bunched up into that shack where only Mela have survived. Sure, some damage has been done towards the CD Alliance squad, but it wasn't exactly enough. Of course, now we got to go in for another grand reset, because we're moving into another round. So let's take a quick look at what we could expect out of the teams out there. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I think this is kind of no-brainer, right? They're on the streak. eArena showed some sign of hope, and same goes to BTR with some firepower intact. So that's what my picks are moving into this round.
RQ looked really good on the first Erangel. I think for me personally, I think I pretty much had the same sentiment about them last season as well, because we didn't really see them go super aggressive until the last few circles. They are a very, very passive team, especially when they already have their prime positions. So it's easy for a lot of teams to guess on how exactly they're approaching the game. It's all about being passive, not making too much noise, and not taking fights unless it's completely necessary to. But maybe for me personally, I mean, RQ is a team with high firepower. Would love to see more of the display on that, but for me personally, I'm just a caster. I just like chaos.
Yeah, we absolutely love the crazy chaos, and last round we were offered with plenty of that. And I was just having my eyes wide out open because Hans for You is now playing with RRQ, going up against his former teammates of Alter Ego. It definitely feels rough when you were kind of taking it out in such a close manner. He almost got it in the back as well. So RQ, if they were a little bit more activated to be proactive on those fights, who knows, it could have really been them. But Alter Ego, now they've kind of found that rhythm on how to really play aggressive again. They are definitely setting the tone of how they really want to run the course of Erangel, as we are seeing sheer focus. Today, there's a couple of smiles as well as laughter, but most of these players, they are really showing us a very serious tone on stage.
Aw, I saw a froggy headband. That's so cute. You know what? The cutest player has the most firepower. Increases the FPS for your Hova smartphone, honestly.
Yeah, I guess I gotta get one just to win some games as well. So speaking of which, we are going to be moving into our upcoming matchup. MEC last round, I think that they were kind of squeezed into an unfavorable position because of the pressure coming from eArena or so. But I think that they're looking good in the mix of rotation. So I want to see if they could once again pull off another top 5 or so, because when we have all these teams in their desperate scramble, we're already seeing the rise of all these feistiness coming out of the Ninja squads, and now we will have to see who else will stop the streak of CELCOMDIGI Lions on their double win.
Saverni all the way to Novorep Noye. That is the trajectory we're looking at right now. So those going toward the southwestern side, like Corey, Ferry Pier, have a bit of a hard time.
It's a little bit of a scramble for perhaps some vehicles in the early game is to be expected. Not too different from what we saw in the past matchup, if anything at all. Maybe just a little bit of stretch for Glue Squad if they want to once again drop into the military base. So we'll expect pretty much the similar kind of flight, but I think that for ETN, they might kind of reconsider their drop spot this time. So instead of going into the military base, they are now going back into their comfort zone of moving into the corners of North George, which has worked out plentiful of times for the respective squad that I've mentioned. A lot of all the teams are definitely looking for that center zone, and of course, Glue Squad, that's one team out of the many Indonesians in the list that kind of been caught in the mix. As much as they secured a decent position onto the late game, they did manage to convert because there was Alter Ego and BTR onto them. So let's see how will they adjust.
Trying to see in terms of drop spots there where it's gonna be. Oh, love actually. I like this. I mean, during PMCL week 1, we saw Lipovka and Milta Power circles. I mean, granted that the styles of play from PMCL as well as, you know, PMSL is completely different. I would love to see how these teams on this stage kind of adapt and approach this map.
Yeah, and looking at how Alter Ego has that scatter drop around prison as well as shelter, they actually have a great control. Speaking of Blue Squad, they're already on the hunt up against Vikings, and both sides seem to have a little bit of a run in, but it's going to be Noel that have booked himself a weapon, and they will continue to hunt out if they could, but I believe the rest of the pack of Blue Squad, they haven't fully looted just yet.
You know what? If speed is the name of the game, go for it, I guess. That is aggressive, that is quick. And honestly, Noel taking that first contact play, it happened on map 2. It happened again on this map as well. You can already always rely on this guy to bring the aggression to the table and get very, very sharp style plays as well. And I think for MVKE, for them personally, losing one player this early as well and not being able to go, I think they personally wanted to go to a different area and then get that buggy. Because they had lost that fight, they're going to have to rethink about how they want to approach their rotations.
Yeah, and either if they were to stall it and look for a couple of different areas to secure those wheels, they absolutely will have to make sure that they do it rather safely. MVKE losing that one out without even getting all too much done, so it is definitely a little bit worrisome. Now we're looking at substitutions coming from TODAK. Tom is going to be brought right in as they do sub out Kim over onto this match. So, well, actually, Kim is on the other squad. Sorry, kind of got it all mixed up. But I think that this is definitely good because it does allow the rest of TODAK to have a little bit more amp on that firepower rather than just fully focusing on strategy. TODAK last game, they were starting over on North Point. They kind of got bunched up into ETN as well as another squad over on North and eventually got choked out. So hopefully more adjustments to be made. So looking at this circle, you did mention, we've seen this kind of circle back and past a whole lot, but this is one of the first few times that we see this skewer all the way to the southeast. Do you think that the ones who already planted inside, such as RQ as well as AE, would have actually been rewarded massively because of that?
Depends on how exactly it's going to be going, whether the circle goes up north, south, or, there is still a possibility of getting that shelter circle as well here. But if anything, I'm more curious about how the fights are going to be happening toward the western side of the circle here. And we're starting to see a beeline. CD Alliance, one of those teams who like to go early into the middle side of the circle here. I wouldn't be surprised if TODAK just, parks themselves over toward either shelter or even a bit more deeper into the outsides of prison as well. And these late rotators here as well. I mean, surprisingly, I'm not surprised looking at teams like, say, eArena or even ETN. They're the prime suspects for these later rotations. eArena, they can actually hold their own. They can win these team fights as well, so I'm not really too concerned for them. Teams like HOMEBOIS, like ETN, who tend to get clipped in the middle side of trying to get into the circle is my concern here. From day number 1 till today, have there been changes in how exactly you want to approach these edge circle fights? Because it's very, very risky, especially if blue zone is pushing toward you, which means it's going to be a lot of panic, a lot of pressure, and so many teams keeping you out of the angle. What are you going to do? What's your contingency plan? Because for me personally, looking at these teams, it feels like the same story over and over again.
Yeah, I think like in this scenario, when the circle is so skewered towards the southeast, playing center is definitely a lot better, where as much as you're soaking the pressure of attacks coming from multiple angles, you're not being pinched, but with a time crunch when the blue zone kicks in, right? So eArena, I hope that they're not taking too long, because if they were to cut around those prime locations of the shelter grounds over onto the hillside, there's definitely a lot of fights that will be taking place there. So if they time it right, perhaps they do find a couple of catches, but they could also be very easily gated off. So that's kind of my concern, not only for that team, but ETN as well as HOMEBOIS, who are about to do exactly the same. Whereas MEC, they're going to be wrapping from the North Point, which I think that they would be able to secure areas like Yasnaya or even Mansion to be some couple of checkpoints before they move in deeper into the field. BTR, I think like last round have convinced me that they are really getting back on track already because of how they've been able to settle the fights, isolate certain targets well enough. Just got to do it a little bit cleaner. Even back in Sanhok, they were having some massive points being gained. So today looking rather good, but that still puts them into a tough position because they are currently holding that borderline together alongside with eArena.
A lot of teams are already trying to pull their way all the way to the very, very end of the circle. Milta Power packed, Lipovka packed, no one opting to stay over Novorepnoye, which means that for the teams that are rotating a bit later, interesting enough, we'll have quite open areas to work with. There's a lot of space still that they can go for as well. With Vampire Esports, hovering on the very, very north side area, they can potentially play on the sides of the circle, play with the terrains over at the very, very edges of the mainland as well, that give themselves cover and slowly make their way into Lipovka, because the only team inside Lipovka that has full control of the area is TALON. And I would say between these two teams, in terms of firepower, I think VPE and TALON are very, very much firepower matched.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I mean, looking at how well Axel and the rest of TALON has been performing in, let's say, CQCs, they usually are excellent on that. And Vampire Esports, I think like back in the days, they were the scariest. Now with everyone really matching up to the tempo, I felt like that kind of takes a little bit of shine away from them, but you could still not underestimate the the most winningest team coming in from Thailand. Speaking of which, over onto the north point, just by the edges, TODAK is trying to zone away some of all these moving targets as Vampire Esports are now crashing towards the side of VOIN Esports. Immediately, Tony K got clipped.
What to do right now is Roy kind of go fall down as well. Vampire Esports, they're putting up a hell of a fight right now. Slowly being able to take these players one by one somehow from a different trajectory. You have a member from Talon stealing away Tony K, one of the biggest impact makers for the team, and now changes the playbook on how exactly Vampire Esports is going to approach this game as well. Nuzi tries to fire back, takes a bit more space, but at the same time, they're out here in the open. They have a bit of cover, yeah, but they're getting sandwiched. You have Toda around them as well. You have MEC, Talon, even Alter Ego is slowly making their way up. They're in a very, very dire position, in a position that no one wants to be in. So what's the answer to how they're going to survive here? Is to make a compound, or rather a hold full of vehicles to just really stop the trajectory of bullets from more open side areas.
Yeah, and they can't afford to blow up their vehicles just yet to create more of that cover, because there's a potential that they need to still rotate out of that. So playing on the low ground, at least what they are trying to do is just to hold still for the moment while the rest of the teams are rushing up the hillside. TODAK now spots the rest of eArena, aims onto NC2, but they are way too fast to be able to swerve further deeper into the corners of Lipovka. So TODAK, at least they're playing the mid grounds just fine, just holding through this shelter area and still having the compounds for them to at least draw back into. So they're just going to be able to call it a truce for the moment, while eArena, they're in a power position because this is the area where they could slowly hold out teams like Vampire Esports and maybe later on up against Talon.
A lot of teams are starting to really find out where they want to hold here. Prison is looking boppin'. Everyone has a small little compound to their name, but no one fully committing to fights quite yet. And I'm honestly surprised, because eArena are just one of those teams that are super aggressive. And because they have compounds to hold, I'm surprised that they're not gonna try and just chase away people out. No, actually they did, because the rest of Exosphere has left Prison as well, and TODAK just hovering on the outer ends here. If anything, eArena, they're the biggest winners right now. Position-wise, looks good, so long as no one breaks into their area.
Yeah, it's just an absolute fortress looking at how they've been able to just have the top end of the prison grounds. The rest of Exosphere, though, scattered right across. I think that they're just hoping to see if certain teams will be overwhelmed if they were trying to be desperately casting a little bit of break over onto those shacks, but seems like the rest of the party, they're not going to be making such a maneuver just yet, because there's still more space for them to sift right through. Now, MVKE joins in from the late southern terrains. Now, what sort of space can they actually find? Because they either have to go up against BT or MEC. I believe that was MEC over the south side as well. So it is going to be a daunting task for the rest of Vikings Esports to eventually breach right over on the south. So we'll have to see what kind of play they will be making, while the rest of ETN is just hovering all around. They have a lot of room over onto the north.
Look at how many teams are on the southern side here. MEC has just really spread their wings so thin over toward Mansion, and I think since a lot of teams are rotating over, the call is to come back and play together instead of being separated, instead of being in positions where you get clipped and not being able to be picked up by your teammates here. I think it's a great call if you ask me here. Now, when you look at the rest of the teams, the late rotators, I think it's good because there's a lot of empty spaces that's been left behind by many of these teams. CD Alliance, I think they have a tiny little town they're able to hold on to on the southern side there. They have a terrain as well to work with just outside of the area eArena is holding. If anything, Homeboys and SK should have a full-on fight very, very soon on the outer skirts of Shelter.
Yeah, they're just driving in between members of SK as well as TODAK, so this is going to be a very close call. And speaking of which, caught in that crossfire, Doki wastes no time and gets the drop with the Scorel. Perfect shot to the dome. Just like that, they will be able to secure it, not being stashed away by the rest of the members of TODAK. So that is absolutely clean, but Homeboys are currently held back.
Cannot get into the circle. I mean, with one member knocked down already, barely enough terrain, and even a low ground disadvantage. What are you gonna do? You have smokes to kind of hide you away, but smokes will dissipate. How much utility do you have to work with here? And this terrain is making it so easy for the members of SK just lob down utility. And in fact, Shin is starting to get mad MC. He's gonna try and rush up forward. And I think Limboy is very aware it's happening. Throws that nade, perfectly clipped, but not enough to take him down. The same could be said from both players here. I think, if anything, Shin is gonna try and pop his head, go aggressive, get that pick off, and then move back. And the other members of Homeboys are just waiting for that to happen, but the nade clips him first. Boy as well as Ian not in a position to really follow up. They're dwindling down in numbers and positions as well, which gives the members of SK all the space in the world to take over the southern side. And the other two members of Homeboys, well, sayonara, we're not going to try and reconvene. We're just going to try and find a different space to hold on to now that everyone is so distracted with looting.
Yeah, just love that proactive measure coming in from SK to really push over onto that space so that it just zones out Homeboys completely, forcing them to move towards the direction of TODAK. So from the pan to the fire, and it's barely surviving. Tom also getting shot at, but that is from another squad. So they will have to kind of find a little bit more of that safety net before they recommit up against Homeboys. So for now, stuck inside of prison, but at least this is going to be within that zone. So they will have to just hold on for dear life. And I wonder how much resources is there left in the tank for these two members, because they've already cut their losses. They had to concede up against those members of SK. So they'll just have to play for biding time while the rest of the field will look at how this one shifts. Who does it favor? I guess it's still going to be on the centerfold, so they could stay in there for as long as they want.
Nice sprays coming in from Adit. Look, very adept and aware of the members of RRQ here and where exactly they're going to be. This is a good fight, honestly, especially when you know that CD Alliance individually are very, very talented. You can put in a lot of pressure, go for a 1-2, even 1-1-2 formation here on the outer skirts of this area as well. Potentially could just really push RQ in a more desperate situation as the blue zone shifts, really take the momentum into their hands to go a bit more aggressive as well. But this is a good choke coming in two different angles as well. Crossfires abound from both CD Alliance players. So now for RQ, because they are placed on the opposite ends of this road, they are also in a position to create a trap of their own, excuse me.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a little bit of a tough time for those who are on the lower ground going up against CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Despite CD Alliance not really having the areas of the zone just yet, they could just walk right through. But they got to do it with caution because plenty of all these guns are pointed right back at them. Or RQ just finding defenses through the containers, but that buggy is not going to be of any use because of the tires being popped already by Leon's. He'll be able to retrieve his Dacia after adding enough pressure over onto Asa. And looking at the other vehicle, the coupe is already on fire. So what is going to be realistic? I guess he could still take a chance, but man, this is just so tough for this member of RRQ. So he needs a pickup from his teammates.
A lot of fights happening as well. Many teams trying to break into each other's defenses. If anything, Vampire Esports in the most prime position, right smack dab in the middle circle. Neighbors with BTR for the time being, and both teams on a gentleman's agreement to just leave each other alone here. But Shelter side is going to be mad fun. Homeboys managing to find a compound to play with. SK and TODAK just side by side. eArena getting a bit more aggressive as well on the outer ends here. I think for eArena right now it's looking good. They have a lot of terrain to work with as well on the outer side. Could potentially clip members of other teams as they're rotating into the circle.
Yeah, ETN now tries to move right over onto the north point. They've already wiggled over onto the edge for long enough and now catches some members out of Glue Squad stranded by the corners of the tree while they are having a full-on course fight with them running it down and escape to the end. That does open up this opportunity and slowly single out all the targets out of ETN, and they just falter to ground without much of a fight. Earth QQ does drop the grenade and he turns it around.
What on earth is happening? ETN somehow survives that skirmish. Earth QQ did not get detected through all of those smokes. who's fighting who, honestly, at this point. Because it feels like all these teams are just trying to find the right opportunity to third party. It was golden opportunity for these teams as well. And now for Alter Ego, MVKE is going to be their first victim. They already clipped very early in terms of numbers and firepower as well. But we've seen them really reconvene and play as a team with another member knocked down. No clue where the other two are. I think for MVKE, the next best course of action is to make some space away from Alter Ego because you know how overwhelming they can be.
Yeah, they definitely will just take a whole lot of that. And looking at the rest of the pack, MVK does secure themselves a compound while the rest of them battling for the space by the edge of it all. Alter Ego now being bombarded by the rest of Talon Esports. They're trying to sift something right through the smokes. Alter Ego does have those vehicles, so they can still kind of turn the other way around. But even if they go further into the prison grounds, there's still squads left up there. You definitely don't want to deal with the rest of CD Alliance. Now, take a look at the rest of Alter Ego. They're going to full set it. And yes, indeed, they're going towards CELCOMDIGI Alliance. So this is going to be a tough one, but they single out Leon's quickly gets the job done. Leo as well as Adik on wheels, not quite prepared to take them on. It's just going to be a three-man up against one, and Adik is currently stuck, but he does have some of the angles to work with, barely enough health, and quickly they just swing right through to pin out two members in a row out of CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Honestly, Alter Ego moving as a unit together is terrifying. It's like a horde just running at you and you cannot hold on. And they take full advantage of teams who are playing a more 2-1-1 formation or 1-1-1 formation. It's really rough when you are not in prime position to cross off each other as well, because the double swings are going to be nasty. It's hard to really pinpoint who exactly you want to go for as well. To play against a team of this speed is hard. It's like hurtling. It's like a meteorite hurtling at you at full speed.
And it's just like how the dinosaurs got extinct in that sense. So Alter Ego, they really breached right through, but they didn't actually see that Superman was pretty close by, just wrangling around like a snake. And just like that, this is going to be a golden opportunity. He's dishing out so much of the damage. Krypton down and out. Two members scrambling to fight for that space up top, and they got shut down, deleted. It is Olio with a little bit of payback to what they've done to his teammates.
Honestly, Olio is just providing so much value in these last minute clutches and even value to the team as well, as BTR completely overwhelming MEC and TODAK at the same time. And Frenzy, understanding his predicament, leaves Tom to his lonesome, moves back to play with the rest of his teammates. Tom has a bug in hand, thankfully makes a lot of space for himself and somehow just managing to slide away unharmed by the rest of BTR. BTR not gonna try and follow for the time being. They have no clue or information where the other members of TODAK are, and in fact, no clue if other teams are around watching them. If they do decide to go full send here, that's exactly what happened to Alter Ego just now in the middle of that scuffle.
Yeah, and take a look at this. Vampire Esports is still in the same bunker that they've created from minute one. Now, Exosphere tags along, drops some grenades, not able to actually flush the position out of the Vampire members. So the ties are going up against each other. Exosphere kind of need to secure some space. So if they don't take them on, the rest of the other players coming from the side of what I do believe is BTR is going to swing towards them, despite it's only being 3 members out there. TODAK is currently eyeing onto BTR. The zone still being held by Vampire Esports up north. Talon taking charge over the south. And Homeboys, they bought enough time. It's time to get out of that prison ground. ETN's going to be locked in with them. So this is a battle taking place over the south that is going to be absolutely crowded, as well as the north.
Tom is alone southern side. 3 members of TODAK northern side. This is great. It allows for them to take up a little bit more space. Tom could potentially be the last one standing, maybe, provide cover fire or even a chance to backstab if the team decides to go a bit more aggressive. No, I think they're calling back for Tom to go a little bit more aggressive here as the SK. This is a different kind of aggression. I'm looking at them today here. They are hungry. They want to catch up. That 16th place spot, they're going to try gunning for it. And they are looking real good right now because one of the members already knocked out. It's going to be Talon. And that's already huge because it opens up so much of this high ground terrain on the southern side of the map for them to hold.
That was explosive coming out of SK. Now they have 22 points. If they get the signature, they can close whatever gap necessary, currently being at the bottom of the barrel, while Vampire Esports are getting pressurized by the rest of Exosphere. So many grenades tossed, but none really landing on mark four members of Exosphere now gotta make a call whether if they want to swerve all the way back into the center or even the south side. They will put themselves in danger while Vampire Esports is just unshaken, but they're trying to open up that angle alternatively and once again lock in up against Vampires as they are now trading blows. Lobby is gonna be the first contact. He's pulling all the way back and look who's behind. There is BTR joining right in.
Oh my god. What the heck are these things happening right now? Vampire Esports is full sending nades over to Exosphere. The same could be said because Mula is just doing his best to take over these kills, get aggressive, take up space. He's stolen away one kill, but now the rest of BTR are joining in as well. No one is safe right now because BTR decided to join in third party, stealing away kills one by one. Exosphere, they have to rally back. They're trying to go for that reset. Gonna try and prone down and make sure they can survive. Keep their head down. Get the reset in and survive as a two. Graphy saying, okay, you know what? I don't think this is possible. How am I supposed to help you? If the car explodes, we're both gonna go down here. But since Toda is here, he thought it could be his prime situation to get away with it. But Graphy, how are you alive? You're barely even breathing.
I swear that was a direct hit, and somehow he still has 1 HP to survive the ordeal. Here comes another one. Molotov barely connecting, and the rest of BTR knows that there should be at least one more player that they have not cleared out. They're not taking any chances. They're going to flood right through, sending Snape to really check the grounds, and perhaps they think that, okay, coast may be clear already. We're not really hitting the mark, and it's not going to be all too much of a problem until they actually hear any form of movements. So Exosphere absolutely lucky to stay afloat, but up till now, Exosphere hasn't gotten any points because those back and forth fights, that capitalization of points when they were fighting up against Vampire Esports was taken away by BTR themselves.
Wow, Toda's positioning is great. Two sides of the terrain held Frenzy on one end as the other two holding out to the northern side here in case the circle of heart shifts as well, which is huge. But for me personally, where Frenzy is kind of the scary part because he is separated by a train from Real, from Naim. If SK does get wind of him, it's gone. He's done. There's no one coming in to trade him out.
Yeah, it is so difficult. I mean, SK now already met with the barrel coming out of Roy Esports. Well, actually, two members still intact from the side of Roy. They have been rather silent for most part of the game, not falling prey into some of all these shenanigans by the rest of the squad that was playing around the prison grounds as well as the high heels. TODAK, like you said, this is going to be the prime location where they can take charge of both the fights between BTR and whoever else over onto the corners of the prison ground, where Doki still holding on strong. 9 points of elimination gathered by the rest of SK. This has to be the best one from the squad that's hailing from the region of Vietnam. And speaking of which, they have to go up against their brothers coming in. Roy drops that big nade. UK with a drop over onto Doki. Might actually see some chances of them trying to at least suppress some fire and at the very same time turn the attention to TODAK against SK.
But Toda, they're not reacting. They're not taking the bait at all. They are not moving whatsoever. Okay, now they are trying to take a bit more space here to get a little bit more aggressive. Could potentially try and get some information how many players are playing to this northern side here. It is still quite a wide open area. So while BTR has already been exposed, only one member of Toda is known in terms of his location. It's going to be Tom. And for him, he's on a vehicle. He's fairly safe. He could move back and forth if he wants to as well. But the fights over the southern end is not stopping because this is a different iteration of SK we're seeing here. A very aggressive one where they're making it here all the way to the top 4. They're very healthy with 4 members and with the help of a train as well, being able to take over or just really cripple down the numbers of BTR. Snape is already been knocked and Tom steals away that kill, and that is frustrating for this team as Toda as well will also find one knockdown.
Yeah, both of these teams are tag teaming up against BTR to hold them outside of the zone. They're barely hanging on as they're just hiding right behind the trees as well as some creases. So once they settle scores with BTR, you will expect TODAK to once again refocus onto SK. Frantizi's already on the job as he's dropping a couple of all these nades towards Silence. Farrell is now sneaked out by Tab. Great tags, and he's hoping to actually secure it, but Pinless stealing that point away. Great work as they hit the mark. A perfect tenor for the side of SK. This is going to give them so much hope to climb back onto the top 16.
slowly but surely here, SK trying to surgically make sure that the angles are all covered here. Throws that nade is perfect. Doki, another point in the bag. Roy eliminated. That is one of the problems taken out of the way here. They did notice where the members of TODAK are, and he's trying to make it hurt from above. The angle is great for them, but TODAK hugging the side of this terrain is not giving them a clear open area to work with. At the same time, TODAK is moving in tandem with the nades they're throwing to slowly make their way up these hills, and SK forced to move back and just surrender away the space to make sure that they don't get overwhelmed here. But Doki, he's unmoving. They don't know that Silences is close. They don't know that Shin is close as well. But the blue zone is so unforgiving. They're stuck here. The blue zone is going to chunk their HP down. But desperation also comes to the price. What do you do when an animal is cornered?
Yeah, and there's just only space on that open ground on the south side, and that is gonna be susceptible for SK to just open fire towards the rest of TODAK. So they're slowly getting choked out. It's all about the right timing right now. Both sides slowly depleting on those resources. There's still a nade over on the hands of Real. Doki also training back with another bang of his own. Satar, only member surviving for the side of BTR. Who knows? This could be a big turnaround, just like how CELCOMDIGI Alliance have done in the past. So they're waiting for these two teams to erupt, and once they overheat, that could be a really good chance for Satar, because there's just a lot of all that wiggle space. Satar even got enough time to just slowly slither away through the grasses and tries to look for some angles from the center. And now this is going to be catch. Shin full sends it, and he gets two in a row for SK. Looking for the final member from the side of TODAK, and he's going to close it all out against the IGL, who have just arrived to the Blingson organization, and this is just going to be it. And Shin, he gets knocked down instead, but not quite enough. And this is where Satar goes in. Last stand, 1 versus 3. This will be it. SK secures their very first chicken dinner ever in the PMSL.
Emotions are running high, and understandably so for these teams. And I have to say, for this particular team, when you get knocked out, you try again and again and again. A different kind of aggression. And again, I thought that they were very, very rough on day number 1. They were struggling to make it even into top 16, and suddenly coming around with not only a high amount of eliminations, but also great placement points, a chicken dinner as well, to steal away the placement from, TODAK. You can tell that TODAK not really too happy with how it ended, and understandably so. That high ground terrain that SK had forcibly took away from them gave them so much dividends. TODAK thinking that they could really stick SK in the blue zone, it turned out wrong, because in this most desperate of times, SK still kept their head calm and cool, held so many different angles, and was managing to choke them till the end. This is incredible looking at this, because Doki with 6, Shin with 6, these two players have been moving around in tandem. They were so great with their aggression style play, and moving together with utility to be able to take up space and deny other teams to get close to them as well. Phenomenal play from them as well, and even being cautious enough to know where exactly Satarless was held.
Yeah, and I think the biggest difference is whoever calls the firm shot, make the firm calls in order to push forward, because even TODAK kind of had certain chances because they did connect a couple of grenades, and that should have been a flood being sent over onto the northern side in order for them to kind of breach right through the defense of the SK. But SK kind of relied back onto the terrain advantage that they do have from the high ground. So TODAK were kind of hesitant because they don't really have the right angles to really fully connect it up against these guys. So SK played it to perfection. And look at how many teams they have to go through from the south side. It was definitely not an easy task at all. And this was such a rewarding win to relieve them of the pressure. Still more work to be done, but now they're moving closer and closer to the super weekend stages.
I am curious to see where exactly they are standing right now when it comes to the overall rankings, because they were one of the 2 bottom teams when it comes to the overall rankings here. This could potentially really
SK, they found themselves a lifeline by securing themselves a chicken dinner with a huge stash of points in this round, overtaking those players of BTR as well as TODAK in the final ordeal and sealing the deal in such a statement round. Just goes to show that we cannot count out any of these teams until the final match is played out in the group stage. But of course, still great work coming from TODAK as well as BTR. Roy have been able to pull right through despite all the struggles by the corner of the lumberyard, and TODAK, we definitely saw from the camps itself there was some frustration because that game could have also been theirs for the taking.
Emotions were definitely high for TODAK, but you have to think about it, even though they were in that circle, that high ground disadvantage they had just really messed with them as well. It was really hard to really discern how exactly they were going to react when you don't have control of many angles. And on top of that as well, I think they were being very cautious. You have no clue where Shutter Last is as well. It could potentially be a game changer like what Olio did in the last game as well. So I think there was a lot of things going on in mind, but I have to say in this particular game, SK were the Grim Reapers here. They took so many teams down. Every single rotation was very meticulous on how exactly they approached this fight, the aggressions that came through as well. And on top of that as well, how they navigated through that circle to be able to isolate team after team. They weren't biting off more than they can chew, which is what I really want to highlight here, because for most teams, they can get a little bit overwhelmed, especially as the blue zone was pushing toward them. But no, they were like, okay, it's fine, tank a bit of damage here. And 1, 2, 3, we're going to swing out and we're going to shoot together. And this is the outcome. We have players like Shin, like Doki, who are able to put in damage, put in the eliminations, able to challenge after utility is thrown out to catch enemies off guard. You have this beautiful symphony of aggression and really, I would say, orderly style of play.
Yeah, it led up to such a perfect crescendo coming out of SKS. Shin was in the forefront of it all, and those double swings really worked perfectly up against the rest of TODAK, where they kind of pinched over on and stuck over onto the bottom side, and they were not quick enough to respond to this form of aggression. So SK, that's 25 points. One of the highest that we've seen for today, as BTR comes close as they manage to really battle their way up against Vampire Esports as well as Exosphere up over onto the north corner of the map. And look at the rest of the field. This is just a healthy amount of points for not only them, but also Roy, TODAK at the very same time. Well, Vampire Esports, I thought they could have actually gotten more done, but at the very least, they came up with 4 elimination points by securing themselves a bunker that they created on their own.
Still surprising to see teams like CD Alliance not able to hold on here. Yeah, rough circle as well. I think it was a mad rush of rotations from so many different teams. Teams like EA, Alter Ego, MECRQ getting knocked out early is just at this point, inevitable. You either hold on to prison like EA and then still get knocked out because the circle shifted away from you. And you know that when you are stuck in prison, rotating outside of prison is wide open areas. You don't have any compounds or areas to hold on to. That's the sucky part about, choosing to hold on to compound. If it goes your way, great, it works very well, but if it pulls away, you're in mad trouble trying to rotate out as well. Now CD Alliance will still maintain that first place lead because of the big gap they've done compared to the rest of the teams as well. Now TODAK rises up the ranks to 5th place, and surprisingly a lot of teams are shifting down. FaZe, DX, Sem9 all down for the count as well. My most curious question right now is where SK stands.
Yeah, look at the rest of SK. Probably it's a potential into the top 16 after such a glorious run right through. But I guess it's not quite enough just yet because there was some push and advancements coming in from RQ. And now the bar has been set a little bit higher onto 48 to be the benchmark. MEC didn't really have all too much being involved in all those late game skirmishes, as they were pretty much bunched over onto those sheltered grounds as well. So look at the rest of the field. I think MVKE has a little bit of a safety net with those 64 points, but I won't say the same about the rest who are sitting around those 40-pointer. eArena with 44, yeah, so close, yet feels like it's so far ahead.
SKs, this is a massive push for them, all the way from the bottom rungs all the way up to 20, pushing down on these 4 teams, and on top of that, getting 41 already. They were about the same points as eArena here. This is huge, because if they're able to maintain this form, getting into that top 16 should be no problem at all. And, you know, surprisingly enough, because the benchmark was all at, what, 48, this is very, very doable for them. This is getting more and more competitive here between, you know, the places of number 21, I feel, even 28, 22, if you want, all the way up to the top. It's still anyone's game here on the top 16.
Yeah, and if so happens that the midfield stagnates, then it is the big chance for either one of these parties to overtake. So far, looking at our final day of the group stage, SK in that round itself deal the most amount of damage in a span of the match, 3,000. I think this was just absolutely absurd. We didn't expect it at all coming from the side of SK. So Vietnamese players, they really do have the highest of highs when they are looking for those chicken dinners. So that's really great to see that no one's out of the woodworks just yet. So BTR, they're at least getting a little bit of rhythm. They are slowly and steadily moving further up over onto a certain point where they should be able to keep themselves safe, but we're talking about having a few more maps to go. So they got to prep for that Miramar matchup, and there's still one more match inside of Erangel. I can't wait to see who else will be surprising us up next.
Yeah, it's really hard to say who is going up on top and who is going, you know, down to the bottom as well. I think for a lot of teams like that, I think like even toward the end of yesterday, Boom Esports really took it easy so long as they had already secured the top 16. They even brought in other players to really put in some reps into the game because they're already out of the woods here. But, you know, granted, you know, while we're seeing some teams really shift up, you know, in terms of aggression, in terms of style of play, it's still not enough because, again, it's so shaky there, at least on the bottom 5 of top 16. Regardless, we're going to go for a quick break. After this, 2 Miramars and 1 more Erangel of the day. Let's see who makes it to the end.
shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Erase.
said, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open. The Smokino. Strategic. The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PMSL will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points, plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2, still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on a team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk BTR Raya kan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AAP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA โมแมนครับเพราะว่านิสัยกวนดีครับผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับเพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang. Tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้า
Untuk Raya nah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah. Tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XAPK นะครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau tonti Miseri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่โมแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีโมแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab dorang kalau dah last-last ni, dorang punya meta yang endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last-last ni tak jadi, biar dorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมปอีเลนเกลครับเพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Boom akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama Glue.
Wow, 3 games down and we still have 3 more games before we decide the 16 teams that's gonna heading into tomorrow's Super Weekend. But before we back in action, let's catch up with these 2. We have Olio from CELCOMDIGI Alliance and also Alpha from Alter Ego Ares. Hello guys.
Halo.
How are you? Kabar baik?
Baik.
Baik.
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Okay, so first question is going for Alpha. Alpha, I want to ask you about the recent changes in Alter Ego. Because you guys made a major rosters move by replacing Hans, Rocky, and Octa with Daybot, Krypton, and MAQNA. What led to that decision?
Oke, Alter Ego merombak besar lah rosternya ya dengan kemasukan Daybot, Krypton dan juga MAQNA. Gimana ya? Apa yang membuatkan kamu bisa mengambil keputusan seperti itu?
Kalau keputusan kita mungkin lebih ke arah ada perbaikan puzzle dari tim kita lah. Mungkin dari segi gameplay kita yang kurang rapi di sebelumnya. Jadi harus ada yang namanya perubahan agar di nextnya pun kita bisa mengatasi masalah kita di tim tersebut.
Of course, the changes need to be made is because of maybe there's a certain puzzle that we haven't found. There's a missing puzzle in our roster like previous roster. So in order to perform well in the future, we need to make a changes, whether it's a big changes or small changes.
Yes, and this decision have worked really well for Alter Ego so far, Alpha. So next for the question, the team seems to be performing really well now. Are you satisfied with the results so far?
Oke, dengan roster yang terbaru ini performanya sangat-sangat stabil dan juga bagus. Apakah kamu sudah puas lah dengan hasil sekarang?
Kalau dibilang puas mungkin belum karena kita belum menyentuh yang namanya tuh ke grand final. Jadi harus ada pembuktian juga dari konsisten kita, stabil kita main di liga itu seperti apa. Terus biar sampai stabilnya ke final tuh kayak gimana?
Yeah, of course, if you ask me whether am I feel satisfied from current result, of course, no, I wouldn't say so. It's because of as long as we didn't qualify to the grand final, there's a lot of possibility that we are not performing or whatnot. So I believe that my team right now, we can be much more consistent and hopefully we can qualify to the grand final and consistent at the grand final as well.
Yes, and also finger crossed for the title number 3 for Alter Ego Ares. And the next for the last question. In the recent World of Wonder preseason tournament, Krypton becomes the finals MVP and raised big expectation for a fresh start for Alter Ego. How big of an impact has Krypton had on the teams?
Ya, kalau kita lihat dari preseason turnamen, Krypton itu diangkat sebagai MVP. Menurut Alpha sendiri, gimana Krypton itu di tim? Sebesar apa impactnya Krypton di tim? Bisa ceritain?
Sebesar impactnya Krypton di tim kita itu lebih ke arah ada yang berani di tim kita tuh yang namanya berani buat main perang, ambil decision fight-nya juga. Jadi biar ada orang depan yang benar-benar nge-call kita buat ngajak perang gitu sih.
Yeah, I think one of the impact that Krypton showed to the team, basically he are not scared to death. He really love to play aggressive, and he's the one that always push us or always force us to play aggressive. So I think that's one of the impact that Krypton showed to us.
Yes, and Alpha, you think that Krypton can follow you and Rosemary footsteps?
Menurut kamu sendiri, apakah kamu merasa Krypton itu bisa ngikutin lah jejak kamu dan juga Rosemary?
Kalau menurutku pribadi, Krypton kemungkinan bisa ada chance besar buat ngikutin jejak kita lah.
Yeah, of course, I believe that Krypton can follow our path.
Wow, okay. And now let's move on to Olio. So, Olio, you guys lost to Alter Ego in World of Wonder preseason tournament. But in game 2, you managed to steal the chicken dinner from them as a statement. Do you have any message you like to send to Alter Ego, Olio?
Okay, Olio, kalau kita tengok daripada preseason pramusim punya tournament, korang kalah dengan Alter Ego, dan tadi di match kedua korang berjaya mencuri chicken dinner daripada Alter Ego. Ada message yang nak disampaikan kepada Alter Ego?
Message nak sampaikan, cuba next match untuk dapat chicken dinner.
To Alter Ego, just try your best to get a winner chicken dinner for the next match.
Wow, Alpha, any response to Olio's statement?
Apa yang mau ditanggapin dengan statementnya Olio tadi?
Bujang, next match kita akan pembuktian bahwa kita bisa dapat chicken dinner.
Hey Olio, next match I'm gonna prove to you that we will get a chicken dinner.
You know, it's fun to seeing them like battle in a game, but out their still body like this. And now let's move on to the next question. This is only your 9th game, but you've already surpassed the points of the teams that have played 12 games. How do you feel right now, Olio?
Okay, Olio, kalau ikutkan sekarang korang baru bermain 9 game and korang dah melepasi poin-poin tim-tim yang dah bermain pada 12 game. Menurut kamu sendiri, apa perasaan kamu sekarang?
Kalau perasaan happy sebab kita orang dapat buat yang terbaik lah, sebab ni baru week 1. Ni second day. Kita orang dapat buat lebih baik, macam coach kita orang nak point sedemikian tapi kita orang buat lebih baik. So alhamdulillah.
Of course, I felt very, very happy. It's because of today is only this week is only week 1, and then it's our day 2, and then yet we still play on 9 match, but then we get a lot of points compared to the teams that have played 12 match. And fun fact is basically our coach set a certain number that we need to achieve, but then we already give him much more from the target itself. So of course, I feel very happy.
Wow. And honestly, do you think that you can maintain this level of play for tomorrow's in Super Weekend? Because we know Super Weekend is the real deal, Olio.
Okay, menurut Olio sendiri, apakah boleh mempertahankan performance seperti ini pada besok hari? Sebab kalau kita tahu Super Weekend ni memang tempat-tempat yang orang-orang akan memang betul-betul serius. Menurut Olio sendiri?
Menurut saya, insyaAllah kita akan dapat kekalkan momentum yang sekarang ni untuk lebih ganas lah di Super Weekend.
In God's will, of course, I believe that we can we can perform consistent in tomorrow, and hopefully we will dominate in the Super Weekend.
Yes, and we will find out the answer tomorrow at the Super Weekend. So for the last question, we know Keluk was always the MVP in the past, but in recent matches, we've consistently seen you as the MVP. Has there been a change in your role that led to this, or why is this happening, Olio?
Okay, Olio, kalau kita semua orang tahulah yang MVP di Alliance ni adalah Keluk, tapi beberapa match ke belakang kita selalu nampak Olio adalah MVP-nya. Adakah perubahan role ataupun perubahan strategi daripada Alliance sendiri yang membuatkan Olio selalu tampak menjadi MVP, ataupun macam mana?
Bagi saya, perubahan apa-apa tu tak ada. Maybe rezeki saya untuk PMSL kali ni, tapi adik Luke tetap nombor 1 lah.
Maybe I mean we don't really change role, or we don't really change strategy. Maybe just because of me, like I'm performing really well, and I think it's my time. But then to adik Luke, he's still our number 1.
Wow, or you guys have a secret competition between the players for the title of MVP?
Ataupun adakah Olio dan juga adik Luke ada macam persaingan di antara satu sama lain yang nak merebut MVP?
Kalau ikutkan tak ada. Just siapa MVP yang dia punya.
No, for us, we don't really have a secret competition between each other. We just like whoever get the MVP, then he's deserved.
Alright, so thank you so much, Olio. Thank you so much, Alpha, and also thank you so much, Jungs. And it's time to start our game number 4. So casters, bring it on.
It was already insane if you think about it, the final day of this week. I thought yesterday was going to be bombastic, especially from the last day for some of these groups. But today, it got even hotter.
Yeah, it's just absolute chaos from our first match back inside of Sanhok, where CELCOMDIGI Alliance have been able to pull on a streak, but the second chicken dinner was the most peculiar, with only Olio to be able to stash that away from Alter Ego. That makes that interview even more exciting to see them side by side, and of course that banter going on. We'll see if Alter Ego can attest to that, because they have definitely sent the message directly at Olio. And of course, last round won by the members of SK from the PMSL Vietnam series, and now things have definitely shaken up on who gets to qualify to the weekend.
Because of the pressure, because it's the last day, I think every single team's mindset has changed. I think especially during the interview, I loved the most was mostly coming in from what CD Alliance was talking about how that shift from MVP coming from Adit Luke all the way to Olio has shifted the team. It hasn't really been much of a shift, but rather more of like, what can you bring to the team when push comes to shove? When your teammates are down, what can you do to drag your teammates all the way till the end? And I think CD Alliance is understanding that as well, and how exactly to role shift when one of their members are down. And this this is what makes this team so terrifying to deal with. Whether or not you're dealing with 1, 2, 3, even 4 members, it's a different dynamic altogether. And today, I think we've seen a multiple of clutches, and Olio has consistently, been the last man standing for the team to prolong their presence in many of these games, which allows them the 64 eliminations. And even then, some of these eliminations that were gotten, interestingly enough, were in the situations where it's Olio versus 1v2, or situations where they don't have a full man advantage because they're still aggressive regardless of how many members are still alive in that map.
Yeah, it's just super impressive on how they actually manage the resources and how they actually handle situations as a team altogether. So it's no longer about the Adik Luke sniping fiesta. So it's definitely super fun to witness how well this team actually settles with a very composed run and are poised for the Super Weekend already, currently sitting at the top of the table. So we still got 3 more maps to go. This is going to be our final run inside of Erangel, and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they've already had some really good haul of points. Now, back to the question, the rest of the pack, with all these teams kind of bunch around that 40-pointer margin, it is looking to be super daunting. So I'm just really concerned for those teams who are currently in that position, because I know that pressure could easily crack anybody out there. But that's where, you know, these teams, they got themselves only a couple minutes to get that mental reset. And moving forward, we are also expecting maybe certain changes to be brought into these rosters, because we've already seen certain teams making substitutions, maybe even more to go before we hit into Miramar.
Yeah, Miramar is going to be a big shift in, I would say, style of play as well. I think a big shift as well from yesterday is that yesterday we saw a lot of long-range fights, especially from both the groups that were playing yesterday. And I think it trailed beautifully into the maps of Miramar, granted, because the style of play, you know, is very similar from the last map to the next. Now, for today, we're seeing a lot more CQCs compared to the rest of the day as well. But before we talk more about that, let's talk a little bit more about what's coming up very soon, what's on the line here, which is going to be the ticket to Esports World Cup 3 tickets for PMWC over in Riyadh very soon. A chance to immortalize your name over in the Hall of Fame, as well as a huge chunk of prize money. This is what all of these players and teams are fighting for.
Yeah, I remember how the last year's run of EWC, when it was definitely a dramatic finish nonetheless. And then remember, teams that make it into the grand finals of EWC will have their own token being crushed. It's so symbolic. Everybody wants to be part of this event because it is one of the biggest of the year. So that being said, of course, joining us throughout this massive journey has been Techno as our dear partners. Make sure you check out the POVA 7 series, as all the teams around the globe probably will be playing on this phone as well. At least for PMSL SEA, they've been playing this for seasons. So thank you so much, Techno. You guys have been giving us that confidence for the players to shine in such a grand stage.
Right, the phone to look out for this tournament is the Techno POVA 7 series, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G to be exact. So look out for that on their website if you guys are interested to find out more. Now, coming into the rest of the day, now this is where things get a little bit more sketchy, especially toward the last few rungs of that top 16. It's very competitive. The goalposts have shifted. It's 48 points now to make it into the top 16 points. But SK is making a statement from the bottom of the ranks and barely, I think, about 6 points away from making it to the top 16. If this momentum keeps going, SK could definitely push a lot of teams down, making a lot of upsets, especially of the big names up there. Prediction-wise, I think this is going to be very interesting as well, because I think everything that we know from before has shifted, because every team that we thought that were not going to be making it today are starting to rise up to the top. Even I got thrown off guard by SK's performance, because I literally did not think that SK would be able to rally back here.
Yeah, nobody have thought that they would be able to really come out from the gutter, but now 3 maps, absolutely doable. A lot of my votes are on the teams around that borderline, namely Roy, BTR, as well as Vampire Esports. Some of them have been able to make that benchmark of that 47 points, but that is barely enough, because you would expect all the other teams to be on the push, whether if they're from the top of the charts or even over onto the lower end. So quickly, as we go back onto the stage, we are looking at eArena. they're not looking to be the same eArena what we saw back in day one, where they were just chasing players for those high elimination points. They seemingly struggle to actually get the hit markers done onto all these squads because everyone's just so prepared for their fight.
Yeah. I think there are some teams that are taking the same approach eArena did on day number 1, but many teams have protocols on how exactly to do them. Oh, another iteration of their jersey. The other one was more whimsical. Oh, this one also has a cape. Nice.
Wow. Everything comes with a cape, it seems, and I felt like I want to like go online, buy some of that merch. I don't even know what the link is. Somebody's gotta, send it somewhere in the chat, but wow. Blue Squad, they are just so creative. Props to you, of course, the people behind the organization for, coming up with something out of the ordinary. And I hope that the rest of Blue Squad will be able to put up another extraordinary performance because they are also currently at the brink of it. I believe the last we checked, they were around 18th spot, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll definitely have to see how far can they extend a certain form of momentum. So we got about 1 minute to go before we jump right in.
1 minute to go. Mentally prepping. A lot on the line right now, but good to see that spirits are still high. I mean, everyone's still smiling. Hey, Froggy! Very, very nice here. It's okay, I have high expectations for this team, honestly, just because of that. Call it a buff. That headband gives you a buff. Increases your FPS, increases your reaction time.
And I really do wonder if there's going to be like a secret activation mode where they just go all aggro. And I don't know. That being said, all these teams with their sick gear making themselves feel pretty comfortable to get into the harsh terrains. This is going to be the final map of Erangel to be played out in the group stage as we dive right through for the wee hours of the night.
Last Erangel for the day, and we're looking at Milta Power all the way to Georgia Paul. Now, Georgia Paul fights are nothing new, at least for today, excuse me. Game 1 was definitely a show of that as well. The terrains outside of Georgia Paul was very, very hard to navigate. So if the circle does shift there again, we might be in it for a treat, especially on how aggressive some teams can be. And what's really exciting about this particular day is the execution when it comes to rotations and take as well. It looks a lot more clean for many of these teams, and I believe that for those who are the bottom side of the ladder, they're pulling all those stops here. Whatever playbook they're keeping for the Super Weekend out there in the open, because the first and most important thing they need to do here is qualify for the Super Weekend to get points for the Grand Finals.
That's right. And speaking of points, some of these teams are going for survival to be the main play, because you gotta ensure that you at least leave some placement. So far, MAC is doing a whole lot of that to be able to last pretty long in some of all these matches with Erangel being played throughout the course of some of the matches that we've seen so far. Rosemary also part of that list, as well as we're looking at a very decent float from all across the quarters. HOMEBOIS now reaching out for that very pure drop, really extending past the members of BTR. So BTR, what's interesting to note is that Satar is separated from the rest. Razy is dropping over onto the outskirts of Pachinki. So that is unmanned because today D-Saber is not playing. So that is going to be an opportunity for certain teams to be able to maybe stash some big loots around that vicinity. But we're once again looking at a very similar pattern of that circle. This time maybe a little bit more centralized between the shelter grounds as well as Yasnaya, rather than having a skewer into the Milta section. So it's still going to be pretty neutral. A lot of the teams have been able to at least get familiarized with so many of all these past tournaments around this area.
SK dropping to Novorep Noye. Okay, fine. Rotating later shouldn't be too much of an issue, honestly, especially if you go towards stage number 2 as the circle shifts. So that empty area should be their ticket into the circle itself. Honestly, these early fights that I was hoping to happen, not happening as well. I mean, I was kind of expecting maybe SK to quickly go for a hot drop, go for aggressive fights, and then just move on to other teams like EA did. But I think that SK has a different way to approach this. I think I want to make sure that they're looted up if they do want to play that aggressively.
Yeah, and we're already looking at substitutions being made by 2 squads already. ETN brought in M16 for the very first time, and we're finally getting Iftar back on the CELCOMDIGI alliances as they're gonna try something of a different iteration. Hex is also joining in, as it's gonna be Noel that gets subbed out today, not exactly finding the same form that he had back in day one. So Hexus, he does have similar firepower rate, but he hasn't get too many of these games played out as of yet. So we'll have to see what would he be able to change in the form of rhythm for the rest of Glue Squad, and also for RRQ.
Hey, Peko!
Heck goes back after such a long while.
My goat.
He's been
Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he's been around since the early days of RRQ. I remember it was like, what, 2018, 2019? And, well, it's good to see the GOAT back on track.
Yeah, very fun watching him play as well. Very friendly guy. I mean, coming around, I think one of the best interviews so far. Very, very fun to watch him, how he navigates through the answers when it comes to his team. I think when you look at the team as well, you could tell that he is definitely the vibe merchant in that team. I mean, granted, at tournaments as well, he's very loud, yelling Viva la RQ, just making his team all hyped up, even, you know, playing a bit of banter and mind games with the other teams before they go into games. So it's very fun. I hope that, not too sure if RQ does vlogs for their team, but it's definitely something they do. It is something that you guys want to watch out for.
True enough, and I think at this rate, when RQ is currently holding that borderline of 48 points, you kind of need his wealth of experience to really navigate onto some tough courses. So I believe this actually boosts maybe a little bit more of the tempo for RRQ. Also, their strength lies in Miramar rounds as well. So it's a very timely substitution to get him pretty much warmed up, of anything at all, inside of this match. Talon, they've already got themselves close towards the center in between that Yasnaya ground. They've always started out inside of Yasnaya, so this should be a game where Talon Esports will be having a decent rounds of record. Currently tied with BTR with 59 points, so kind of safe for the moment, but even sitting on 11th, you gotta also be worried about, you know, what if somebody on that lower position also scores another chicken dinner? Then that kind of pushes them down as well. So they gotta be very, very mindful every step of the way.
You know, the interview just now, they asked about how if Krypton would be able to follow into Rosemary as well as, you know, Alva's, you know, footsteps just now. I felt like, you know, looking at those stats, I think that he has definitely surpassed his team in terms of aggression and style of play. I think it's very reminiscent to what Rosemary has tabled, but I think that for Krypton, I think Alpha said it very, very well. They needed a player that was not afraid to go aggressive, a player that's not afraid to make impact, a high-risk, high-reward style play that is very similar to what Alva or even, say, players like, say, Rosemary does. And he fits right into that theme. And there are so many situations where he took high risks. It worked very well in the team's favor. And I think this is the type of player that this team really, really needs, especially the way that Alter Ego plays. So whatever that they did in terms of pickup, whether they changed him or maybe when they were doing trials, this was the style of play that they had presented. It is just like the final jigsaw puzzle that was missing from the team.
Yeah, and I believe that he has definitely taken a couple of days for himself to adapt into how Alter Ego actually works out in terms of coordinating rotations and stuff. And like you said, Alter Ego really needed a little bit more of that amp firepower. And speaking of firepower, it's going to be Roy Esports with Hoi Kwang stealing away a member of TODAK. So that is just going to be those kind of early game rotations that kind of cost certain teams, and TODAK was on the loser end of the stick. So that's it. I don't think it will trouble them too much unless if Roy chooses to full send towards their location. So back towards that conversation about Alter Ego. Yes, I definitely think Alter Ego playing aggressive, that's what is going to be the core identity, which was kind of evidently missing on the previous day of action.
RQ now in a very dangerous predicament, but still gonna be maintaining their style of play. Over onto Shelter, mid side of the circle is where they're going here. Now over on that fight earlier just now, I think it was only TODAK losing one member. I'm not too worried about them. If you ask me, TODAK has different protocols on how exactly they want to make an impact and how exactly they want to play the game as well. I think today has been an on and off moment for TODAK, but it's definitely enough for them. You don't really need them to go pop off every single round. They're currently very, very safe on 5th place out of all places as as well. They have a huge lead, so I think for them right now, it might be experimentation time. You can figure out different rotations. You can figure out how, if you want to, go into alternate drop spots and figure out a different style of play as well going into the Super Weekend, because you're just so comfortable and ahead.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a race between Roy Esports as well as Glue to catch up against RQ as well as MEC. So good head start at the very least for Glue Esports with those double catches in order to now bring their point forward to 44. If they wipe out another squad, they will be tied with our RQ. So similarly, we do see the trend of plenty of the teams to be circling around the center, but that has shifted further in between School as well as just now. That is absolutely perfect for MEC. eArena is also going on a little bit of split. Joker in a very peculiar position. Perhaps he will have to rejoin his teammates, as that is going to be a little bit troublesome because the rest of TODAK is moving towards the direction. So we are expecting maybe a couple more pickoffs coming into this midst of stage 2 shift. So we'll have to see. Now, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're going to have some area of play coming from the southern side. So they should have just about ample space to maybe third-party certain teams if they were to rally up a battle.
Ultra Ego, I think they're opting to go on northern side for that rotation for Yasnaya. Honestly, a good call. And honestly, the spike here from Glue is just massive. If you think about it, Glue is just picking up the pace. They're very aggressive today. They're actually knocking on eArena's compound. eArena today, personally, for me, a little bit too passive. I don't think it really fits the identity and style of play as well, especially when you have players like Mormon. Regardless, Homeboys, they're not slowing down at all. I think for the entirety of today, they've been really active, taking away compounds with the rest of the team here. The nades are coming down from different angles and sides as well. Satar is stuck all the way to the top side, but the same could be said for Ultra Ego on the outer side here. They got punished for taking a bit more space. The rest of Ultra Ego has not broken into the compound, and defenses held by Exosphere.
Yeah, he's being pinched over on the corner of the compound, and Chacho is just trying to see if he could actually put a few more dent while it is such a tough area to breach. Alter Ego now split onto 2. Alpha Krypton going for that prompt attack, and those nades are falling right through lobby all alone, though. That's where Alter Ego wants to really tie up the loose ends to slowly isolate those targets, because the rest of Exosphere don't really see any form of angles from up above, so they're just relying on whatever nades that they get to basically prime right through. But Chacho's already making a move over on the outskirts, and the flank is coming through.
This is a very risky play from Ultra Ego here. They don't have compounds and even terrain to even work with. But look at that the movement coming in for Rosemary. They do have layers of double swings around as well, as Krypton trades out his teammate. Now both teams gonna back off for time being. Who resets the fastest will be able to completely overwhelm. Alva is close side by side with Graphy. Rosemary barely surviving the initial hit here, but the shotguns to the face is just massive. Alva showing the aggression, whatever confidence he had during that halftime interview is just shown on full display right now, and Exosphere will fall. And honestly, their biggest mistake was daring to step out of that compound and challenging Ultra Ego face to face.
They really put their money where their mouth is, and they're really showing that Krypton is the one really willing to put his body on the line on that brink of a situation where it is a 50-50. Exosphere also overextending in that sense where they're stepping out of that comfort zone, hoping to deny that lower ground from the hands of Alter Ego, and Krypton have been able to at least pull it all the way back. Alter Ego will have to quickly go for that reset as they continue on their journey. And looking at the position, there's a lot of space that they could actually squeeze by from the corners of Yasnaya, and there's still a little room to play up the north as well if any team wants to kind of keep themselves safe for the temporary measure. Over on the south side, you saw so many battles taking place because everyone's fighting for those compounds. TODAK's at it once again against ETN.
No team wants to fully commit here, especially when you know there's presence outside there from eArena as well. TODAK, they're gonna try and get a little bit more active here. Send one person outside just to see if anyone's playing close, as eArena now it's separated into 2, keeping the rest of BTR at bay. Now this is huge because BTR has access to the bridge. They have a bit of cover here, but if they decide to cross that bridge, this could be massive, mostly because it's wide open areas. They're stuck on the lower area as well, but this could be a game changer, especially if eArena decides to rally. Their teammates come forward as well, but Joker currently downed and in trouble.
Yeah, only one member left for eArena, and Norman is in no position to actually go in for the save because TODAK is currently pinching them from the other angle instead. So this could be a really good chance if BTR want to take up that space as well over onto the other side of the bridge. TODAK doing a massive duty here, really making sure that over north as well as south, they get all these teams in check. Now, going for the revive, Joker has been able to crawl right through. Those grenades haven't been able to seek out the two members of eArena just yet. It's been a rough run, and eArena, they need to find a way to at least stall for time. Those grenades now being lobbed back and forth between the two teams. These members of eArena, they got to survive if they want any chance in Miramar for that top 16.
Can't move, they're stuck, and Snape is doing a hell of a good job to keep them at bay. And now with these smokes, there's a lot of question marks coming in from eArena here. What are we gonna do? Where are we gonna go? What if we rotate toward the bottom side of the train? Could we get away with that? But still, the two heavy hitters here, we have Norman and Joker, two players with not only just the highest amount of experience, but also very, very aggressive. This could skew out in their favor as many of these teams are playing some GTA, rushing into the circle, big open areas, be damned, because it's all about just finding any form of cover. Shacks, rocks, you name it, terrains as well, as Talon is just, running away with their lives, trying to find at least some form of area that they can just rally back from. And they do just that with Yoru, a big opening onto one members of RRQ as well. But RRQ undeterred, they're like, okay, fine, you managed to get a knock, we just move all the way back into the shack and just reset one more time.
Yeah, but this position coming in from Talon is just so advantageous because they get to really negate any form of rotation coming from RQ. There's only going to be either taking a fight against Talon or swing towards Alter Ego. Take your pick because this is going to be another circle in between the rivers, but more likely than so, it will be pulling over onto the southern end. So eArena, they can continue on with that hustle up against BTR on that centerfold. And VKE also joining into the water tower as they hope to be able to hold over onto that corner compound to stop the rest of the teams coming in from the far west. Now RQ, take a look at how they actually move. They managed to go in for that reset. They steer clear away from danger, but Talon is already plotting something else. Achil has to fall back. That position being compromised. Great recovery coming in from the member, holding the flank for the side of RRQ so that they don't lose out that space. So Talon, they will be squeezing over onto the north corner of the slide. And oh, wow! Mormon turns it around against Snape, sending Federalis on the opposite side of the river.
Honestly, the timing was just so off there. I feel like Snape could have done a better job in relaying the information that he was about to jump through here. If Snape goes down, it can be an immediately trade out by Federalis as well. Unlucky for them, the trade was just not in their favor here, but Federalis wants to try and change things with the trajectory. Gets one with that nade. Beautifully done as well as Mormon falls. No, he's back in the game. I was wrong. Gets that reset. Joker very low as well. Doesn't matter. They're going to hold on the line for the time being here. And Snape going to try and slowly make his way toward Federalis. And EA, you can tell they're very hesitant on trying to figure out whether or not they want to try and pursue him in the waters or they're just going to let him be.
Homeboys now takes on the res of Blue Squad right underneath them. And these two teams have battled around these similar compounds before, just fighting for that space by the corners of these school apartments while Blue goes in for that grand reset. Limboy bleeding out, and there's just no reprieve. Homeboys loses one, so they're on a deficit. They do have those shotguns, but it is a very tight quarter. They got themselves all bunched up, so they have to play this to perfection. Gets the first contact. Anik Boy wastes no time. He's pushing forward. He is trying to deny that space, and they're all corralled. Perfect Molotov. It burns to both of them, though. And Anik Boy, he tries to turn it around, and this is the perfect opening. Shaw Mills got to make a quick call, but he's trying to recover his health bar. So back towards the 2v2. Xbox, he goes close, and there you have it. Down to one member left for Homeboys.
That is absolutely gross. Diabolical if you think about it. Xbox just sending it forward, shoots him in the face, very high risk, but you gotta do what you gotta do here in these dire situations. But his teammates are slowly bleeding out. Homeboys left with only one player alive, barely any space to work with as well. The shots are good. He moves away. He needs to make a bit of space to reload. At the same time, he was anticipating the Xbox coming through the door as well. Good reads all around, and Shamil is gonna prolong his team's presence in this game.
That was a crazy duel, down to a single unit left for both ends. Homeboys having the last laugh out of that, and now finds themselves 31 points at the moment. I mean, my math could be pretty wrong, but, well, there's just too much happening at this moment. Talon also subscribed to the battle up against SK. Both sides having one party being knocked down. Shin going for the recovery. Meanwhile, Yoru's going to take some time on his knees. While there is going to be a quick reset, a quick one coming in from his teammate in order to help out. Achil as well as Axel, they've been trying to gate up against the rest of Alter Ego. The zone further pulls over onto the southern end while MVKE loses a little bit of that ground. Now they are forced to really push towards the rest of TODAK, while Alter Ego got to take the time to plot out where do they go up next. Now back towards SK versus Talon. Shots being fired, and Yoru finds Rosemary from across.
That nade barely left Yoru alive there. Forced to take his time, putting quite a number of damage onto his helmet as well, but that one nade by Doki is enough to knock him down. So knowing this information, the rest of SK decides to rally forward, go a bit more aggressive, but the pressure coming in from Talon is literally unstopping. They were not aware at all that they have one member of Talon over on the other end of the area, so they're ready and prepped for these long-range fights. Shin cannot be recovered. He's all alone right now. SK with only 2 members left. Doki and Silence, they're stuck. Blue Zone comes through. No clue how to deal with Axel. No clue how to deal with the final member here. And you also have Alter Ego showing presence, trying to steal away kills. Doesn't matter who makes it in the end, because Alter Ego will be the one that wants to emerge victorious.
Yeah, it's such an interesting 3-way battle, and there is also retaliation coming from Talon in order to try to suppress the rest of Alter Ego. Alter Ego is forced to also move towards the direction and make their way across that river. Now those Molotovs are kicking right in. Linux zoning them off. There's barely no space. Even the tags from the back coming from Alter Ego is not leaving him any chance to really fully go up against the rest of SK. And here comes the rest of MEC, bombarding every member of SK.
Those nades are terrifying. Munzi, draining limbs, Terminator, you know what? Take it. Phenomenal work there coming through. Putting a lot of pressure on those teams while being so unrelentless. But as for Talon right now, yeah, they still remain generally unscathed, losing only 1 in the entirety of that fight. But they're not out of the woods. They don't have any place in the blue zone. At least one of them is in by the water as well. And Linux, as soon as he peeks out, yeah, he puts in the damage, but the instant reaction coming in from the rest of MEC there is also something that they should be a bit more worried about.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised of the tenacity of Talon being able to hold for so long. They only have 1 member taken out because Yoru was kind of pinched by those members of Alter Ego. Now they're also trying to hold up against the rest of MC that has better zone. Alpha and the rest of Alter Ego, they crash into the compound, flocked by the rest of TODAK, ETN as well as CD Alliance. This is not the party that they should be joining instead, but they had no other choice. TODAK now continues on. The rest of MVK also follows suit, being the next team to join into this collision course. And my, this is going to be a big fight. ETN waiting for the right moment, and that grenade connects! Oh, perfect timing from MVKE Superman.
Honestly, love how they're doing this, coming in from 2 different areas, choking the last 2 members of TODAK so they cannot even move. Frenzy alone right now, the only thing that's keeping him alive are those smokes, but it is still a telltale in terms of where he might possibly be. You go outside, you're gonna go down to either MVKE or CD Alliance. Frenzy's only way out right now is just hoping for these 2 teams to get a bit more active, but CD Alliance, they're not eating that bait. Even then, there's ETN close by, and no one is moving because whatever compound you're holding, you want to hold onto it with dear life. Excuse me.
Yeah, they're just trying to clear out that space through the hut, and there's barely any room left for the side of Frontizi, and he's going to be able to at least find 1 corner, and somehow, they will be able to buy time, but not for far too long. MVKE, they really burn all these frags. So do they have enough to challenge the rest of ETN, because they're still around the corner?
We got a refresher from some of the boxes on the other hand as well. So I'm not too worried about them, but it's still a lot that's been used here. So VPE playing with only a tiny bunch of terrains as well as vehicles, forced to move back here. Both these teams locked in a Mexican standoff. You stand up, your head goes up there, another team's gonna be shooting at you. Potentially could be, I believe it's ETN there who's keeping a close eye on the situation happening here at the very outskirts of these circles. Both teams taking a lot of losses. Both teams, using a lot of utility here. Smokes abound as well. I would love to see how much more utility both these teams have before finally out here in the open and just, going out at it, just dry. But that nade from 20K will open up the defense. Kind of lets VPE get a bit more active moving forward. The nades will clip though, so Mango does get out of the way, and the rest of Roy barely surviving, gets that reset one more time. So very low. MEC as well wants to join in the fight.
Yeah, they're really getting some
feels that.
assistance. Wow, he managed to stash that away, and now they can also corral up against the rest of Vampire Esports. Now that Roy has been weakened out, it's only down to Hui Kwang, who's currently hiding inside the smoke. But they got troubles of their own, because last we saw, they were hustled by the rest of Alter Ego, and there's still Talon somewhere within the vicinity. So it's not all too clear just yet. So this allows a little bit more of that space. Joker now burns a vehicle, catches Manzi in the midst of it as well. So now it is all hands on deck. Vampire Esports wants to claim that territory, but it is not going to be all too safe. Joker, how on earth is he still surviving with these two players out there for eArena? They managed to win out that duel up against some of the members of BIGETRON Vitality earlier, and this bombardment continues on. Still not finding it quite yet connecting towards the side of Hui Kwang, but with the entire cavalry, they should be able to do so. But perhaps there's just a slight glimmer of hope that Roy can take a couple points away.
A spray, Shrubs falls, double swing maybe is what they're going to be doing. No, because another team wants to join in here right now as well. But for the rest of Roy, cannot hold. VPE, aggressive as ever. And immediately while that happens here, look at the amount of bullets coming in from so many different angles. You have Roy finding some damage here. You have VPE taking a bit of damage as well. MVKE joining in from another side of the map. And the same could be said about ENT as well. MEC manages to snipe one away. So in this situation, you're out there in the open. You're stuck with no cover. Things are looking dire for Vampire Esports.
Very, very bleak. They didn't manage to spot out Juke. I mean, they were too laser focused onto that member of Roy, and that kind of costed them a whole lot. BTR still has Federales. They're not down and out just yet. Talon also surviving as a lonesome unit. So this has been a really grueling ride for so many of them. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they are left with only 2, but haven't found any form of points. Meanwhile, everybody out there, out of all these squads, have been able to be participating in a fight or two. Look at this stare down. Mormon and Federales. This has been going on for 10 minutes now, and still it has been called towards a standoff where nobody is a clear victor, where they're just biding time. But the problem is, BTR is on the other side. They have to make their way past. Federales chancing on this grenade. Unfortunately, not finding any success on that.
Stuck. Okay. Someone joins the fight there. Oh, it's Axel. I think this long drawn-out fight has been, watched for a long time by Axel, especially since he repositioned to the northern side as well to help out with his teammates. And somehow, Lady Luck's on his side, giving him an extra free kill as well. He'll take it. Regardless, for this one, MEC gets active. They've been watching VPE for quite some time. Gets a knock there onto Nuzi. Tony K wants to try and shoot back. He does. The Proan keeps him alive for the time being, but the kill will be stolen away by ETN, who's been just a happy spectator.
Yeah, and Vampire Esports really ran out of room. They don't even have vehicles to actually get anything done. So Vampire Esports settles for 7th, while Mormon heard that shot coming in towards Federales. He's like, thank you very much, my friend, but this time, I gotta do what I gotta do to still keep myself surviving in this tournament. And that's total of 6 points. eArena have been able to leapfrog up against RRQ in this match.
Duke gonna find Olio this early, as well as Iftar is gonna try and bring them back in the game. But ETN, you know what? We know there's a knock. We're gonna rush up forward here. Hasn't spotted out any buddies yet here. The rest of the teammates try to keep him alive. Can't. No resets, no shot, not happening right now. Oh, eliminations, but still a top 5 CD Alliance. A different tune with this lineup, but still a very successful ending.
True enough, still a top 5 nonetheless, bagging quite a significant placement points and keeping themselves over on the top 1. ETN though, barely enough room to play out. Is only down to the new substitute in this party, as he will have to carry the weight of his team on his shoulders, being sold away by the rest of MVKE as they try to take on MEC at the very same time. So that leaves a little bit more of that wiggle room for M16 to perhaps claw his way out. But I speak of that, there's already a couple of nades being sent towards his location. Falling a little bit further off, but he will be able to at least catch a glimpse of the other players. Perhaps he could be able to lob one more back over the corner of Superman. So if he does get the knock though, then perhaps there is going to be a fighting chance for him to maybe add a few more to the tally.
MEC in trouble now. They're already marked by the members of MVKE here. Happy to stay as a 4. They've been phenomenal. That advantage they had from that compound has given them so much space to work with W1D3 finding already one member of MEC, really dwindling them down as well. Oh my god, how are you surviving that? That is lady luck. That is incredibly lucky he's alive. So XM16 gonna wait for the time being, hide behind that corner. I don't think that MVKE is aware that they had actually crippled him quite a bit, but they know where he is. The footsteps are good, 2 nades, and that's it. You're out.
Yeah, that will be another member still hiding somewhere, though. We've been focusing on the M16, and it seems like Moino is on the far end of the fences. And the entire swarm of MVK is just corralled up against him. He's hoping to at least pull a top 2 or top 3. This is where every member of Vikings are rushing upon him. He gets the knock, but not quite enough to finish the job. And now it's down to a 1 versus 4. We expect a reset to come true for the side of MVKE. eArena, Mormon, the leader of the team, to bring in perhaps the most points they've had so far for today. But this is as good as it gets as the Vikings triumph here in the last map of Erangel.
Nade play. That will be the name of this game. Nade play most of the eliminations coming in from nade kills as well. But I have to say, Mormon, that was phenomenal, being able to extend the life and presence of your team up to a top 2. Crazy. You lost your teammates very, very early. Your teammates are down to the ground, but MVKE here, position is key. Getting that compound for quite some time has also been phenomenal for them. A lot of the eliminations they got as well were mostly because they were able to just stay from the confinements of the compound, take away fights from across the map for all of the fights happening toward the ditches, toward the side of the circle as well. Phenomenal work from this particular team. Love to see it, but eArena is, I would say, stole the show just because they were able to take the top 2 alone.
Yeah, and judging for the fact that they've been on that brawl against BTR for the longest of time, Mormon survived for so long. There was also another member that was tagged alongside with him. He kept himself alive because he kept having to go in for revives after revives, and by the tail end of it, they also managed to win out that duel 1 versus 1 against MEC. But focusing back on the winners of this round, Vikings Esports, you last saw there was like how many teams on board? About a total of 5. Alter Eagle was part of the equation, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, there was ETN, and they were the grand winners with a very solid close quarter combat being displayed by the team, as well as the perfect usage of utilities.
Honestly, I would say that for W1D3, in terms of aggression and style of play, a lot of these kills that he's been getting were off angles from the side of the windows. He's been very adept at marking player fights and locations as well. He doesn't really overextend or overaggress. He hasn't really left the area at all. But the 11 eliminations tells a tale for itself, so we'll talk about it more after the highlights.
Like true warriors, the Vikings triumph in the fatal five-way for the control of those compounds and find themselves another chicken dinner to be won to close over our final map of Erangel. eArena's last stand was something out of the ordinary where they put up an absolute defense, really ringing true to what they attest to all the other teams in order to keep their chances alive for the Super Weekend, while MEC takes control of the eastern side. Then think the hopes of Vampire Esports and Alter Ego still made some high regards in this matchup, but W1D3, like you said, he really was watching some of all the craziest angles out there to get advantages back for MVKE.
Yeah, W1D3, I think throughout the entirety today, even not just this map, but he's been such a big impact maker for the team in terms of firepower, in terms of frag potential as well. And somehow managing to get out of it scot-free in this particular game is something, honestly, I would flex about that. 0 damage received. Now, when you see how he plays out of every single member of MVKE, he's a very aggressive style play, but I think personally for me, I think he thrives in the long to mid-range fights, but he still can bring the CQCs when push comes to shove. I think for Vikings, they had like a checklist in mind on how exactly they want to approach this. They've managed to get the compound in the circle itself. The circle just kept going toward them. They understood the assignment, which is we don't have to leave our compound. We don't have to force these fights as well. A lot of these eliminations came from long-range snipes as well. They were very, very active. If you looked at the feed, they were getting a lot of kills, but they were not active in the 4v4s or even these fights head-on. It was all just third parties.
Yeah, if there's any form of a direct challenge, it was between them as well as, you know, Alter Ego swinging right through into that corner. So that breach was actually very, very well handled in essence. Now, what's also impressive to note is that Alter Ego, you saw they were pinched over the northern point of the map, and they still managed to go in for those long-range shots against Talon, against some of those members that were fighting over on the corners like SK, and just like that, that's 9 points, despite them not securing any ranking points in this match. While I guess to tie up loose ends for certain teams out there, BTR did manage to at least squeeze in 2 points. CELCOMDIGI manages 3, while SK, you know, they were a little bit late to the equation. RQ, surprisingly, even with the addition of Nepeko, they didn't manage to salvage anything in this matchup.
Yeah, a bit disappointed because I thought that with the addition of Nepeko into the roster, it would really change, you know, how they approach this game as well. But these early fights are just something that RQ are just not prepared to handle. And I think I critiqued this team as well last season. The passive style play, it looks good, and when you make it to the last few circles, right? You can show aggression in the last few, but when you are not prepared to take these fights very early, when you're so passive very, very early, you're going to be potentially leaving the lobby with 0 points if you get knocked out too soon.
Yep, and that definitely is going to be hurting the chances for RQ. This time, eArena regained some tempo, claws their way back to that 16 spot. So now the point margin for teams to be able to make it through is over 57 points. So gotta quickly take a look at this moment for the bottom of the charts, because right at this top 12 at the very least with 61 points, that should be a very good number to hold out. RQ, they're just by the borderline in that sense, so it's still going to be a tough haggling for those points when you move into Miramar, because you expect teams to be playing even safer, and then that burst moving into that mid game. So how much can they reap out of this? We'll have to find out between RRQ, Glue, Roy, as well as SK.
Too much on the line right now, and a big shift onto the map of Miramar. Also, the rise of the Vietnamese teams today. We're seeing 2 of the teams just really waking up. And I understand why, though, because again, it's the last day, last 10 for Erangel, especially if Erangel is a map of your pick, your comfort map as well. But now in the bigger maps here, I think it should really benefit those who are really more adept for long-range fights. Regardless, we're going to be going to Attack on Titan collaboration happening in the game right now, and I'm super stoked for this because, again, this anime is a masterpiece. Sasagayo, as they say. And, you know, for you guys to be playing this, not only are you going to get skins of the characters, you get to use, you know, the weapons as well. The Titans, to become the Titans, if you want to be either the one with the big face or rather the bald one, you can choose which serum you want. It's very, very fun, so do check it out for yourself.
That's right, and of course, there's so much more collaborations that PUBG Mobile has with all their partners out there. So stay tuned for more of these amazing content coming really soon. So while it lasts, make sure you guys lock right in and have a whole lot of fun with this Attack on Titan collaboration. And if you're into all these supercars as well as Hot Wheels, you definitely want to get your hands on an American classic, and this is PUBG Mobile's collaboration with Shelby, that where you can command the legendary Shelby GT 500 and 427 Cobra. And like you said, there's so many different colorways to choose from, exclusive attachments, and a whole lot more. This lasts for just about a month, as is available only until July the 6th. So you gotta take this chance if you want to add this to your collection.
Yep, very cool as well. We also have another thing coming out very, very soon. When you think about these cars as well, I think if you guys are skin collectors, this is something that you want to get as well. It's a very cool collaboration. As we go into the next one, we also have the World of Wonders Elimination Skill Fest gameplay. It's live right now. You can go and check out the upgraded battleground as well. So there's new adventures to be seen where the code is 12886867. When I repeat that, 12886867. If you guys want to have a look for yourself, you can download it in-game right now. You can show off your skills, push your limits, and become the brightest star in the battlefield.
That's right. Make sure you guys update your packages in that sense so that you can enjoy and explore so many different variations that usually dropping into the same couple of maps. And this one really allows you to go ham. And that being said, you definitely want your friends to tag along for this unstoppable elimination galore that you can get out of this experience. So make sure you download it right now, as of course, keep up to date with what else is added onto PUBG Mobile. Make sure you hit that sub button and stay pretty much active on their social media on what is being announced throughout these coming weeks, because there's definitely a whole lot for PUBG Mobile. So that being said, that kind of covers all grounds while we are looking for another potential iteration of teams now preparing for the battle in Miramar. So we expect a little bit more of a change of pace.
Yeah, a bit of change of pace and a bit of change of gameplay as well as we go into that. I think for a lot of teams today, I think the beginning of the day was honestly the surprise for us. I think a lot of teams were just hitting the ground. You could tell they were red hot. HOMEBOIS, SK looked really good. SK still on that high momentum. I feel they're not too bad. They're still very, very aggressive on how exactly they want to play. eArena changing up the way they're surviving the game. Perhaps a bit too passive for my liking. You know, the same critique I had for RQ, but at the very least, you know, for eArena, you can still tell that they're still at least trying to take out fights when push comes to shove. But again, you know, a lot of these bigger names here is just really shocking me to see how far back they've gone. I mean, teams like VPE is struggling, RQ struggling, BTR by Vitality also struggling. Perhaps this could be a dawn of brand new teams to rise up to the top, because I think for many, many years now, the game has been dominated by these big teams, and this change is kind of exciting if you ask me.
Yeah, I really do love the kind of energy all these teams coming from the PMSL are bringing to the table. And to me, it's kind of shocking, you know, like, you know, whoever slouches for a little bit or even snoozes, you could see how much it kind of costed them. Like, for the members of Vampire Esports, we are starting to see a little bit more of that aggression, but there's one problem: that tunnel vision, where they were just fully locked onto the rest of Roy Esports, and then they were super exposed. So you can't afford to be making a move like that without having a certain plan B. So I hope that, you know, Miramar is going to give them a little bit more of the breathing space. And speaking of Miramar, I think that our predictions probably will see a little bit of changes. So I still do have some hope at the very least. Vampire Esports, they're on that 16th spot. I do think that they still have some strength to show us in Miramar.
Yeah, but for me personally, we haven't really seen a lot from the Indonesian teams today. We saw a lot from Malaysia. We saw a lot from Vietnam. Where are the Indonesians? So here we are. That is my prediction. Coming into this, I think Talon has good idea and grasp on how they want to go into the fights, how exactly they want to go into rotations. BTR by Vitality as well. I think for these three teams, surviving has been one of their biggest struggles today as well in terms of being able to secure, I mean, that fourth circle, trying to make sure that you can hold on a little bit more without having to be out there in the open. Understandably so, the rotations can be quite tricky, but you know, surviving without being too aggressive is something that I would love to see these teams have.
That's true. And right at this moment, you talked about with all these Indonesian teams, I think that BTR has been able to make a great last stand on this very final day. Now, eyes are on the Glue Squad. Will they be able to join the rest of the Brotherhood of Indonesia in order to make it to the Super Weekend? It starts now, sure, in the first match of Miramar.
Okay, Miramar coming in from Puerto Paraiso all the way up to La Drillera. This is a very southern side flight path, which means northern side's going to be a big of a problem. We could have an opposite side circle, just really have a big shift to the northern side in terms of rotations, or we could have somewhere a little bit more centralized, which means that teams can take the time in order to rotate and even loot. What I am more interested in is those early fights. We saw a few. I think it was yesterday. Teams just fighting over, compounds, like over onto, I believe it was Chimacera very, very early. And it did not, bid very well for both teams. They're suffering heavy losses as soon as they drop down.
Yeah, certainly that to be the case. And now that we are seeing a different tempo of play and certain areas vacant which teams can also contest, so we might actually see certain early scuffles. But this flight path also does allow certain teams to get a certain advantage, because I look at Alter Ego, they used to love dropping into Persona, but instead they are going for the outskirts of Los Leones at this moment. So they are in the centerfold between Blue, between some members of MVKE that's MEC right above them, still floating at this moment. So on that far end of that stretch, if any teams wants to kind of build up from Valdemar as well as Minas de Val, it's going to be TODAK that kind of claims that space. So Talon is going to have that kind of high ground. But take a look at the middle sector, because inside Picado, I believe there's about 2 teams. And a run over coming out of Alter Ego as they chase that monster truck of MEC.
That's rough for MEC. That's okay. Oh, okay, not okay anymore. Alter Ego, they hit the ground running, and even then, they're just so unbothered. And I mean, the other members of MEC try to shoot back, but they cannot do anything. That must be a heartbreaker for Manzi. It's barely even been a minute since he dropped down here.
Yeah, it's just those kind of traits happening when you are fighting for those vehicles. Both sides got one. It's just that maybe there's just not enough of a seat where that member of the side of MEC could not actually stash this Mirado in time. So Alter Ego, this is absolutely much needed. So, when we had those worries early on, Alter Ego have been able to really have that composure, adding just about enough average points per round. Now they are sitting there tied with BTR with, 61 points. Now that they secured one, they are right above them. So BTR, if they want to be even safer, they still got to push in this Miramar runs, because any form of jump coming from MEC can still knock them right out of the ballpark. So, I'm just staring right at the charts, and it still could be anyone's game out there, because those 50-point margin is just going to be very, very close raised by some of all these guys out there. And Hui Kwang, last we saw out him inside of Erangel, he was struggling out in the open. This time, out in the fields of the Desert Dunes, Roy has been able to capitalize, knocking out a player of Talon Esports.
Chip damage as well. No full commits quite yet. I think it's just been struggles, just trying to get into compounds and even fight for vehicles as well. And understandably so. It's a bigger map. You want to be able to get as many as you can very, very early here. Circle to the southern side. Cool. Since the flight path was southern side anyway, we're not going to be seeing a mad rush to the southern side area anyway. Los Leones, full control by MVKE and CD Alliance as well. You have another, I believe it's Roy on the outer skirts there. Okay, this is what happened just now. A lot of drive-bys here as Roy goes for a double swing. So, okay, they understand how exactly to play this, and they're making sure they can survive together as a team there without losing too much very early. This is a heartbreaker for Talon as well. They were also one of the teams that are kind of on a mad rush to make sure that they're a little bit more safer when you come into the last few maps. You're heading into the top 16. Now, coming back to my point in terms of positioning here, I think if anything, Los Leones, I would love to see a Los Leones ending as today. I think we haven't seen a true urban warfare quite yet throughout the entirety of this season. So it will be fun to be able to see that.
Yeah, and the last time we have anything close to it was kind of the ending around Montenegro, but was it really urban setting? Because majority of these teams were fighting for the valleys as well as the hillside until the circle lopped right over onto the outskirts. So that definitely could be rather interesting. There's also some potential for Picado or even Chumacera to be part of the mix as well. Now, moving back into what you've mentioned, Los Leones, it's also pretty interesting to see both CELCOMDIGI Alliance as well as Vikings to be sharing that former space. Vikings hot off a win. I thought that they will try to maybe play a little bit more aggressively, but knowing the tone of, you know, the late game, and they technically don't really have to do too much because they are currently within the top four. CELCOMDIGI Alliance have done just about enough, which is why you are looking at the past two games. They are showing a little bit more of a lax approach. Now, it's only K almost getting flushed over by the members of Roy Esports and still some tax being sent towards his way. He's all alone though. I mean, okay, there is some members joining in, so it was that to information that they could still salvage this space from getting controlled by the rest of Roy Esports, while RRQ having a little bit of a tussle up on the hills.
Very different look for RQ here. A bit of a critique about them earlier about how passive they were a little bit too early, and this time around, instead of prioritizing getting into the circle, finding the best spot, this time around they're going to slowly make their way into the circle, try and catch any stragglers out here, and every single point is going to be precious here. Regardless, for them, I think the gap between 16th and 17th place right now is about 10 points. It's still quite a number of points to catch up on. On top of the placement points, you want to be able to secure yourself with those extra elimination points as well, just to really, boost your way above. And I think for eArena and VPE, this is the game that you do not want to fumble, just because of how close GLU, RRQ, and Roy are in terms of catching up.
Yeah, initially we saw both RRQ as well as GLU to have a pretty decent spot to actually start their run, and a little bit of a signs of struggle, sees them slowly dipping through, with Vampire Esports really pulling every strength possible in that last match in order to come up ahead. So tight race, even MEC tied with that 58 points, currently sailing by the blue zone. They are coming from the northern passage, so MEC at least have a little bit of that reprieve. Now, looking at the rest of the party though, ETN isn't far from getting things done, because that is a very significant gap, unless we're talking about potential double chicken dinner, which I don't really see the kind of potential coming from the side of ETN. So I think the race is really between those who are currently held in the top 20.
Few teams still in the outer skirts as well. MEC, Exosphere there. Alter Ego barely just moving together with the edges of the circle over on the southern side of El Azhar. Most teams have really, clumped themselves up over toward Chumacera, Los Leones as well. Some over Impala, still very much there. Honestly, if you're late to the circle, my best bet for these teams as well is to stay out there in the open. It's a bit more high risk because you don't have a lot of cover. But for me personally, being inside of a compound, yeah, it's safe, it's sound, you're safe for the time being, you're not going to move out a lot. But as the circle shifts later, it's going to be a headache trying to break into the different areas, trying to clear out those corners, and trying to figure out where exactly everyone is.
Yeah, true enough. And overall, right now, players are trying to bargain for space as well as the cream. Just about enough resources to rotate into the centerfold, and this timing coming out of eArena was pretty perfect, because now they get to gain a little bit more of that area on across those valleys in between Picado if they really want to. But they're booking a spot by the quarters of La Bandita, falling pretty closely to the members of Alter Ego, who's currently doing exactly the same, but they're taking a deeper cut. Maybe there's also an option for certain teams to be moving deeper into Los Leones. So at this very moment, CELCOMDIGI Alliance have not really made too much of a move. They are still banking on hopes that the circle will still pop towards the southern end. So undetermined just yet. SK now makes a run right through, just side by side. Talon, they got the high ground though, so this is going to be a tough one for them to wiggle. Thankfully, no shots fired just yet, so they should be able to just pass right by.
Shots are gonna clip at the time being. Nope, nothing. Even the slowest member is still very much aware and adept. So for time being, SK keeps very, very safe. If you guys are looking at the feed right now, the northern side of the circle, even the eastern side is very, very empty, ripe for the picking here. As SK did manage to find an outer area of Los Leones to hold on to, right into the arms of Roy. It's a little bit more of a close angle to play with, and Juki takes full advantage of the situation, steals away Doki, undoubtedly one of the biggest heavy hit impact makers for the team. And this is heartbreaking because Shin as well will be stolen away. Mango steals the kill. Oh man, this is tragic.
Very tragic. That is going to be their hopes on the line for that super weekend, while Roy is going to have a big grin because now they add 4 points on the block. SK left with only one. Pinla pinned out by the corner against Razy, who's currently circling all around, but he's going to fall back. So there is a little bit more space to play for this team. SK, they've wowed us with that chicken dinner, but they couldn't quite get it done. It was a rough rotation. They managed to surpass Talon, but not quite getting through just yet. And the tags are from above. The Empire Esports shuts the door and say goodnight for them, because the chances for the super weekend for SK is so dim right now, even with one match left.
More quiet approach here. Vampire Esports toward the middle side. That's exactly what I do right now is poke their heads out in the if they hear fights, hope to see a crippled team around, steal away those points, put it in their pocket. Thank you very much. That's 1 point for us closer into the super weekend as well, to solidify our hold in that spot. And on top of that, given that there are 50 points right up for Vampire Esports, being themselves very, very close to BTR, they could potentially overcome this team and make it into 13th, a little bit more safer and more comfortable for them.
Yeah, that could very much be the potential in this matchup. So it's absolutely tense right now. Exosphere now trying to journey safely. Now we get a good view of what's going on right at this moment. Plenty of teams over on to the edges around Los Leones as well. Exosphere gets a little bit of that spacing over a nerf. They could just wrap around the edges, but if they fully commit into the crater grounds, the rest of eArena is waiting there to strike. So not exactly the easiest of rotation for the rest of Exosphere to pull off, but hey, if they really want to fight for those points, they got to start earning it in the right way by picking up some action at the very least. Roy Esports, however, smack dab into the centerfold. So I think they are definitely in a poised position, especially after gaining some points out of SK.
Just eyes onto southern side here. HOMEBOIS stuck. They do have a train to walk down on, with teams such as TODAK, even CD Alliance and Talon watching their every move here. This is not going to be the easiest of rotation into the circle. Potentially they could wait a bit more, since TODAK is going to try and get a little deeper into Los Leones, and I think since HOMEBOIS is aware, they're going to take that golden goose opportunity to come down into the circle from the southern side there, where there are still a lot of empty compounds that they can take advantage of. And over onto the northern side as well, Exosphere has quite a big, I would say, hold onto its high ground terrain. They're going to slowly make their way into the circle while still taking advantage of the high ground, the advantages they can offer in terms of long range fights, as well as information as well, in terms of player rotations, excuse me.
Yeah, overall, they're just making sure that they will be able to guard some of the location to be cleared out from the back, so they can just focus on what's currently forward. HOMEBOIS, though, they're coming in pretty closely into the city of Los Leones, and shots are already fired from the side of Alter Ego against Voki. Hearing some of all these roaring engines, he kind of wanted to puff a fish just to try to zone some of these members of MEC away, but hey, it may work out in their favor, and it seems like it does, so that there's no full commitment coming from MAQNA Esports Club. I gotta give props to MAQNA Esports, right? When we take a look at their past season versus what we are seeing right now in week one, MAQNA, with that significant improvements, have been pretty stable, to say, much better from what we've seen, where they were just barely getting into those super weekends and now finding a solid chance.
High, annoying terrain to work with, especially on the northern side there, where Alter Ego and MEC are. same could be said about HOMEBOIS. They've been slowly moving their way into the circle and somehow have been undetected, if you ask me. Making sure that other teams are really preoccupied, like TODAK or even CD Alliance, taking advantage of their position as well. And because of the fact they have a compound, it puts them in a more safer position to be able to just hold on, and just move together as a team. They can just disregard a lot of the fights either. But I think for them, they're getting shot at from different areas of the map. Not too sure who exactly is starting this.
Yeah, it could very well be from that far south and seemingly to be coming out from the side of HOMEBOIS as these trades are going back and forth. Krypton getting tagged by RRQ, playing from the high grounds. Excelsior tries to crash right into this vicinity, but it is fully guarded by the entirety of eArena, and one by one they crumble. Lobby next one to fall suit. Mormon getting pinned down as well, and here comes the final stand. Graf G, he wants to at least go in for the wide wraparound. He takes the long house, but that allows the rest of eArena to go in for the reset and then follow through to close up the fight. That's 3 points already. 30k needing a little bit more revival, but here comes the rest of the pack. Is Graf G, what more can he do? Does he have any grenades to toss right at them? Doesn't seem to be the case. He's just trying to play for defense at this moment.
Honestly, what a big mistake coming in for Exosphere. I think the timing to hit the compound was just not there. They were going in one by one, allowing eArena to take these isolated quick fights away as well. So eArena, they did take 2 knockdowns, fine. But when you have these players who have CQC weapons to be able to take advantage of this aggression, then things are going from slow to bad here. Now, Graf G, a little bit too late just now. My first thought was, okay, your players are down. I think the best course of action to just drive away. But I think because it's such an open area with no cover, you're forced in a situation where you have to take these very, very dire decisions. And for Graf G, when you're all alone, you potentially could be choked from so many different angles. You can try and dwindle down the numbers, take a last stand, steal away 2 members perhaps before everything goes down to dust.
Yeah, and another thing that I really want to highlight on top of that is that eArena also responded so quickly, because previously they were just having 2 members in this compound and they swarmed in perfectly. Whoever made the call to alert them is really doing a really good job here in terms of communication to be able to have this really clean takedown, despite, a couple of members being knocked down. So at least they've been able to clear a majority of it. While back into Los Leones, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they haven't been moving on too much, and this is where RQ is closing right in. Neck to neck in the Pecco. He's trying to see if he could actually find anybody from all these compounds, as CELCOMDIGI Alliance are going to be holding onto this position, trying to gate them away, while this one commences with MEC taking the high ground, as they will find a little bit more room to tussle with to just steer clear away from that compound that was being held by the rest of VPE, while Alter Ego strikes from above onto ETN.
A lot to move here. I think for ETN, they only have an off angle to work with. Barely any compound as well. They're running out of time. Blue Zone's pushing through. And even if they do win the scuffle against this team in front of them, the big problem is you have MEC just hovering around inside the circle as well. And Alter Ego, I think for the entirety of today, they have not slowed down in terms of aggression here. They're going to try and take this compound one more time. But then Nade coming in from MVKE is just honestly disgusting. Clips both members down. Krypton and Rosemary down for the count. Alpha, the last high impact maker for the team here. Daybot a little bit more far away. They can try to at least dwindle down the numbers, try and isolate these fights, but now you're stuck. How are you going to move into the circle? How are you going to prolong your survivability when there's no more space to work with?
Yeah, Superman, this time he's not affected by any form of kryptonite at all, but he still has to recover because another grenade actually connects onto those members of MVKE. It allows a chance for Alter Ego to push right through. No time for resets whatsoever. They get a glimpse through the smokes. Daybot now rushing right through. This is the only chance that they have. And now Superman back at it after going for the recovery. And now toe-to-toe, Daybot actually wins the trade. He's so low, but he gets the jump down with a big swing from the back. And they will settle the scores against Alter Ego, but here comes the rest of RRQ and ETN. Everybody wants in for more.
It's such a desperate play because there's no space to work with. The blue zones coming through as well. And RRQ understanding the predicament, the advantage they have to try and third party in this fight. Planois barely survives that. He's so low right now that nade clipped onto him. MVKE has fallen. ETN running out of members. XM16 wants to go a little bit more aggressive, protecting his teammates. Hunt for you. Rendered so low right now, but ETN other two members still outside. RQ, Genfos, what are you gonna do here? Placing is good, but of course, for these CQC style plays, throws out the nade, finds no one. Planois could potentially just fall back near this teammate and just force this reset as well, as his teammate keeps the other two members inside of the compound and also busy.
Yeah, M16, he's already heard all these footsteps. He knows exactly where they're at, but they don't really get the opportunistic angles. Then here comes EarthQQ trying to wiggle a little bit more in that space away. And Hans is going out in the open, and that big nade detonates right in front of him. He barely survives. EarthQQ, he calls for a truce. He wants to run off, but there's still that push coming from the side of ETN, and it will be pretty much them falling all the way back, and the blue zone is already closing in. They can afford to only rescue one. Is there going to be enough time? Vampire Esports closes from the side, being the vultures of the match once again. Everyone's looking towards this eastern direction as ETN somehow still has two members intact.
And Vampire Esports are happy to just move back and forth here from their compound back into the area as well. They are understanding that teams like MEC, eArena, even ETN are in a very desperate situation. They're out there in the open, no compounds to work with. And because Vampires are very aggressive, moving in and out of compound instead of waiting like sitting ducks, it keeps the rest of the teams at bay. Now, for HOMEBOIS here, they've been having a lot of trouble coming into the circle, but somehow they've managed to make it here. Somehow slithering in from between teams like CD Alliance as well as TODAK. These three Malaysian teams are going to go into a three-way fight one more time, and I don't think that this theme or this, I would say, this trend is going to stop, because it's been like this for many, many years. And that nade from Frenzy, huge. Cripples a bit of Adik look, but the rest of the team of HOMEBOIS are not willing to shoot out back. They don't want to be isolated, and they know that Frenzy has to push to them.
Yeah, and the onus is on HOMEBOIS, because they're the only ones needing to make the cut to the Super Weekend, whereas the other two Malaysian teams have already booked a spot. Now they all go on wheels. They want to avoid whatever this predicament is up against TODAK, and now susceptible for all these long-range shots, connecting, coming in from the side of Naeem, but he runs out of bullets. That gives them just about no space, but the moment that they dock, it's only going to be on the small little shack. That's barely enough cover for the rest of HOMEBOIS, and they're slowly shattered to the ground.
There's not a lot of space they can work with. It's tiny. It's out there in the open. You break into the circle. Cool, fine. But what about spacing? What about holes? Shamils, I don't think it's going to be a problem to bring the team back into the game as well. But it does dwindle down their resources. And more than that as well, you can see the other members of TODAK taking out space, rushing up forward, trying to deny the reset as well. And over on the other end of this map here, MEC is also in trouble because the Blue Zone is rushing through. And Vampire Esports is doing a hell of a good job keeping so many of these teams out of the circle itself.
Yeah, MEC, they gotta either fully avoid Vampire Esports or just take the fight to them. They choose to opt out. They want to drive deeper into the zone. They are looking for those creases, but it's gonna be Newsy that kind of gets a glimpse of Amazal right down below, so it could still very well be a fight between them. And here comes the bombardments onto HOMEBOIS. Naeem does get connected by Mirals on the other end. A full standoff coming in from HOMEBOIS in order to keep themselves alive. 31 points. They got to make it to the tail end of this round by taking on their home brothers coming in from Malaysia. Naeem still barely resetting. Here comes Real, trying to go in for the pickup. So there's more time to be bought. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, take a look on the right side. They're also joining the fray.
Frenzy is around. He's taking away the, I would say, the attention from his teammates. And as a CD Alliance wants to join in there, it's gonna make it so hard for HOMEBOIS to even, figure out where exactly they want to hold. And because of that, Miral's jump shot will be punished. He gets knocked out, and it's somewhere from the other end of the map as well. And Naeem's already back in the game here. Reals goes a bit more aggressive, but they're just gonna play a game of smoke and mirrors, going back and forth from inside. And you know what? TODAK says, thank you so much, CD Alliance. You've given us space to reset and even get away scot-free.
Yeah, they were just sandwiched in between. That call to make it to the shack was a desperate attempt. They got nowhere else to go. If they were to take that dip earlier on where TODAK kind of hides out, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. But here we go. Big fights between Vampire versus BTR. We've seen this before. They want to go in for a full-on vendetta on what happened back in Erangel. BTR on the lower ground, though, to flush out Vampire is going to take a whole lot of effort. But of course, there was that reposition coming in from those members to try to climb up the hillside, and perhaps this could actually turn things around. Shep's now trying to recover. A bunch of nades being cooked up from the side of Federalis, but they choose to call for a different approach because that blue zone is already closing in. They want to go in for the wide wraparound, taking the north point. So that's a better call coming from BTR to remain safe from this ordeal.
Voki surprisingly still staying alive right now, hasn't moved quite yet. I don't think anyone has really noted his positioning so far. He's just lying and waiting in wait. As Vampire Esports, they have to rotate to the circle here. Oh, I think that, okay, that Voki didn't manage to hold on here because I think as BTR were trying to rotate to take this fight against VPE, ran into Voki, and now the rest of ETN also decides to strike as well. This is a three-way fight that's happening right now. It doesn't seem like anyone is emerging as the victor, as every single team is just running out of members as well. Roy also wants to put the hand in the cookie jar, going to clear out the shack for the time being, making sure that no one is close.
Everyone's attacking upon each other. ETN now getting bombarded. So that kind of creates a little bit of room where Vampire Esports, if they kind of want to avoid being gated by the rest of BTR, they got to push up against Roy Esports while they're currently occupied, and ETN can just easily be choked out from here on. Roy singling out the target, dropping one towards the side of Noi, but he's going to go back on wheels, so they will just keep their resources. Trav tries to close in upon Razy, but what on earth is going on? That trade actually favoring Razy, and they shut off Vampire Esports completely because they just full sent it right down below.
Different style of aggression right now from BTR this time, but a lot more better in terms of cohesion as well as timing. Swinging out at 2 means that there's instant trades happening and instant answers back as well. When you are in a situation where Saturnalize has been knocked, Razy goes for the reset, and Federalis plays the first point of contact to take away any shots and also make sure that everyone is staying fairly safe. And somehow through all of that, because Federalis has taken away the attention, his teammates are able to steal away kills from all the way in the backside there. But Razy isn't going to stay alive for a while longer. ETN is here going super aggressive, and then here comes the in tandem, the tag team alongside his teammates for Saturless now to save his teammates. But Federalis is alone here. The last stand he cannot hold because the entirety of Roy has decided to push out very, very aggressively. And while all of this is happening on the northern side, CD Alliance go in smack right dab there in the circle, and they also have one of the best terrains to work with as well to give them full control of the eastern side.
Yeah, Roy's timing was impeccable. Same goes to CD Alliance. Now they want to get involved into the mix of all the battles, getting into the center stage right at this moment. They do have a couple of creases, but they are pushing through. They want to get that elevation up against the rest of Roy Esports, but Iftar's getting clipped up, so he has to go in for the reset first. Now down to the top 4. 3 members or 2 members left standing for the rest of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. I believe once they were trying to push up, the team from the south side has been able to pin them down, and that was actually Talon now trading back and forth. So right at this moment, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they can't afford to push upwards anymore, so they will just have to just hold that position and let Roy go on the duke out up against BTR, so that Linux will have that pressure to be focusing on what's coming up ahead of them.
I like how Talon has positioned themselves. They have a 1-1-1 formation. Granted, it's very dangerous because you're not going to be able to pick one up if one of them falls down. But at the very least here, if your teammate manages to get knocked, you are confirmed to get an instant answer back before other teams are able to trade you out here. But BTR, other things in mind, going to play with their nades. They have collected quite a number of that and managed to clip down Mango so very low. And while all of this is happening, Linux, who has been so quiet playing this at train, knocks down Ryzy as well, and not able to steal away the kill quite yet, and Linux through those smokes hasn't been caught, and Sataless will fall as CD Alliance, they've been keeping a close eye on everything, steals away the point. Just 2 members left, but they are very happy, lording to be staying away from this major fight as Juke rushes forward, takes the phase, close head on.
Now, Roy Esports looking super dominant. They were thanking the rest of Talon for taking out BTR, which was their thorn in the flesh. But that split, like you said, from Talon, as much as it was pretty much optimistic, they are now down to only 2 members left. Same could be said about CELCOMDIGI Alliance. the closest contact up against Roy Esports. So they're just banking on hopes that they could still play with barely enough cover right behind these broken vehicles. And now there is a swing coming from the side of Juke, closing wide true as there's more of these areas that they will have to wiggle around. No more smokes left. That nade was perfect. And if they're scrambling for space, he's barely alive. And the rest of Roy's Esports, they should be able to close it out. And now focuses onto Talon Esports.
It's just so unfortunate. The positioning coming in from CD Lions was just too much in the middle. They got sandwiched, and it was so nasty as well because both teams are just in the middle of the fight. But as soon as they pop their heads up, they're in trouble because it was a crater they were in. It was a low ground with barely any terrain advantage. Yoru in trouble, knocked out already. Roy on the aggression, understanding they have the man advantage here. Achul left all alone, tries to make the last stand. Roy already unstoppable, 10 eliminations. Achul cannot hold, and Roy will come back here with the first Miramar of the day, giving him their chicken dinner.
Unbelievable. Absolute mega performance coming out of this Vietnamese squads on the brink of defeat, but they are not tapping out. The full squad strength were present through it all, and the timing you saw, there was 1 point. Roy Esports over onto the top course of the hill had to fight up against ETN. Once they got that sorted out, they put the pressure onto BTR, and after that, the whole map was theirs for the taking. Of course, there was instances where Talon was also helping them out for the scuffle against BTR, but after they weathered him down, this was just nothing stopping this team as they're looking for that spot in the Super Weekend.
I think it's really cool. I think a lot of teams were really struggling to get into the circle as well. Positioning has been a big factor. This is not an easy terrain to work with because regardless of where you go, it was always going to be a problem for any of these teams right now. You're on a high ground elevation. There's another one that can match you in terms of elevation. You go toward the middle side, it's a crater there. So I think if anything, that rotation coming in from CD Lions felt like a very, very desperate play because there was no more space for them to work with. Regardless for Roy, they were the ones coming up on top here. They were very patient, aggressive as heck. And you know what? This is one of their best games so far. I think they have a total of 10 eliminations. It's phenomenal because every single member of the team were just tag teaming, off each other to be able to come up to the top.
Indeed it is. I was like looking at every single member really putting their hearts on the sleeves, and Juke with the flanks, Khan leading the approaches, Hui Kwang from the back end, Mango also switching positions in between. This is just them at their finest form. So Roy Esports, this should be just about enough to be within that touching space when we talk about that 16 spot for this weekend. So let's take a look back into this round of Miramar before we elaborate further.
Okay, here we go. Our top 4 teams right now. Roy just sweeping us out of the water with their performance in terms of positioning, in terms of style of play. It has been really great for them as well. But BTR Vitality showing signs of life. They do rally back their team, making it here into the top 4 as well as CD Alliance and Talon. Still, for me personally, are quite consistent.
They definitely are really showing up, even despite all the odds and curveballs being thrown at them. So that's it, though. We are looking at the trend of rising Vietnamese stars coming into the late surge of this tournament on this very final day of group stages. So Roy Esports is 20 points enough for them to push right through. We'll take a look at the charts real quick after this, but their performance so far, this was what it was. If you were to look at team effort, everyone really helped each other throughout this banner match, while Talon Esports was coming up with some creativity on their approach on that final stand as well in the top 2. So Hui Kwong, one of the main mans in this squad of Roy Esports, to be able to follow through with many of all these takedowns, especially those up against ETN, because that was the biggest threat that was being put upon them when they were slowly being choked out of position. There was that fight between VPE as well as BTR on that low ground, and then the rest of ETN was pushing towards the direction. So that fight, if they didn't win it, this chicken dinner wasn't possible, but Hui Kwong have been able to settle scores with them.
Yeah, Hui Kwong has been great. I mean, in terms of firepower, in terms of aggression, it is definitely something that you think I think when his team needs him to be a little bit more aggressive, when his team needs him to take up space, he can. Now, coming into this one, 10 eliminations plus 10 rank points gives them 20. And I think it's a lot when you think about it to really boost them up compared to the rest of the teams as well. Talon looking great with 12 apiece alongside BTR and CD Alliance as well. I think they did do a substitution in the previous game. And I think this is the same roster from before as well. And it's still managing to consistently make it up there into the top 4. And this time around with eliminations as well. A bit more rough on the previous map, but this map looks a little bit better for them. ETN as well rallying. The same could be said about VPE to be able to secure their top spot there into that top 16. I think a lot of teams are starting to feel uncomfortable, and understandably so. That's why we're seeing a shift in terms of aggression, a shift in terms of styles of play as well. Whatever that's not working in the beginning of the week, throw it out the window, because it's not working, change it. RRQ also feeling that struggle as well. We're starting to see signs of life in terms of aggression, but for them, it still hasn't been able to really net them that momentum that they want to really, ease their way into these games, as CD Alliance still are leading the pack, and what a lead it is.
It definitely is not going to be touchable by the rest of the pack. CELCOMDIGI Alliance will emerge as the kings of the group stages, no matter the cost of what this final game has to offer. But I guess that leaves us with all that talking points in this mid-pack. eArena, 61 points, holding by a 10 line. Look above them, 62 points for MEC as well as Vampire Esports, doing just about enough to surge up to 14. Roy Esports went out of the gutter with that 20 points and now moves into such a safety net with that 65 pointer sitting at 12.
Honestly, I think everyone here from 16th all the way till 12th, if you ask me, are still very much not out of the woods yet. I remember there was a big gap between the 16th and 17th place. I'm going to have to wait for the page to turn to be able to confirm that. No, actually, because Team Secret's at 60 now. So Team Secret down and out. I don't think they're going to be able to hold on anymore because they have no more games to play. RRQ to play catch up, not going to be easy either, because it's still about, like, I think 10 points. Yeah, you can get a chicken dinner in this game and just really be able to snag away that final slot. I don't think it's impossible, but if the same trend keeps on going, I don't think RRQ is going to go far as well. Glue's aggression, I think, gets punished a lot as well, so it's hard for them to really come back. These are very high risk, high reward plays coming in from teams like Glue, eArena as well. For eArena, at least they have decided, okay, we need to slow down a little bit and find that passiveness to be able to let us survive a little bit more. But teams like Glue, who are still trying to go aggressively from the get-go, is going to be a problem. Teams like SK, their aggression has already been noted, and a lot of teams have different protocols as well as to how to deal with them. It's been one big match for SK, and then the rest of the day, to me, fairly quiet.
Yeah, we're looking at 3 stars over on to the match 15 to 17 as Vietnam is on a streak with different names taking the charts overall. So yeah, a lot has to happen right here in this final game for RQ or Glue to kind of make the cut, because eArena, they have a sizable lead at this moment. So what they really have to do is to play standard. If they gain just about 3-4 points, it makes life even harder for those who are trying to catch up upon them, because like you said, they need eArena to be out of the game and for them to score a chicken dinner. So it needs to be a very, very big round in that essence, in that sense. And sad for Team Secret, we thought that they performed phenomenally well coming into their past 2 days of action, but I guess the rest of these guys coming from A and B, they're even feistier, and that's kind of why these teams, they can't really bank on hopes that, hey, we just need, you know, to chill for a little bit, and like every round really matters if you really think about it. So Team Secret, I guess we will have to see how they will be performing on the upcoming week, because we won't be seeing in this Super Weekend. But now, Tash, I guess down to this one final game. Still anyone's to take, but if it does land on RQ, imagine how crazy the crowd will get back in their home ground.
Yeah, Viva la RQ, and you can tell that a lot of their fans are super excited for this return of this team onto the bigger stages very, very soon, especially if they can make it into the Super Weekend. I think for the most part, I think because there are 2 chances to get into that grand finals, you know, making it into the first week or rather the second week, if you collect enough points, you are going to be able to book your ticket there forward. Now, the problem is whether or not you are going to, you know, the teams are going to get, you know, into the Super Weekend both weeks are going to be the ones with the upper hand, because on top of the amount of points you're going to be getting into the grand finals, that's also the seedings as well to put you, you know, ahead of the rest of the teams as you go into that final 3 days of the week as well. So that's why I think a lot of the teams are getting a bit more excited, because it's more than just making it into that Super Weekend. Now, as we go into the final Erangel, I think for a while now, we did say on day number 1 that TODAK were the kings, sorry, not Erangel, Miramar. You know, like TODAK were the kings of Miramar. They did phenomenally well on day 1. They had a second place finish on the first Miramar, and the second one was a chicken dinner. And today as well, for me personally, I think for them, survivability is good, aggression is enough, is not as aggressive, because they're understanding that a lot of teams are starting to figure out, you know, their style of play as well. So it's a more of a wait and see situation, but there's still enough aggression to keep them alive in terms of elimination points as well.
Yeah, in that essence, I feel like this iteration of TODAK is so much more well balanced under this new leadership of Frenzy in that sense. So I think like no matter the cost right now, TODAK, if they still dominate this final match of Miramar or not, I think they're already through. It's more about, can they bring this same level of composure into the Super Weekend, because that's where, you know, everyone's scrambling with the smash rules, and maybe with the win ratios, definitely you have favoritism towards CELCOMDIGI Alliance to be getting some really good notes on how this format actually benefits them with their level of consistency that's currently a cut above the rest. So definitely a lot of interesting talking points when we do move over onto the weekend. But ooh, moving into this final game, I think like we've seen so many different styles of play from, you know, eArena's ultra aggression back in their first day, and then today they struggle with that, but playing passively, it didn't work out in the first few stages, but it's starting to take shape once they go into this late game. So I guess it's down to our final draw. Let's take a look at the predictions right now.
I mean, for me personally, I wanted to have an Indonesian derby in the last one. Now I have an all-Malaysian derby. What can I say? I am a very simple person.
Yeah, I really do like it. I mean, MEC, well-deserving. I guess like all these teams are going to be competing in this Super Weekend, and everyone has got the flair of their own. I do have CELCOMDIGI Alliance on the list. Alter Ego, you know, I was worried for them starting off the day, but now my major worry is on Glue Squad. I think that this is a team exciting off the stage, exciting in the fold as well when they do get into the matches. But I felt like the pressure has gotten so much into them that they're not really showing the same level of confidence that they had before.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I think they still have confidence. They're still very aggressive, but the problem is their aggression is being met with aggression. You are losing your players very early. You're using out utilities too soon as well. When you're getting knocked out and losing so many members very, very early, you're not gonna be able to survive here. I need them to press on the brakes, slow down a little bit, really rethink on how exactly they want to do these rotations and whether or not they want to take these fights.
True enough. I think like what you mentioned definitely makes a whole lot more sense in essence of what this struggle really was for the rest of Blue Squad. Well, BTR, you start to see a lot more laughter as well as smiles this time around because they are relieved from being knocked out of that super weekend. All thanks to everyone really pulling their own weight overall, and we've seen, you know, Federal going for those deep runs. We're seeing some big matches that was gained a tempo by Satar, really calling all the things that he could possibly pull up. And you saw last match itself, BTR fending off against BPE is definitely a little bit more of a testament of them going back into the controlled aggression ways of how they really shove teams all around.
I think, if anything, this is one of those situations where it's really hard to tell who's going to make it and who's not. And I think for a lot of teams, especially for Glue, I think, you know, given the fact that they are fairly new here onto the bigger stage as well, this is where they really want to show off what they have to offer. And, you know, understandably so, you can already see the rallying coming in for MEC as well. Vibe Merchants, hello, love that. And I think a lot of these teams could benefit from my Vibe Merchants. You know, when you are in a high pressure situation, when things are not looking very well, you know, players like Napeko for RQ can really lighten up that mood. But in a situation like RQ right now, when you have such a big gap, you know, to catch up with, you have to go nuclear this particular game. And I'm talking about chicken dinner plus a little bit of extra in terms of elimination points to really secure that lead, because every single team in front of you are also going to be rallying. Every single team in front of you are also going to be chasing. I want to see eArena do their day one, you know, explosion. I want to see RRQ play as aggressively as they can, show off that firepower that they know that they have. Regardless, the final Miramar is here, so let's see how it goes down.
The teams will have to bring in the heat for this final battle of the night as we will close up the group stage as the timer runs from here on with the flight path starting off from Torre Ahumada headed into Valdemar. So there is plenty of all these regions, but to stretch over onto Porto Paraiso is going to be too far-fetched. Well, this does actually benefit certain teams like RQ to get that direct drop over onto the corners of water treatment. And this is a team that needs everything to work out according to their favor. So that being said, if it's going to be Northern Circle, RQ got to make use of whatever space possible. So they have to fight it off up against eArena, who's currently double digits above them right now. Well, I say double digits, probably about 10 points or more. So a chicken dinner is what RRQ requires.
Just waiting for that circle, honestly, to see how exactly this game or the story should go right now. MEC with the earlier drop as well. I think this is great because MEC used to get a lot of space with Torre Ahumada, Cruz Divide. Wouldn't be surprised if they go all the way up to El Azhar as well. And already on the ground here is Alter Ego. And Alter Ego today, I think that they have a nice, I would say, momentum and speed on how they wanted to approach the game. You know, granted that you have three very high impact, high risk, high reward style play. It's a big gamble mentality from Alter Ego. But being this confident means that you can potentially go far. And so far, you know, it's been working out very much in their favor. Not the highest amount of frags, not the best in terms of survivability, but in terms of taking these points and being consistent enough to bring 4 to 5 points each game is enough to keep them alive in the top 16.
True enough. Well, they just have to maintain a little bit of that tempo in order to make the cut. Now, take a look at all the possible situations. 10 points for RQ to tie the knots. 13 or 14 to be specific for Glue to tie the knots. And ideally, you want to go further beyond that as well, because you will expect eArena to also be chasing those points. MEC, Vampire Esports, also just 1 point for eArena to just cut within that distance as well. Roy Esports, after that massive win, they are now sitting at the top 12 on the leaderboards. That's 20 points. Before that, they were just right above Glue Squad. So one big round is a big game changer, and that's what RQ needs.
RQ right now, in terms of positioning, it's not bad. They can just really take their time in terms of trying to find their way into a better suited compound a bit later as well. But you can tell there's a lot of change in mentality from these teams. It's a little bit more quiet this early as well, rather than, those early pickoffs, even some early stragglers finding some vehicles. You're not seeing that. No chip damage abound. I think if anything, teams are just trying to say, okay, let's take it easy in the first few rounds here. When the circle shifts, only we start to change up the way that we want to approach these games. Now, with TODAK changing up their roster, Contra, what do you think is going to change in terms of their playstyle?
Well, looking at this iteration, I think it just brings a little bit more of that stability, where we're also looking at changes coming in from the side of TALON as well. And that was a little bit more interesting because Boychill does offer a little bit more aggression in his approach. So perhaps that gives them a little bit more firepower to weather the storm inside of Miramar. While Voxy is also joining in for BTR. We don't always get to see Voxy to be starting some of these matches other than during the offseason and also the prior tournament. It felt like he kind of has fallen off the priority, so this is kind of a redemption time to see if he could maybe get more games in for the Super Weekend. Perhaps there's also another different card for those kind of analysts to, as well as coaches, to actually study the stats by the span of rounds and think maybe this player would be more fitted for the Super Weekend.
Maybe. Would love to see what exactly the mindset is behind each players and also their roles as well. Vampire Esports, I think, 14th place, great enough. I think between them and RRQ, they have put quite a big gap as well. Granted that 17th place is, I think, Team Secret, so they're not playing. So it is, I think, fairly okay for them, right, for the time being. But RRQ could still go nuclear. There is always that possibility for them, right? Coming in from the northern side, they're going to pass by Exosphere. And interestingly enough, if they do cross by eArena, my question for eArena is, in this game, are you still going to at least show your hand early? Are you still going to try and go for those pickoffs as teams go past by you? Are you still going to stay fairly quiet? They are currently, I believe, at 16th place. They could benefit from stealing away people mid-rotation. They don't have to go super aggressive either. They could lay the perfect trap and just catch members one by one as they come into the circle.
Yeah, that's great annotations on to what they could potentially do in the form of damage, where you want to suppress eArena, stack away a couple of players, and you don't really have to full commit. If you get that full commitment without losing too much, that's even better for the side of RQ. But for most part, that's not going to be happening all too soon unless if eArena leaves the facility. Speaking of which, I was taking a look at the mini-map as well. And eArena has kind of taken some elevation through the power grid area. So still a potential of a mix-up between both RRQ as well as eArena. While SK, I think we've seen some really good signs coming from this team when we were back in Erangel, but it's been a rough course inside of Miramar. I think the last round, they didn't really get to benefit all too much in the form of points. ETN was really fighting tooth and nail for it. 45, not too far from Glue. If they really want to score the craziest chicken there, you gotta land at least 15 eliminations alongside a win in order to make some big overtakes. So mid-pack, they cannot afford to be sloppy, or RQ is kind of out there, at least with smaller gaps to close up against the rest of eArena. So we will keep rinsing and repeating some of all these points because this is definitely the focal storyline for what is left in store for us in this final match.
Late rotation coming in from MEC as well. Potentially could drop by Hacienda del Patron if they want to take their time there, just move in tandem with that circle. They've been doing stellar when it comes to these styles of play. It works out in their favor as well. I think the pressure coming in from being so close to that blue zone hasn't really been much of a problem for them. They have their head in the game on how exactly to navigate these situations. Now, in this situation as well for BTR, looking at their points, I mean, for them, 8th place, they're very, very safe. I mean, like you mentioned in the pre-show just now, they're breathing a sigh of relief. They're out of the woods. They've made quite a big, leap coming into today as well compared to the rest of the teams under them. So for them, it's all about just surviving. Maybe just really trying to get a few more reps in, try to figure out what to expect as we go into the Super Weekend.
True enough, and you know, it really was worrisome when we started off the day with BTR somewhere in the lower end of the spectrum. And thankfully, today's average pointers to be gained by BTR was along the lines of 8 to 13 points at the very least from between their consistent runs. So now they are back on track as they are really showing the kind of formula to play aggressive up against the rest of the team towards stage 4 onwards. So I want to see this to be implemented once again by BIGETRON, by Vitality. While looking into the minimap right now, Alpha and the rest of Alter Ego particularly is taking a 2-2 split, moving into Lost Illness, and that is going to allow them to stalk upon some members of MVKE. Probably not for too long, but you ask for an urban setting, this could potentially end up in Chumacera.
Could. Or it could go maybe southwards toward the train. That would be more fun as well. I mean, train fights are incredibly annoying for the players to deal with, but I don't know. I like it when players suffer. Haha.
Well, I guess like they're put through just about enough suffering for some of these guys, especially those who are fawning to vanilla for their spots. Now, BTRF caught a glimpse once again up against Vampire Esports. We keep seeing these two collide, and it really seemed like BTR, no matter where they rotate, they just couldn't avoid the rest of Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports doesn't want any form of a competition between them at this moment because they know this wasn't exactly the ideal location where they really want to end up in. So sharing this space definitely looking to be pretty rough, while BT are going for a trade up against some players up the hillside of the cities of Chumacera. So back towards Shin as well as the rest of SK. It is a fight between the Malaysians as well as the Vietnamese. Nate's exchange. Homeboys having more members. Shin kind of need to hold its ground, but over onto the white wraparound. SK kind of have some off angles to work with, so we'll see if they can actually form some advantages.
Interestingly enough, SK as well as Homeboys, their trajectory of rotations have been meeting quite a bit today. I mean, these two will fight it out, but in a lot of situations, there's been unresolved fights. It's never really been a full 4-on-4. They are passing by each other just now, and SK, because the terrain was not in their favor, I think they are going to back up, or rather just not push onto the gas quite yet. Just wait out, the other teams, because the amount of teams that are just fighting for that terrain over on the northern side of Chumacera is incredible. There are just so many teams right smack dab in the middle of the circle already. The southern side surprisingly is empty, so teams like MVKE and Ultra Ego, who are currently in those late rotations, could benefit from this.
Definitely so. And looking into the center of the city, Homeboys, they're taking refuge inside of the compound, so it's going to be pretty tough for the rest of the teams to haggle away some of all the room that they've created from the lower end of the city. And this is one of the most difficult cities to play up against all the other teams because there's so many elevations as well as low dips. There's the terrains. There's so many different compounds that you got to kind of check every single corner of this city. So I guess that's the reason why not many teams were a big fan of moving directly into the fold, where they rather stay on the outskirts. If the scenario forces them to move deeper, then that's great. So whoever did not commit, that's good news. TODAK finds themselves on the split, and in this mix of it, BT are also rotating towards the direction. That could potentially be a catch, so we'll have to see what happens from here on.
This is interesting because Minas Deval is a high ground area. I think Ultra Ego and MVKE, they're going to be benefiting a lot, if you ask me, because the southern side, they're completely empty. There's a package there as well. Cover is huge. Majority of teams stuck on the northern side, they could just wait out the aggression and the bloodbath. Ultra Ego could still do what they do best, which is just, trying to join in third party from far, far away and steal away eliminations to really secure themselves over in that top 16. So this is good news for Ultra Ego. And because there's a lot more space on the southern side here, I think they're going to get a little bit more active. I think I'm looking right now at the feed. Glue did pass by Ultra Ego. My question is whether or not Ultra Ego wants to collapse onto them.
Yeah, Alter Ego, they've been journeying their way safely. While I guess like this altercation could happen if Glue overextends, and we're all looking at Alpha falling pretty close by. So As we are looking at the different directions, Vampire Esports does have the high ground up against RRQ. They definitely don't want to be enrolled into a fight right now. RQ does actually have a certain space by the north point, and now tags fired over the side of Hans for you. That's going to be Jimmy here also holding down the line. Leo has got a mid-range setup with the M4. And it seems like the other weaponry is going to be a UMP. So this is going to be a tough catch. But Leo's doing some damage despite him over on that 3x scope.
You understand your weapon? That's just one of the, I think, one of the things that pro players have above, I think, most of the general players as well. Looking at their, understanding the bullet drop, understanding the recoil as well. So I think this also just really proves that in terms of, macro for the team, micro is also something that we should really be paying attention to as well. Now, for the rest of the team here onto HOMEBOIS, okay, they made it into Chumasera. They have a compound to their name, 3. In fact, they're just holding on to together. But if the circle shifts away from them, that climb onto the terrains where BTR and Talon are holding is going to be a nightmare.
It definitely is, and it seems like it's definitely a walking nightmare for the rest of SK. These two teams so far may not have much stakes involved. SK, a big maybe, but they've already lost one member towards HOMEBOIS as they try to breach into the compound. They want to go in for this big fight. If they can actually find any form of chance to overwhelm HOMEBOIS entirely, then there is still going to be hope left. Unfortunately for Glue Squad, their run is over. 0 points, and that is going to be them waving goodbye to their super weekend chances. HOMEBOIS, they've sent in the entire squad into the compound as they want to draw more blood out of the members of SK.
They have left the entirety of that compound, moved over to the outer side. Now knowing that SK has breached their compound, they go back inside to just really choke them on the outer side, upper side here. I hope that HOMEBOIS has learned a lesson about pushing up there earlier from the last few days here, as the nade does clip onto one of the members. They take one out. Pinla now in trouble, forced to go for the take, and Peko in trouble now, knocked out of the game very, very soon. RRQ is just being stretched out. They're getting picked off from so many different angles and areas, and RRQ cannot hold out. Good night for RRQ here. They will not be seeing the super weekend.
And that relieves the pressure off of eArena. So we have our top 16 locked in. Now, maybe, just a big maybe for ETN, but they're not involved in any of all these altercations. Vampire Esports right now looking over onto the lower grounds. Roy Esports dented any form of chances for the side of RRQ. As we go back into the replay, there was also a catch coming from Alter Ego down south, and that was how Glue Squad was denied that form of entry. You did talk about this before, that this fight may happen, and it was just no hope for the rest of Glue Squad being on that lower ground.
Roy with the later rotation this time around. I think they're going to have to take this fight against the VPE. You know how they are, VPE. When they set their sights onto a team, they clutch onto them and they do not let go here. And Tony K wants to be that first point of contact. He's running in tandem with his teammates. I'm not too sure who exactly he's running with, but they're not too aggressive. They don't want to take too much space. And they are going to be very smart on how exactly they approach this terrain. Put in chip damage onto the members of Roy, but somehow Roy has managed to make it safely into the circle, and whatever chip damage and shots coming in from VP has been completely ignored.
Yeah, Roy really showing up strong throughout their run in Miramar so far on how they've approached those kind of battles and now taking all these kind of close compounds as well. Alter Ego now soaking some damage. I believe that to be coming from the rest of the Vikings that's holding into a deeper area through the valleyways, while we have a fight erupting from ETN. Takes down Axel off of Talon as these church grounds aren't safe at all. Joined by Noino coming from the back, and he's also receiving a couple attacks from a different direction as the rest of Talon comes into close up against Planoy. And he's left out all alone. ETN kind of have to concede this area. And that being said, more bombardments falling right through. There's no reprieve for him. ETN loses one.
And Talon had completely come in from so many different angles, understanding what it means to play and just choke him in his corner. You swing out one corner, you're gonna run into another member of Talon, and just this allowing him from being able to have a 1v1 isolated fight there. But for Vampire Esports, they're gonna try and take another member of ETN over on the other side. His teammate had been knocked down, so Miaola is gonna chill out, maybe go for that take, and then try again with his teammates over on the other end of the train. Allows them to have a bit more of a layer when it comes to protection as well. I think for Dino, he's understanding this predicament, which is why he decided to back off, because you don't want to be caught in those crossfires.
Yeah, very smart measurement for him to get slight covers out of the monster truck. I was thinking that maybe he wants to drive off, but if he were to actually start his engines, I believe that's going to be an easy catch for the rest of Talon. And there is just about enough space for them just by the creases of the circle. So this fight will continue on. Dino hiding underneath their noses. Vampire Esports somewhere in between. I guess that's kind of where ETN kind of wants to bait the rest of Vampire Esports to have this fight going between Talon, and then that's going to be a little bit more room for them to work around with. Alter Ego now moving further past from the south side into the far western plains. So this is definitely interesting because they're pushing upwards against Exosphere.
They have to, and they want to get these eliminations. What better way to just really challenge another team here in the compound? We've seen some pretty successful pushes onto compounds from Alter Ego, but this time around, Exosphere has other things in mind. Instead of waiting inside for them to push, they swing out from another area of the compound, get a beautiful spray onto two, knock them out simultaneously, leaving only Krypton and Rosemary still alive. The nades are coming through, it's chipping their damage. As soon as they heal up, they fall, and as much as Elva tries to take away and distract them from the other two members here, it's almost impossible. All three members are very, very low, and the pressure comes through. Elva falls. The rest of the members here are taking their time and moving together as a unit. But because it's a CQC, because they don't have no clue where the other members of Exosphere are, it's hard to really pinpoint the situation. Rosemary as well has to be picked up. Krypton back in the game here. Elva barely alive. And for Chacho, you know what? Who cares? Rush forward. Blind shots through the smokes. And just like that, Alter Ego in trouble and crippled right now and eliminated.
That's upon their own doing, pushing the high ground like that without any form of preparation. And then this is where the rest of CD Alliance have joined into this fight. We're seeing the rest of Talon fighting off tooth and nail for the longest time for this position. And the rest of Talon still intact. Only down to 2 though, as the nades are traded back and forth. I believe that was that member of ETN that got eliminated as well. So this will end their run on 20th spot. Exosphere does actually find another fight against MEC. A chill down, close angles by the corner of the bells as he's finding a second dip, but it's going to be just about enough members from the rest of CELCOMDIGI lands to close it up against him. Now down to Boychill for the rest of Talon, while Vampire Esports takes that opportunity to close right through. 2-2 split formation, and they're trying to single out Boychill before taking on CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Adelok's position could be key here, but I think a lot of the members of the teams are already marking him off. So he's going to try and set up his team for success, throw away some smokes as well, just to allow them a bit of movement, because their area of hold has been completely taken over. But the upside is that VPE are very, very separated right now. They could try for an isolated fight with Tony K, even Nuzi out there in the open, but CD Alliance, I think they don't have a lot of confidence to know where exactly they can poke their head out safely. A few nades come through, Boychill is just staying completely silent, and I think for VPE, this 2-2 formation is good. Keep Boychill in check, but keep the rest of CD Alliance at bay.
Yeah, this fight will need to draw to a close where the rest of Vampire Esports are kind of hunkering down towards that corner, and it's going to be tough for CELCOMDIGI Alliance to leave, while they are also hoping to chime away another moving target in the form of MVK, I do believe, that's going to be swerving towards the direction. So very interesting stats that these teams are forming up with, and those awkward angles still allows the rest of these members of CD Alliance to play through the rooftops, make it hard for the rest of Vampire Esports to bombard. But now their backs are up against the blue zone. They managed to pick onto the final member of Talon Esports, and look at who's here. eArena swerving by. Mormon wants to partake none of it. Well, the rest of CD Alliance finally unleashes all the smokes over on the field, and now they're charging through.
rush forward there. Beautiful nade to really open up that site as well. Gonna have an El Clasico 1v1. Nah, man. Jimmy was just real quick with that reaction time. So the rest of the team are just slowly falling down like flies. Shwebzy out, Superman out as well on the other end of the map here. But Miela with the reposition outside, and CD Alliance had already anticipated this jump out. You can tell that for a Vampire Esports, they're desperate. They have to do something to be able to overcome this aggression. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, a different beast on how exactly they play, separated from one another yet still somehow united in terms of their chemistry.
The switch up from defense to offense was just in a snap, and that was what Vampire Esports could not withstand. And that call, whoever made it, that was absolutely perfect. And this is looking like a championship team with 130 points at this moment. Roy Esports now finding that pickoff. BTR on top of the hill up against HOMEBOIS. HOMEBOIS, this has been a really deep run, but this is not exactly the best spot possible for the rest of BTR. They're trying to see if they could just find that spacing. They still have to knock out some of the members of Roy Esports in order to do so. Crippling the tires, not much that was required for the side of Roy Esports. They are on the other side, so they can still afford some of that space, but not quite the same for Razy, because I don't see vehicles on their end either ways. Exosphere, 7 eliminations, that's as good as it gets. A commendable effort coming in from Exosphere, but this is not their weekend.
Looking at TODAK right now, they've been fairly quiet this game. They only have, 2 eliminations throughout everything. And they've been holding on to that compound on the eastern side of Chumacera for quite some time. And they have been fairly uncontested. If anything, right now, most of the scuffles are happening northern side. HOMEBOIS have a 2-1 formation going on here. And honestly, a lot of teams are in trouble. Both HOMEBOIS as well as Roy being picked off, one by one by the likes of BTR. They have a high ground to work with. On top of that, a 4-time scope, which means that it's not going to be the easiest to get away from these really nasty shots that BTR is about to dish out.
Wow. It's been a long standstill between the two of them, and eventually somebody has to make a bold call while the rest of Roy Esports dealing with the rest of CELCOMDIGI Alliance arriving from the back end. Those grenades not enough to quite take them out just yet. Leo, by the corner of the roof, actually finds a certain angle to deplete some health bars out of Roy Esports. And now just swarming right through. It might just actually be another strong chance. BTR sees this as an opportunity to actually score some points at the same time. And also finds Odik Luke from above. So this is just Federales putting every work and depletes Roy out of this equation, moving into the top 6.
Even HOMEBOIS are in trouble. CD Alliance had lost, 1 member already. They have to go for a reset one more time. It's really putting a dampener onto their utility, onto, their shields as well. But for the rest of HOMEBOIS, they want to shoot back here, but they don't have that right trajectory and angle. Potentially, BTR could kind of take advantage of the very desperation coming in from the other teams here. As everyone is desperate to get into that circle, the teams are going to rush. And as soon as they rush, they could just, dwindle them away, shoot them through the vehicles. And even if they do make it into the circle, you know who's going to be waiting for them? It's TODAK right now.
Yeah, TODAK is really playing the best possible call to just hold around the center of the area. And I feel like there's not going to be much of a contest once these teams are settling the scores by the outskirts. And BTR, they go back on the vehicles. They are trying to form up over on the southern side. Just about close enough to be drawing away from the attention of TODAK, but I'm believing that they've already known that their presence is being felt over on the south side, but not too much of a concern just yet. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, once again, plowing right through. Odik Luke hits the mark, catching over onto Tap. Tap's getting stabbed away by Razy instead. So there is still some points being taken forward, and it's already a staggering 14 coming out of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They wanted to end it strong right here in Miramar.
Phenomenal work by the Malaysian teams here. 3 of the Malaysian teams and 1 Indonesian team making it to the end right here. As CD Alliance and both HOMEBOIS as well taking away each other, just chipping away at their lives here. CD Alliance barely alive. I think they're going to be able to bring at least 1 more member back to the game. I think, look, right now already with 9 eliminations in the bag. What the heck is going on with that team? Because they are going nuclear right now. And as everything is unfolding in front of us, we have TODAK just lying in wait, stealing away kills as much as they they can, gatekeeping a majority of that circle from the rest of the team here. MVKE could do the funniest thing. They could go for a big rotation, catch them off guard in the back as well, but the circle is still prioritizing TODAK regardless, and that nade coming in from BTR and the pressure coming in from Tom means that CELCOMDIGI Alliance cannot hold on, but 16 eliminations is one of the highest we've seen here this tournament.
Man, Federalis has been practicing his 3-point tosses. That was just perfect double lops to be able to secure the rest of these members of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. So that is one of the biggest amount of elimination points that we've seen so far. TODAK now closes it, full sends it up against Foxy, but Foxy was prepared. BTR, they come up ahead, but it's Brian that does actually shut them down. Only one member left, and it's Federalis. Can the player from the Philippines actually dominate? It seems like it could potentially be the case. 1 versus 2, and he has clutched many of these moments before. He spots one, but he has no idea where friend TZ is at.
I mean, TODAK can just lay back. They don't have to go super aggressive. They don't have to try and take this fight either. If anything, the circle will eventually push. And they could just really wait for Federalis to move out of that shack and just slowly make his way down. Because if anything, Federalis does have a bit of advantage in terms of terrain. But for TODAK, they have advantage in terms of firepower, in terms of numbers as well. Federalis can only hold on for so long. The first point of contact is here. Is going to try and go for this isolated fights. As soon as he steps out and tries to meet with Brian, he can't because there are so many pressure coming in from so many different angles. It's all about the long range pickoff in the end of the day to be able to seal the deal here, and TODAK once again, they're gonna call themselves the king of Miramar.
Wow, what a finishing move coming out of TODAK as they've been able to close off our group stage here in a grand fashion. As much as they weren't too involved with all these crazy battles up the north side, BTR and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I think they really won huge in the form of elimination points by really stacking up against the rest of the field. So that being said, that secures it for these teams to make it to the Super Weekend, and there's more battle awaiting them as they will be looking to lock some hefty points to secure the grand finals.
I see that it's kind of forlorn here from RRQ, a very, very close run. It must be very disappointing for the team as well. But TODAK once again showing us why exactly what makes them tick on this map. And I think what's really good about them has always been about their rotation, their decision making in terms of how they played. It's less about aggression, more about trying to figure out how to make it till the end, and then slowly being able to take advantage of the location they were able to lock onto.
Yeah, last match, I believe they've been able to do quite the record, and once again, having scored another successive chicken dinner here in Miramar, just like how they did in yesterday's one, really shows that they might just be the new kings on the block in this specific map. So the teams will really have to look out for these guys out there, or of course, come up with even better plans to overwhelm the rest of the field. So looking at the results, you can see everyone was putting in pretty much similar work rate, 2 eliminations apiece for all of the names out there, but it is going to be the IGL that does maybe a little bit more of that damage with this favorite Melee 14 display throughout the field.
I think if anything, when you look at Ryan and Frenzy, it's very fun to see how they take first contact play, and even as an IGL, it's very rare to see them play, you know, in the front lines, mostly because you want to be able to command and call out positioning from the backside. But enough about that. We'll talk more about how Miramar is TODAK's map after this highlight.
after a long week of play, 3 days of back-to-back action, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, TODAK, BTR will be able to just claw their way into the Super Weekend, as we had some initial worries for BTR, not so much for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, but all in all, these teams are definitely going to put on a great showing. But in this match of Miramar itself, TODAK really made a very decisive call. They moved in from Valdemar and they basically stuck themselves into the direct center and did not subscribe to any side lanes shenanigans over onto the corner of the creases, and they backed themselves to win. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance on the fight from the north into the late stages, that was super impressive.
Very fun to watch CELCOMDIGI Alliance, but TODAK still solidifying why we call them the Kings of Miramar right now. I think out of all the Miramars they have played in this week, out of, I believe, 4, they have won 2, getting this chicken dinners as well. You have players like Frenzy. You know, it's really rare, I think I mentioned this before, that you have an IGL that's actively playing the front lines as well. Most IGLs prefer to play in the back line. They don't really want to call things out while still focusing on their gameplay. But you have players like Frenzy who's able to do that. And I think it's also, you know, an ode to him being able to not only set the pace for his teammates, but call it out and say, hey, I'm going to go here. I'm going to get this player, knock him down. As soon as you see that happen, you guys are going to follow through and just collapse with me. Sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes you don't even need to calm this because it's almost like breathing, right? And it feels like that for TODAK on this map in particular. But as much as I say TODAK are the Kings of Miramar, in terms of eliminations and styles of play, CD Alliance is consistent throughout the entirety of these 3 maps. It's really hard to really pinpoint where exactly they're bad at in terms of, you know, of survivability, because for them, survivability out the window, fine. We can go for our plan B, which is just get as many frags as we can and still land that first place spot.
Yeah, the bad rounds for CELCOMDIGI Alliance looks like certain good rounds for certain teams, and that just shows that this team almost looked pretty flawless. That take onto Vampire Esports over onto the fight in the church definitely is a statement of its own. From defense to offense, they can switch up at any given point. Speaking of which, Vampire Esports walk away with those 3 points. I believe we've already locked in our top 16. The Kings of Week 1 in the group stage, undeniably from Malaysia, it's CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and followed by that, TODAK now surpasses MVKE, and they will make their move into the top 2.
Honestly, 2 Malaysian teams already breaking that 3-digit, point, getting into the Super Weekend itself. And I think for them, there's this display of strength will put a lot of teams onto the defensive, really scrutinizing them to see what exactly makes them tick. Now, for the rest of the teams here, onto the top 16, eArena barely escaping by, toe-to-toe with MEC. My question is the 17th slot. Just now, we saw Team Secret go down. Did we see anyone else claim that spot? And is it going to be another 63-pointer? And if so, it's going to be so heartbreaking if they were so close by, mostly because when you are into that 3-way split, right, that's that question, what exactly is going to be a tiebreaker?
Yeah, what I do believe it was 0-point game by RRQ as well as Glue Squad. Big heartbreaks for the teams listed here from 17th all the way to 24th. Team Secret could not change their fate because they were just a couple points shy, but they ended their run from yesterday. So they gotta work on this a little bit harder moving forward into week 2. But we've seen some exemplary plays coming in from these gentlemen from each respective squad. We'll have to see how they will lick their wounds and, of course, come back a whole lot stronger. So the top 16 teams qualified will definitely show us a whole lot more. But overall, today, it has been Adik Luke's day. As much as we've seen his teammate Olio to be taking the MVP title, I think he is definitely a lot more well-rounded. And just like what Olio says, he is definitely still the superstar, Adik Luke. So they usually will have him to be Mr. Reliable.
If anything, I think Adik Luke probably heard the interview and said, huh? You know what? I'm going to take back that MVP. I wouldn't be surprised. That's honestly very fun to hear the banter from them as well, their teammates as well. Coming into our teams qualified, here are your top 16. Just now looking at eArena, Vampire Esports surprisingly still managing to make it last minute here. Somehow they made it at one of the bottom rungs at the end of today and somehow managed to rally themselves back into the top 16. VPE tends to really struggle during the week, and for some reason, I don't know, historically, they tend to really pop off on Super Weekends. I wonder if it's going to be the same as well this season.
Yeah, sometimes they just don't really want to save all the energy to be displayed on the most important occasions. So faster to be late, but better than never, because when we take a look at that, we almost missed out on Alter Ego. We almost did not see BTR qualify, and also same could be said about Vampire Esports as well as eArena. So definitely Thailand, so far we are not looking at big chicken dinners coming from them, and that is going to be a concern when you move into a Smash Rule weekend. So you got to get those points. You got to also score that chicken dinner. So they got to start finding that now that they have qualified for the weekend. So other teams, I'm not too concerned because I believe we've seen respective chicken dinners coming from all the names that we've listed on our screen so far. So definitely we're looking forward for this interview on stage before we head to the weekend.
Wow, just like that, 18 games have come to an end and 16 teams have secured their spot in the Super Weekend. And before we wrap this up, let's have a quick chat with these two amazing players. Please welcome on stage, we have WOND3 from MGN Viking Esports and also Ha from Roy Esports. Hi guys. Hi, how are you? Feeling great? Ha? Okay, so for the first question, I think I'm going with WOND3 first. So, WOND3, this season, MGN Viking Esports has an entirely new roster, yet you are one of the top teams on the leaderboard. How comfortable are you with your new teammates?
Xin chào WOND3. Vào mùa giải này thì Viking Esports có một đội hình hoàn toàn mới. Tuy nhiên là hiện tại mình đang là một trong những cái đội ở đầu bảng xếp hạng rồi. Thì em có cảm thấy thoải mái thi đấu bên cạnh các đồng đội mới hay không?
Vâng, thì em cảm thấy rất là thoải mái khi thi đấu cùng với những người đồng đội mới này, và ở ngoài đời mọi người chơi với nhau cũng rất là vui.
Yes, I feel very comfortable competing alongside with my new teammates because outside of the game we also play with each other very well.
Oh, really great. And any new strategies for tomorrow Super Weekend, WOND3?
Vậy vào Super Weekend ngày mai thì các bạn có áp dụng cái lối chơi nào mới hay không?
Em nghĩ là vẫn dựa vào vòng bo phần lớn thôi ạ.
I think it depends largely on the circles.
Okay, and next, can you tell me who invited you to join the teams and what made you decide to leave the Xavier, which was arguably the best teams in Vietnam?
Vậy em có thể chia sẻ thêm là ai đã mời em tham gia vào Viking Esports được không? Và tại sao mình lại quyết định rời đi trong khi trước đó là mình ở DX là một trong những đội hàng đầu?
Em xin phép trả lời trước là lý do em rời DX là em không thể cạnh tranh với những người đồng đội còn lại, vì họ quá là khớp với nhau rồi. Còn về thư mời về VK thì em nghĩ là mình có thể giấu tên được không?
I would like to share first the reason that I left Dingo Xavier was because I could not compete with my previous teammates who clicked with each other so well. And for the reason or who invited me to Viking Esports, please let me keep it a secret.
Ooh, just keep it a secret. And I think you found your new home right here with Vikings. And next, currently you are ranked even higher than your previous teams, the Xavier. Do you have anything you like to say to the Xavier?
Hiện tại thì các bạn đang xếp hạng cao hơn Dingo Xavier, tức là đồng đội cũ của mình. Thì không biết là em có lời gì muốn gửi đến Dingo Xavier hay không?
Em có đôi lời gửi đến Dingo Xavier là em cũng muốn một lần nữa cùng mọi người đi thế giới.
Yes, I have some words to send to Dingo Xavier. I hope to once again have a chance to walk side by side with you guys to international stage.
Wow, great. So thank you so much, WOND3. And now let's move on to Ha from Roy Esports. So Ha, after PMGC 2024, your teams took a one season break. Was there a specific reason for that?
Chào Kha, thì sau PMGC 2024, đội của các bạn đã nghỉ một mùa giải. Không biết lý do cụ thể là gì ha?
Lý do cụ thể là do team lúc đó chưa hoàn thiện.
The reason for the one season break was because our team wasn't perfect yet.
And after a comeback, what do you think about the result today?
Và sau khi trở lại trong mùa giải lần này thì không biết là em nghĩ như thế nào về kết quả hiện tại của đội?
Bọn em không đặt kết quả ra là mục tiêu, bọn em chỉ bắn hết mình thôi.
We don't set our eye at the results as the main goal, but we just try to compete with our best form.
Wow, great. And next, Ka, your teams qualified for PMSL thanks to the extra country slot earned by the Xavier. The championship last season. Are you thankful to them?
Hiện tại thì các bạn giành được suất thêm vào giải PMSL lần này là do DX đã trở thành nhà vô địch mùa trước và giành được thêm một suất cho Việt Nam. Thì không biết là mình có cảm thấy cảm ơn đối với DX hay không?
Nhờ suất vô địch của DX ở SEA Ring vừa rồi thì bọn em đã có cơ hội quay trở lại SEA. Bọn em cảm ơn DX rất là nhiều, mong DX mùa này vô địch tiếp, bọn em có slot bắn tiếp ạ.
Yes, we do feel thankful to DX because they won another slot for us after becoming the champion. And I hope that DX will win another championship so that we'll have an extra slot this time as well.
Wow, and I do see like you really do great in this season and you didn't waste any opportunity that given by the Xavier. So for the last questions, no one expected your team to place as high as the third in the 2020 for PMSL SEA Fall. Do you think you can replicate that achievement this season?
Các bạn đạt được kết quả là hạng 3 tại giải PMSL mùa thu 2024 và rất nhiều người không có ngờ được kết quả đó. Vậy thì các bạn có nghĩ là lần này mình có thể lặp lại thành tích này không?
Lần này bọn em chỉ hy vọng sẽ bắn vào final.
For this season, we only hope that we can make it to the grand finals.
And I hope you can keep this momentum throughout the grand final. So thank you so much for this amazing interview. Thank you so much, Wunti. Thank you so much, Ka. And also thank you so much, Viola, for translation. And I think it's time to hand it back to our caster to hear their final word to close out the day. And I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.
And although that top 16 was honestly one of the most competitive we've seen, I think it was the first time in a long time that we weren't seeing that race for the 1, 2, 3 space. It was more that last 16 spot that we wanted to see who exactly manages to, to book their tickets into the Super Weekend. Honestly, shocking that we're not going to be seeing RRQ making it there. I think it's been a while since we haven't seen them make it here as well. But we've seen so many situations where teams were able to make a comeback over on the second Super Weekend. Regardless, seeing all the new blood rise up, that's always very fun to watch.
Yes, that's absolutely great for us to see what could they potentially offer when it comes down to this Smash rule format, because some of them, this concept is absolutely for rain, so they gotta just put their best form forward, which is why all these interviews, you are hearing those players say, we are just looking for the best form, because once you get that best form, 2 chicken dinners for the Smash rule, that just guaranteed to end the day overall, to make it easier for everybody or for the rest of the field. So that being said, of course, group stage, hustle, bustle, it's all coming down to a close. And of course, there's big upsets. And hopefully the teams that did not make it, they can actually allow themselves enough room to perhaps plot their way into a more successful run into week 2. So it is definitely far from over for some of these guys out there. Tash Bunny, what was some of your favorite moments of this week in particular for the group stage?
I think honestly the rise of the Malaysian teams. For a while now we've seen I think a one-hit wonder from Malaysia. Most of the time it's CD Alliance just leading the charge, with a lot of other teams just kind of going on and off. But we're seeing a lot of consistencies from these teams as well. A lot of roster shuffles coming through. Big improvements coming from the likes of MEC as well. So for me personally, this was honestly very exciting to watch as well. Let's see whether or not this momentum would carry on into the Super Weekend as we go into the last few days, or 2 days rather, for this week's Smash Roll on Sunday. And tomorrow will be the day that everyone's going to be scrambling for that first place spot. I'm Tash outside Contra. It's your pleasure to be your caster today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.